The Supreme Court has expressed unsatisfaction with the explanation. It was of the duty of the company to, convey it to the media department. Their media department says they weren't aware of the Supreme Court order 24 hours later. There has been a huge gap, and as Justice Hema Kohli, the two judges are really taking Patanjali to task, saying how can you, make those statements? What is the basis? How have you done it? Right now, they're dealing with the contempt aspect. They'll go into the adjudication of the other matter at a later stage, saying that earlier Mukul Rohde was hearing this matter. How have you been able to change this position? So, a lot of that is happening at present in the Supreme Court, and they are not sympathetic towards the unconditional apology, even though they are there present in person. They've asked to sit down in the court, but they are not at all happy with the discourse and the public apology that they have made. The council accepting and saying that there has been a lacuna on their part. Both Baba Ramdev as well as Acharya Balkrishna telling the Supreme Court that the affidavit, there is things amiss. And it's in this context we now have to wait and see how the Supreme Court is taking it very, very seriously.
Well, of course, the bench there calling it just a lip service, saying that you should have made sure that the solemn undertaking should have been in letter and in spirit. So obviously, the lawyer from Ramdev's side saying that he wants to apologize. He's here in person, but the Supreme Court won't have it. And of course, just apologizing, calling it a sheer and mere lip service at that.
That's right. Not only lip service, it's about the highest court of the land. That if you have to ensure that the last man down to the in the queue, gets and adheres to this, and it's in that context that they have made these very, very categorical assertions. I will need to get back to the proceedings. I just came to inform our viewers about what is happening and then the deliberations that are taking place.
Right.
So these are the things that are taking place at present, and the Supreme Court is extremely tough on Baba Ramdev as well as Balakrishnan for their acts of omission and commission in running Patanjali and not adhering to the Supreme Court directive that had been given.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil. We will keep tracking the story and coming back to you for more on that. Well, switching tracks now, and the Civil Aviation Ministry has sought a detailed report from the Vistara Airlines regarding the flight cancellations and major delays. Well, the minister has gone ahead and asked the airlines to to find out about the steps that they're taking in order to deal with the inconveniences that is being caused. At least 38 Vistara flights originating from key cities, whether it's Mumbai, Delhi or Bengaluru, have been cancelled this morning. This comes after more than 50 flights of Vistara were cancelled yesterday and about 160 were delayed. So we have Vishnu joining us. So this is, the Civil Aviation Minister Jyotirao Aditya Scindia is asking for a detailed report and also asking the airlines to provide the kind of steps that they're taking in order to ensure that the passengers aren't caused the kind of inconvenience that they've been facing over the last 2 days on account of the delay and cancellation. Do remember, many pilots have called in sick. They have been, calling in sick. So they have been very short-staffed is what Vistara is saying. But it's not just the pilots and the crew shortage that has led to this cancellation of various flights. Now, of course, the airlines are saying that they are going to be keeping their passengers informed. They're also offering a refund of tickets. In order to get you a ground report, we have my colleague Sujata joining us from Mumbai. She's at the Mumbai airport. Sujata, take us through the kind of chaos that you've seen from early this morning. If you've spoken to some of the passengers, are they being informed on time or way before time? Are passengers actually landing up at the airport and then finding out that their flight would not be taking off?
Perhaps, and the scenario seems to be happening since the last few days, where passengers complaining of not receiving alerts before them arriving at the airport, and after they come and wait for extensive 8 to 10 hours is after what they get to know that the flight has been either cancelled or delayed. And leading to this, the entire passenger group actually led to letting and venting out their outrage on social media platforms, where they complained of them not being informed about their flight have been cancelled or delayed, and after which we see that even today since morning it's been more than 15 flights that have been called off from Mumbai to other areas like New Delhi, Bengaluru and Kolkata, and after which also 10 flights from New Delhi have been cancelled. And now that Vistara Airlines has got a notice from the Ministry of Civil Aviation where they have sought a report and a reply from the airlines asking for the cancellation of more than 100 flights in the recent week, and also to know the reason behind this, after which yesterday the fresh release that had come up from the airline stated that it is because of the unavailability of the cabin crew that there is a delay as well as cancellations in flights, and also efforts are being made by the airlines to make sure that the passengers either receive a refund or an alternative option of flight for them to be made available. And aim is this, there are several reasons that are coming out, where on one end the salary structure, the components of the salary structure of the pilots is one of the reasons why the pilots have gone off on a strike and on a sick in a leave, and the reason for this entire incident turning up. And also it is being said that on one end the salary component of the pilots will be decreased, and while on the other the incentive for the flying hours will be increased. And aim is this, the pilots on one end protesting while the cabin crew not attending and coming on their duty, and the entire effect seems to be piling up on the passengers, where they are now facing the crisis and their flights are being cancelled. While today at the Mumbai airport we too tried talking to a few of them, however we were not allowed to go inside with a camera, but while we tried talking to them, they had to say that the flights are being delayed, and also help desk by the Vistara Airlines is set up at the Mumbai airport to make sure that assistance is being provided to these passengers who are travelling and coming and waiting here for extensive hours. And also at the same time the airlines is trying to make efforts to make sure that alerts, or if the flight is cancelled or if it's delayed, it could be informed to them via on their social, on either WhatsApp or their contact number, to make sure that the passenger only leave their homes once their flight, the timings are confirmed, and not come at the airport and wait for extensive hours, and when they're trying to talk to the authorities, they are unable to get in touch with them. Yep.
Right, Sujata, thank you so much for getting us all those details. We also have Ishika joining us from the Delhi airport to get us more on the ground situation here. Well, Ishika, many flights have been cancelled since early this morning. We've been seeing this since Monday. Well, several pilots have called in sick after receiving an email. What are the contents of that email, and you know, what kind of assistance is being provided as far as the passengers are concerned? Are they being informed way before, or will they be getting a refund? Is that what the airlines is telling them, and are they being kept in the loop?
Well, Divya, you know, currently I am present at the Delhi airport, and in fact here the situation that we have seen till now, that no passengers of Vistara till now are facing any kind of inconvenience, and certainly it is because they have been informed in advance about the delays of the flights. Now, if we talk about the cancellations of Vistara flight from Delhi, in fact there are 12 Vistara flights that have been cancelled from here, and if we talk about the delays, well, I'd like to show you the display board here. You can see that these are the Vistara flights, you know, coming majorly from Goa, from Mumbai, from Bengaluru, who in fact, you know, the flights that are facing delay as of now. So certainly, you know, these flights are facing a lot of delay, but if we talk about the situation at the airport, well, certainly what we are seeing, no such inconvenience is being faced by passengers here at the moment. Now, in fact, as you know, talked about the statement that the Vistara had released yesterday, well, we have seen, you know, for the past few days, the kind of chaos that was created at the airports because of these extensive delays of the flights, after which Vistara yesterday said that because of the unavailability of crew, they are facing a lot of delays and cancellation, but they are also providing the option of, you know, booking an alternate flight or an option of refund to all the passengers so that the inconvenience can be minimized. So, you know, certainly so far that seems to be working. The passengers have been informed in advance, and thus, you know, no chaos-like situation currently at the Delhi airport. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ishika, from joining us from the Delhi airport. We also have Aditya Rao joining us from NDTV Profit. Aditya, take us through the crux of the matter and what really is the issue that the pilots are facing, why they've taken such a stand, why they're missing in action, what's really led to the chaos that we're seeing as far as the airports are concerned.
As we have been picking up from our sources, that the pilots were sent an email earlier this month, and the airline Vistara airline had asked the pilots to accept the new salary structure, which was the 40-hour fixed salary for the pilots if they report to the duty for 15 days a month. And after this, the new salary structure, the pilots were also told that if the new salary structure was not signed by the 15th of March, the pilots will be deprived of any of the future benefits which will come across after the mega merger of the Air India. And also what we are picking up from our sources is that the pilots were offered a one-time bonus based on their ranks for signing this letter, and the first officers were promised a sum of rupees 3.5 lakhs on signing this letter, and the captains were promised a sum of rupees 4.5 lakhs on signing the letter of the new salary structure. After this salary structure was announced and the pilots were asked to sign this, many of the pilots have reported sick for the duty, and as I'm picking up from my sources, 20 to 25 pilots from the Delhi base currently are reporting sick. So what we are picking up from our sources is that Vistara Airlines has been calling out the pilots out of their duty hours, and my sources are telling me that Vistara pilots have been called out and pulled out of their non-scheduled days, and with a notice of less than 2 hours to manage the flight operations, which seem to be very tough at the moment for the airlines right now.
Right. Thank you so much, Aditya Rao, for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
You basically say to parents, stop chasing happiness and success for your kids. I'm like, hey, but if nothing else, I should at least be doing that. And in today's very goal-driven, success-driven world, I'd be like, I get it, but I don't want my kid to be left out. I want to give them the best chance.
Right, so let's just take success first. And most Indian parents will have to admit, even in the privacy of their own solitude, that success is their main goal in raising their children. And when we raise children with this goal in mind, what we often do is become blind to who the child really is. When we drive our children to success, we objectify them. And no parent likes to admit that they're doing that, because we pretend to ourselves, we lie to ourselves that all our pushing is coming because we care about our children. We love our children, but that's not the truth. We care about ourselves. We love ourselves. We feel good to have our children be successful. And if our children fall off the wagon, it makes us feel anxious.
But then you also say, don't push for happiness. Don't make that your big goal either. Can you tell us why? That sounds like a really different way of looking at things.
We want our children to be happy. Well, what that really means is we want our children to be really happy because that makes us feel as if we're good parents. It makes us feel in control and as if we're successful. Our children are going to have a lot of unhappy moments in life. Life is not about just unilateral, unilinear feelings. In fact, pain, fear, anxiety is part of the human experience. And in fact, that's what actually keeps us safe sometimes. And that's how we're wired to know that there's danger. And that's how we grow. Our children will pay a price. They may not tell us right now, but they will pay a price in their own life because they will be unable to sit with their difficult emotions. They will drink too much, eat too much, socialize too much, spend too much money, and look outward because they're too uncomfortable to sit with their pain because we've taught them that they should just be happy, which is unrealistic and it's toxic.
Now friends, if I talk about the first story or the top story of the
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest, and we're talking about the latest from Arunachal Pradesh's renaming row. Well, India rejects China's renaming of places in Arunachal Pradesh, calling it an integral and inalienable part of the country. The External Affairs Minister firmly dismissed China's recent claims over Arunachal Pradesh, emphasizing that changing names is not going to change the reality of the northeastern state being a part of India. When asked about claims of alleged encroachment by China in Ladakh, well, Jaishankar said that our army is deployed there and they know what they need to do, reiterating the message of the Union Minister Kiren Rijiju condemning the renaming of several areas in Arunachal Pradesh.
The Indian view also was.
मैं आपके घर का नाम बदल दूं तो मेरा घर बन जाएगा क्या? अरुणाचल प्रदेश भारत का स्टेट है, पहले भी था, अभी भी है, आगे भी रहेगा। तो ये नाम बदलने से कुछ नहीं होता। हमारी सेना जो है वहाँ डिप्लॉय हो चुकी है।
The External Affairs Minister has given a very clear, precise answer to what has happened. He has said that, as you mentioned, if one changes the name of some other person's house, it does not become his. This has been India's stand since the very beginning, because this is not the first attempt, but the fourth attempt which China has made in such a manner. I remember even in 2023, on 4th of April, a statement was given out by India's External Affairs Ministry spokesperson, and he had said that if you change the name, it does not change the reality. Now this has been happening for some years. In 2017, we had seen that China had changed the name of 6 villages in Arunachal Pradesh, and after that it has just kept, the numbers have kept going up. Now 11 and 15, and now it is 30. But the fact remains that India has maintained its clear position, saying that Arunachal is an inalienable part of India. It has always been a part of India. It is part of India, and it will remain a part of India. But we have seen that China has kept up the pressure. It is the kind of pressure it has tried with several of its neighbors, but India has stood its ground and has a clear stance that Arunachal is a part of India, and this is how it is going to be. And External Affairs Minister has been saying this repeatedly in answer to what China has been doing, and this is again India's clear stance that this is the changing of names is not going to change the reality of the situation.
Right. Thank you so much, Kadamni, for joining us with all those details. Well, moving on to Maharashtra now, and the dispute as far as 7 seats is nearing resolution, with the dispute in a few Mumbai seat that continues. So the BJP likely to get Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg as well as Palghar, while the BJP to get Satara, that is being claimed by the NCP, and of course it's Shinde Sena to get Aurangabad and Thane. So we have the seat sharing formula that's almost finalized, with the Sena getting Thane and Aurangabad, BJP getting Satara, Palghar and Ratnagiri, as well as Sindhudurg, NCP getting Nashik and Osmanabad. We have Radhika joining us. Radhika, both the Sena and the NCP was taking claim as far as Nashik is concerned, but the stalemate seems to be over when it comes to 7 seats, barring the 2 seats in Mumbai.
That's right. After multiple rounds of talks, looks like there is some sort of consensus as far as 7 to 8 seats in Mahayuti is concerned. These were, of course, disputed seats. Now, as far as Mumbai seats are concerned, no consensus yet, especially on South Mumbai seats, where there are talks going on between Mahayuti as well as MNS. There could be a possibility that MNS may just end up getting that 1 seat in Mumbai. But as far as other 7 to 8 seats are concerned, consensus seems to have been reached. Now, let me talk about these seats per se. We're talking about Satara, Sindhudurg as well as Palghar, which the BJP looks like will get. There was a dispute with, as far as the Satara seat is concerned, between NCP and BJP. NCP was taking claim for the seat, but they have now conceded it to the BJP. As far as Sindhudurg is concerned and Palghar, once again the dispute was between Sena and BJP. Now that those two seats have gone to BJP, most likely Narayan Rane will be contesting from Sindhudurg. Now coming to Sena seats, Thane of course is the bastion of Eknath Shinde, but still there was dispute between Sena and BJP over Thane. However, Sena has managed to get that particular seat and also Aurangabad. Now NCP, which wanted Satara, has instead has got Nasik as well as Osmanabad. Now when it comes to Nasik, all three alliance partners was taking claim to Nasik. Initially it was the BJP that wanted. Later, of course, Sena's sitting MP is from Nasik. That had been who had been putting pressure for the alliance to have that seat for Sena. However, now the seat has in fact gone to NCP, and in most likelihood Chagan Bhujbal will be fielded from NCP as far as this particular seat, which is the Nasik seat, is concerned. Osmanabad, similar disputes were being witnessed, but that has also gone to NCP. Now to talk about the total tally as far as Mahayuti is concerned, 23 BJP as of now. At least about 4 to 5 more may go to BJP, or perhaps at least about 7 more may go to BJP. So far, Sena has released 8 seats, and now looks like Sena may get another 4-5. NCP so far has declared 3 to 4 seats as far as Mahayuti is concerned from Maharashtra, and looks like they may get about 2 more or perhaps 3 more. So this is the tally as of now. Declaration of seats taken place in at least about 30 to 35 seats. 7 to 8 seats under dispute, that has almost been cleared. Now there are a few more disputed seats, especially within Mumbai South. Perhaps that may be cleared in a day or two. So yes, consensus after multiple rounds of meeting among Mahayuti leaders and Amit Shah, consensus reached on at least about 7 to 8 seats, 3 going to BJP, the remaining 2 being divided by Sena as well as NCP. These were all contentious, where 2 or more allies was taking claim. And of course, as far as Mumbai is concerned, 1 to 2 seats still contentious, especially Mumbai South. That will be cleared once there are another rounds of talks or more rounds of talks, perhaps with the Mahayuti allies and the MNS.
Also, when we talk about Eknath Shinde's son, he will be contesting from Kalyan, something that was being disputed by the BJP as well.
Certainly, as far as Kalyan seat is concerned, there were some disputes that were going on, but looks like Shrikant Shinde will be fielded from Kalyan. That is his bastion. So Thane and Kalyan, which were technically Sena bastion, Eknath Shinde bastion, were under dispute for quite some time. But now there is a consensus on it. Both Kalyan and Thane will be fought by Sena at this point. Of course, as far as the contestant, or rather the candidate is concerned, in Thane Sena sitting MLA Pratap Sarnaik or former Thane mayor will be contesting from that particular seat, which is Eknath Shinde's bastion. And yes, Eknath Shinde's son will be contesting from Kalyan, which was earlier a disputed seat, but now things have been cleared as far as the neighbouring areas of Mumbai, such as Palghar, Thane, Kalyan are concerned. But within Mumbai, disputes remain.
Right. Thank you so much, Radhika Ramaswamy, for joining us with all those details. Now, in a significant development, the Supreme Court sought responses from the Election Commission and the Centre on a plea seeking a complete count of the voter verifiable paper audit trail slips in polls, as opposed to the current practice of the verification of only 5 randomly selected EVMs through VVPAT paper slips. The voter verifiable paper audit trail is an independent vote verification system which permits an elector to see whether his vote was cast correctly or not. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Motorola Street of the Day is by Kiran Rijiju, who said, I strongly condemn China's illegally standardized geological names even to 30 places inside Arunachal Pradesh. China has been making all baseless claims, but that's not going to change the ground reality and the historical facts. Arunachal Pradesh is an inalienable part of India, and the people of Arunachal Pradesh are supremely patriotic Indians by all standards and definitions.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taygun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taygun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style.
Welcome back. The Prime Minister will be in Rajasthan this afternoon to kickstart the BJP's poll campaign in the desert state. The Prime Minister will address a rally in the Jaipur rural area. This is in support of BJP veteran Rao Rajendra Singh, who takes on the Congress's Anil Chopra. The seat of Jaipur rural, earlier held by Rajvardhan Rathore, is now an MLA and a minister in the Bhajanlal government. The Prime Minister is expected to set the tone as well as the tenor for the BJP's campaign in Rajasthan, and it has been strategically chosen as far as this area is concerned. We have Harsha joining us to get us more on this. Harsha, when we talk about, Jaipur rural is one of the places as far as Rajasthan is concerned among the 12 seats that go to poll in the first phase scheduled for the 19th of April.
It's definitely the start of the BJP's campaign in Rajasthan, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving in Kotputli this afternoon. A slew of reasons why Kotputli has been chosen. It's the threshold to Rajasthan. If you drive in from Delhi to Jaipur or to anywhere else, Bharatpur, Jhunjhunu, Sikar, you have to really cross Kotputli. So in that sense is the threshold to Rajasthan. Kotputli also significantly chosen because it's going to impact the neighboring seats. So apart from Alwar, and Jaipur rural, Jaipur city and Jaipur rural, also the neighbouring Lok Sabha constituencies of Dausa, Bharatpur, and then on the western side, Sikar, Jhunjhunu and Churu. So the impact of the PM's rally in Kotputli is also going to have a domino effect on the election campaign of all these Lok Sabha constituencies, 8 of them that are around Kotputli. The caste mathematic also adds up as far as Kotputli is concerned. It's got a sprinkling of Yadav, Jat, Brahmin voters, Rajput voters, also youth vote, because remember it's close to NCR, so a lot of young people actually go and work in the NCR region from that area. The ST vote bank is also important there, as well as the SC. So the caste mathematics definitely adds up. Now Rajasthan is one of the states that's going to be voting in the first 2 phases. So the Prime Minister likely to focus on Rajasthan. It's expected that perhaps Churu and Nagaur will be the next areas where he will do rallies. That's what we hear from BJP sources. Of course, it's not confirmed yet, but that's where the BJP would like the Prime Minister to come, because remember, wherever the PM goes, it creates a certain electoral excitement. It creates a lot of political activity. It raises the tempo of the election campaign, which is what the BJP wants. After all, this election is about the Prime Minister in that sense. And remember now, Rajasthan has a unique record. Rajasthan has voted in the BJP 25 out of 25 in the past 2 elections. The Congress has not been able to open their account. So the Bhajan Lal government, which has taken over, it's a completely new rung of leadership. The Chief Minister, his Deputy Chief Ministers, all of them actually people who've been propelled onto the stage for the first time in that sense, in responsible position. So the Bhajan Lal government is also hoping that, they can repeat that and they can get a hat trick of 25 out of 25 seats. So a litmus test for the Bhajan Lal government. Also, the PM coming in very significant as an endorsement of this government in Rajasthan. So these are some of the reasons why the Prime Minister is holding a Sabha in Kotputli. He will be arriving in Jaipur and then he will take a chopper to Kotputli. It's very, and from there, after the Sabha, he will leave Rajasthan. But in the next few days, as we head into this Lok Sabha election, we can expect to see a lot more of Prime Minister Narendra Modi leading from the front and setting the tone and tenor for the BJP's campaign in Rajasthan.
Right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for joining us with all those details. We will keep tracking that story as the Prime Minister is headed towards Jaipur today. Moving on to Telangana, in the snooping case, some shocking revelations have come out regarding the arrested police officer Radhakishan Rao from the remand, while the ex-Deputy Commissioner of Police, according to the report, has acted on instruction of SIB Chief Prabhakar Rao, and there are examples given of specific seizures that the DCP had spied on opposition leaders or orders of a senior BRS leader, and also on money being transported through police vehicles. Well, to get more on this, we have Uma joining us. So, Uma, the senior cop arrested in the Telangana phone tapping Rao, has made big claims of how cash was being moved in official vehicles in the 2018 as well as 2023 assembly polls.
So the big question now will really be about when notices may begin to be issued against the BRS leadership. That could mean KCR or even KTR, because the revelations that have been made through what is being called as the confession statement of Radhakishan Rao in the remand report presented by the police seems to have very, very serious content that seems to indicate that the trail would go right up to the BRS leadership, because even though he has not mentioned KCR by name, he is saying TRS Supremo was the one who had appointed Prabhakar Rao, and on his instructions, several of these police officers, many of who have already been arrested, have in fact acted in order to keep the BRS in power, and that includes transporting of cash in official vehicles, very damning in fact. And the second part is using tapping intelligence in order to seize the money of others. Yesterday we saw Congress leader from Sirsila. Sirsila happens to be the constituency from where KT Ramarao gets elected as MLA successively, and he has now alleged that he believes there's a war room in Sirsila that was set up in order to not just keep tabs on what he is up to, but also to ensure that other supporters do not come and join the opponent, who is KK Mahendra Reddy. And he says that intelligence was being used to do that, to stop people from coming and meeting him. And he says that KTR's statement just before election saying that I know who's meeting who and that I'll take strict action once the elections are over, all that was indication that this kind of activity was going on. So 3 other things that I must just point out. Interestingly, this time, both the BJP and the Congress seem to be on one side, because 2 of those examples that were given by Radhakishan Rao are about BJP candidates whose money was seized. Rajgopal Reddy, who now of course happens to be in the Congress, he was the Munugod Bipole candidate for the BJP. Raghunandan, who is the Dubak candidate in the Bipole of 2020, and now the BJP candidate from Medak. The second interesting aspect is that the CM himself has indicated that possibly these notices are going to be issued, because we have already heard of him in a press conference at Gandhi Bhavan say that it's a matter of time before the political leadership is brought into the net. And third, we do understand that legal opinion is being taken about issuing legal notices to the political leadership which was in power in Telangana before the elections. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details. And switching tracks now to the Aam Aadmi Party, with the Aam Aadmi Party leader there, Autism, making claims of more arrests. As far as the BJP is concerned, they want to arrest the next in leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party, which includes Autism herself, as well as Saurabh Bhardwaj and Raghav Chadha. According to her, all are under the scanner. And it's Arvind Kejriwal who has named his own leaders in a fresh attack, as far as the BJP is concerned, on the Aam Aadmi Party after the arrest of the Chief Minister. So 4 more senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party are said to be arrested over the next 2 months, according to Autism. She has said this is in an attempt to crush the Aam Aadmi Party, the ruling party. She alleges plans to arrest not just Raghav Chadha and her, but also Durgesh Pathak. The BJP has approached me through someone very close. They've asked me to join the BJP and said that this will save my political career. So Autism claiming that she and Aam Aadmi Party leaders are being asked to switch sides, else it would be the end of the road as far as their political career is concerned. Well, also on the other side, we have the BJP claiming that there are reports that Arvind Kejriwal has gone on to name Autism and Saurabh Bhardwaj, that they were the people who were really dealing with Vijay Nair, the prime accused in the case. So let's just listen in firstly to what Autism had to say and how the BJP is reacting.
लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले वो आम आदमी पार्टी के 4 और नेताओं को गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं। वो मुझे गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो सौरभ भारद्वाज को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो दुर्गेश पाठक को गिरफ्तार करेंगे और वो राघव चड्ढा को गिरफ्तार करेंगे।
अब कल केजरीवाल जी ने आतिशी जी का नाम क्या ले लिया, आज आतिशी जी ने ऑपरेशन लोटस की बात कर ली। इतने महीने से चुप क्यों थे? अगर यदि किसी ने बात किया था तो इनसे प्रश्न, इसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा ना। घबरा गए होंगे, उनके नेता ने खुद उनका नाम लिया है, जो मीडिया कह रही है, तो अब उनको लग रहा होगा कि मैं भी फंस जाऊंगी। तो ऐसा है, बीजेपी के ऊपर में एक आरोप लगा दो, गलत ही सही।
So the BJP there claiming that Autism is worried, which is why she's making these tall claims. And of course, Autism there saying that the BJP is worried because the opposition parties came out in large number at the Ramlila grounds on Sunday in order to pledge their solidarity with the Aam Aadmi Party. They thought that the party would crumble after the arrest of the Chief Minister, which hasn't happened, and which is why Autism has gone on to say that this is the BJP reacting to that solidarity coming about, as far as the opposition parties are coming together on this. But it is, of course, Arvind Kejriwal there, who the BJP is claiming has gone ahead and named its own 2 ministers, as saying that they were the ones dealing with the prime accused themselves, which includes Autism, and which is why after that has come to light is why Autism is making these tall claims. So we have Aishwarya joining us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, sensational claims being made by Autism. Talk us through what Arvind Kejriwal has said about Autism and what really Autism is saying about the BJP.
Arvind Kejriwal, while he was in the ED custody, Arvind Kejriwal stated that Vijay Nair used to report to Autism and Saurabh Bhardwaj and not directly to Arvind Kejriwal. That certainly means the middleman that we are talking about, Vijay Nair, who had been the person and the individual who had led the entire South group, dealt with the meeting with the Aam Aadmi Party leaders in Delhi, in which it was stated by the enforcement director and claimed that Arvind Kejriwal was also in attendance. It was Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain and other top Aam Aadmi Party leaders. But yesterday, after Arvind Kejriwal statement was put forward in front of the judge by the enforcement directorate, that he had stated that Vijay Nair used to report to Autism and Saurabh Bhardwaj. Today, while doing a press conference, senior leader Autism clearly stated that it is in the upcoming 2 to 3 months, Autism and Saurabh Bhardwaj will be arrested by the enforcement directorate. Now, these claims are huge in terms of the arrest that has been made. They stated that that first the Bharatiya Janata Party arrested the top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party, be it Sanjay Singh, be it Satyendra Jain, be it Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal. Later, the claims by Autism had been made that next in line are Durgesh Pathak, Raghav Chadha, Saurabh Bhardwaj and herself that would be arrested, and it is Bharatiya Janata Party who wanted to finish the entire Aam Aadmi Party by arresting them before the elections. So that's the claim made by by Atishi. But on the other side, BJP countered it. BJP stated that why Atishi, who is talking about Operation Lotus only after her own leader Arvind Kejriwal named her in the investigation and named her and along with Saurabh Bharadwaj that Vijay Nair, who was a middleman who turned approver later, clearly had been naming Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. Therefore, because of that fear, because of that afraid of being arrested, it is Atishi who is claiming that she would be arrested in the upcoming 2 to 3 months by the Enforcement Directorate. Remains to be seen now that whether Enforcement Directorate summons the other Aam Aadmi Party leaders who had been named by Arvind Kejriwal during the ED custody, during the investigation and the statements that were recorded earlier. Atishi, as far as Operation Lotus is concerned, she also stated in a press conference that close associates with the Bharatiya Janata Party and close to Prime Minister had approached Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj, and they stated that if they wanted to save their own political career, then they should join Bharatiya Janata Party and leave Aam Aadmi Party. And that's the claim that just not today had been made by one of the Aam Aadmi Party leader, but there had been made in several past instances as well. Yesterday, when we spoke to several of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, they stated that the same thing is happening in Punjab, where Aam Aadmi Party leaders are switching their sides, and that's Operation Lotus that the Bharatiya Janata Party is doing. Although it was Atishi also stated in the press conference that in the upcoming few months, the Enforcement Directorate, CBI, which is being misused by the Bharatiya Janata Party as alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party, will be imposing the PMLA and they will be arresting these leaders who are next in line. The top leadership has already been arrested. They wanted to finish Aam Aadmi Party before the polls, and later they wanted to impose the president's rule in national capital so that the government would be dissolved and later the elections could be held. These are big claims made by Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi today in a press conference, but it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who has stated in response that it is these leaders who are afraid just because their own leader Arvind Kejriwal had named them during the investigation.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Well, April 2nd is observed as World Autism Awareness Day, and a day to raise awareness about autism spectrum disorder and promote inclusion of those living with autism. As part of our initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, we are trying to foster understanding, support and acceptance for those on the autism spectrum.
Co-President Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
You say, celebrate the ordinary in your child. Celebrate their ordinariness, or at least observe their ordinariness, because once they are seen by you for who they are, that's going to create a child with better self-worth, and that unconsciously we are looking at the child that we want them to be, or that we're trying to get them to be, or the future that we see before for them, and not who they are. To celebrate the ordinary seems so radical. And why is it so hard? And why is it so important, especially today?
Well, it's so important because It's the fact that we are all ordinary. And I think that is the human plague right now, our refusal to accept that we're ordinary, because we're all searching to be significant on social media, in our worlds today. We're all basically screaming, see me, see me, see me, aren't I important, aren't I significant? Guess what? No, we're no more important than the next being. We are no more extraordinary. We are all ordinary. If we accept that, here's why it's important to
Welcome back. Let's get you a check as far as heatwave conditions are concerned. This time around, there is going to be an increase in frequency between April to June in the pre-monsoon phase, while the worst impacted areas include central and southern part, but it is north-west India, which includes Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh and West Uttar Pradesh, where the temperatures will be normal or below normal in the pre-monsoon phase. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Former US President Donald Trump has posted $175. This is $175 million bond in New York, a civil fraud case. The move has resulted in Trump staving off asset seizures by the state. Trump was originally ordered to pay the full $464 million judgment against him, but an appeals court has said that he could pay the smaller sum within 10 days. He was found in February to have fraudulently inflated property values.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
So guys, did you know कि any such phone is in existence? मतलब एक ही है तो of course आपको पता नहीं होगा. वैसे if in case you did, let me know by using the email. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com. But आपको बताने वाला हूँ एक real fact around the same theme of did you know. You know, आप यहाँ बैठे बैठे और I mean how the scientists figure out the distance, or I would say the precise distance between Earth and the Moon. ये यूज करते हैं लेजर्स को, और ये लेजर्स रिफ्लेक्ट होके आते हैं मून सरफेस पे. द मिरर्स दैट वर लेफ्ट बाय द अपोलो एस्ट्रोनॉट्स, वहां से रिफ्लेक्ट होकर जब लेजर लाइट वापस आती है तो दे कैन फिगर आउट प्रिसाइज डिस्टेंस बिटवीन द अर्थ एंड द मून. दे कैन नो अबाउट द ऑर्बिट ऑफ द मून या फिर ग्रेविटेशनल पुल कैसा है. मतलब जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट. इट इज कॉल्ड लूनर लेजर रेंजिंग. मतलब कितना इंटरेस्टिंग है ना कि टेक इज ऑलमोस्ट एवरीवेयर. ऑल दीज गैजेट्स काइंड ऑफ कीप अस कनेक्टेड. फिर चाहे हम एकदम हाई एंड रॉकेट साइंस की बात करें या बेसिक लेवल पे बात करते हैं, आई थिंक ऑल अराउंड अस वी हैव मल्टीपल गैजेट्स जो हमारी लाइफ्स को बहुत ज्यादा आसान बनाते हैं.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
The Supreme Court puts Ramdev as well as the centre in the dock over misleading Patanjali ads. The Supreme Court asked the centre, why did the government choose to keep its eyes shut?
Patanjali's misleading ads case in the Supreme Court is being heard, and Baba Ramdev has rendered an unconditional apology, which the Supreme Court says it will not accept but will initiate contempt action. Arvind Kejriwal is in jail, and AAP Minister Atishi claims she's next to be arrested along with Saurabh Bharadwaj and Raghav Chadha. The BJP hits back at Atishi, says Kejriwal is the one who has exposed his own ministers. The centre steps in as the Vistara crisis deepens. Over 36 Vistara flights have been affected since morning today. NDTV Profit Exclusives brings you the inside track of what's happening in the Vistara chaos. India versus China on renaming places in Arunachal Pradesh. The Ministry of External Affairs reacts as China's senseless attempt to rename places. India rejects China's renaming of Arunachal places. The Maharashtra NDA deal in terms of seat sharing appears to be all but done. Sources indicate that the NDA dispute in Maharashtra over 7 seats is nearing some kind of a resolution. However, sources also say the tug of war over the Mumbai seats continues. Summer of 24 is turning out to be too hot to handle. The weatherman predicts extreme April and June heat, while the centre and South India are expected to be the worst hit, but Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh are likely to be spared. Good afternoon and welcome back. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Our top focus story, of course, is the Patanjali misleading advertisements case that is being heard in the Supreme Court at the moment. The top court has pulled up the centre as well as Patanjali over the ads. Now, the Supreme Court has put Baba Ramdev and the government in the dock when the court has in fact questioned why the centre chose to keep its eyes shut. The court has said to Baba Ramdev that he should be ready to face the action. He tendered an unconditional apology in the Supreme Court, which the court has rejected. So the yoga guru there appearing in the Supreme Court over the Patanjali Ayurved's misleading advertisements, where the Supreme Court during the last hearing, remember, severely criticized Patanjali for failing to obey its directives and directed Ramdev's company and the managing director to personally be present, and they have appeared today. Sunil Prabhu joins us from the Supreme Court with the very latest. So Sunil, it does appear that the court has not just put Patanjali in terms of Baba Ramdev in the dock, but also asked some tough questions on the centre as to why they quote unquote chose to keep their eyes shut.
That's right. Not only keep the eyes shut, they have also been issued and they have been made parties, and notices have been issued to the centre as well as the state. How did they allow themselves to keep quiet? How did they allow, for example, Baba Ramdev and his company to get away with just a warning when the Act very clearly says that action should be taken, either imprisonment or certain, penalties that have to be done as per the Act. These are the points that Justice Seema Kohli as well as other co-judge pointed out to the Solicitor General, saying that we cannot be a silent observer to what has happened. How did you allow this when people were dying? When you allowed this to continue, and as you rightly said, keep your eyes shut. This after, of course, Baba Ramdev as well as Balkrishna, both present in the court, and made a personal appearance after they were directed to. They've been asked to continue to come to the Supreme Court. Their appearance has not been dispensed with. The court didn't want to listen to them directly, even though they were ready to do so, but asked their counsel. They said that with folded hands, we are ready to give an apology, but not after the Supreme Court judges accused them of perjury. Which is a very, very serious charge. There are affidavits that were filed saying that they are and wanting assistance on the contempt proceedings, making it clear. And this is after a 1-hour grilling by both judges and on a point-to-point issue, saying that whatever they have done in terms of the affidavit were just not in compliance with the Supreme Court order. They pointed out how Patanjali's media department said that they were not aware of the Supreme Court order a day after the entire Supreme Court order had come about. And this, after all, as you're well aware, these proceedings have been carrying on from November. Ultimately, you and I know that people of this country were fooled with Coronaville and the claim by Patanjali. What action did the health ministry, or for that matter the Ayush department, as they said, has a lot to do to answer on this matter. I think the health department has come under a lot of flack. The wounds of COVID, which happened where many people lost their lives, many people who had COVID were searching for oxygen cylinders. Those memories once again in the Supreme Court, with the Supreme Court bench raising the entire issue of Patanjali and how it went away scot-free with just a warning and not any action as per the act that is demanded. So a lot to be said. They will have to now file the affidavits. The matter will be taken up on the 10th when the court will once again look at this entire matter and their issue of perjury as well as non-compliance in terms of the affidavit and how they want to proceed further because there are other issues involved because there was a statement also made by the councils of Patanjali as well as Baba Ramdev and Balkrishna to say that you cannot just say that allopathy is the only cure. So all those matters will be looked at, but today was on contempt, a very, very strong stricture against Baba Ramdev as well as Mr. Balkrishna and of course the centre and the state, in particular the health department, the health secretary, the Ayush department for its acts of omission and commission, for closing its eyes and not taking action when at the height of COVID in 2020 they claimed that they were able to find a cure and ridicule what was being done by the Indian Medical Association. The Indian Medical Association saying that we don't want to convict people but we want to point out that even in their affidavits they are trying to attribute it to media persons.
All right. Well, Sunil, and what's very scathing also is the fact that even though the yoga guru today has extended an unconditional apology in the court has absolutely said we don't accept it. What are likely to be the ramifications going forward?
Well, they've asked them to, file the affidavit because if you do a half-hearted claim in terms of trying to give a, apology, the Supreme Court judges are too sharp and too smart. It's in that context that they pointed out and, went through those affidavits and ripped it apart and saying that how you have committed perjury, how you have not been able to actually, don't believe in what you say in terms of an apology. And then you say that you're a common person, so you're ready to come with folded hands and apologize. That's not going to be the way. That's not the procedure. Very, very strict, strictures by the Supreme Court, really saying, giving them time for another week. And on the 10th of April, they will hear this matter once again on this important aspect. So definitely if you give a half-hearted apology, it is in that context that nobody, especially top Supreme Court judges of the courts, of the highest court of the land, will not be satisfied. And as they point out, whatever order they pass has to be respected.
Yes.
Right from the top to the bottom. And if you don't attempt to, try to subjugate the court or you try to hoodwink the court, as they point out, they are not going to accept it at all.
All right. We also have with us on the phone line the former Chief Justice of the Jammu and Kashmir Court, Justice B.A. Khan, joining us. Thanks very much for being with us. Your first reaction to the developments that have taken place in the Supreme Court today?
I don't know in what context you are wanting my reaction. If the Supreme Court does not accept the apology, the natural consequence would be that they will be convicted and sentenced under the Contempt of Court Act, that's all. And if there is an additional perjury thing, for that a complaint would have to be lodged before a trial court and they will be tried for perjury.
Right. The question that I was asking my colleague as well, Justice Khan, do you anticipate that this is a case perhaps that will be used as a precedence for other advertisers going forward as well?
Yeah, this will send a signal, but this is very well established that it is for the court to accept the apology, because court must not have seen that repentance in the person. So it is within the court's jurisdiction not to accept the apology and to punish the contender if the defiance is so strong and is repulsive. So therefore there is nothing wrong in that. The court's power and jurisdiction to do that.
Yes.
As far as whether it sets a precedence, it will send a signal here. You can't be misleading people with advertisements which are detrimental to the public health and so on.
Yes. Sir, I also want to get your reaction on the fact that the Supreme Court has not just pulled up the advertisers, in this case Patanjali and Baba Ramdev, but have also questioned the centre. Questions have been asked of the Union of India for quote-unquote keeping their eyes shut. How do you look at those developments?
Well, I don't know. That's not a legal question. That if the Supreme Court finds that the Union of India has turned a blind eye to what was happening and the wrong was happening, then it's for the court again to identify those in the central government and who are the concerned people and to deal with them.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us with that. That was Justice B.A. Khan, the former Chief Justice of the Jammu and Kashmir court there, joining us for his reaction on this. Like we've been explaining, at the moment they have to file an affidavit in court. The Supreme Court has come down heavily, not just on Patanjali, the MD and Baba Ramdev, but also on the Centre for quote-unquote keeping their eyes shut through this entire process. It's been very interesting to see that despite what the Supreme Court said, there has been no reaction really that has come in from the government over the misleading advertisements. There was no disclaimer or reaction of any sort from the Ministry of Health Affairs or the Ayush Ministry. The petition has also raised concern over misleading statements by Baba Ramdev against allopathy and false claims by Patanjali of curing certain diseases in these advertisements. The Indian Medical Association, which is one of the petitioners, had contended that despite the Ministry of Ayush signing this MOU, Ramdev continues to flout norms. So the court there coming down very heavily, not just on Patanjali, like I said, but also asking questions of the Government of India on why, quote-unquote, they had kept their eyes shut. Well, breaking news that's coming in. We have more updates on the Vistara disruptions for you. The Civil Aviation Minister, Jyotiraditya Scindia, now speaking with NDTV, has said he's personally monitoring the Vistara situation very closely. The Civil Aviation Regulator too is monitoring the situation. Remember, there are almost over 35 flights that have been cancelled just this morning. Turbulent times for one of India's top carriers. Vishnu Shom joins us with the very latest. Vishnu, the crisis deepens and the centre's keeping a close watch, it appears.
That's right, Rishika. And now, in fact, it's not just the Minister and the Civil Aviation Ministry, it's the regulator. That's the DGCA, the Director General of Civil Aviation, which is also keeping track of the situation. And have said, and I'll just read out a part of their statement, in view of the various flight disruptions of Vistara because of various reasons, including crew unavailability, the DGCA has asked the airline to submit daily information and details on the flights that are being cancelled and delayed. Now, the DGCA also wants the airline, Rishika, to ensure that the rights of passengers are ensured, that those passengers who are denied boarding, if there is a cancellation of flights, are given information in advance and they have the option of a refund and compensation, etc. So it is a crisis in the airline. It is because there are a large number of pilots, largely co-pilots, have not been reporting to work. They have concerns about a revised salary package, which is being offered to them as Vistara merges with Air India.
All right, so DGCA, they're seeking a daily report on what's happening with Vistara. This after the Union Civil Aviation Minister himself said he is personally monitoring this situation. Remember, there are over 36 flights that have been cancelled just today. There were over 60 flights that were cancelled yesterday, and these are conservative estimates. There are also several delays that have been reported. But what we're learning from the ground is that the airline appears to have given fair warning to passengers. Refunds have been offered and flight reschedule options have also been given. However, the situation on the ground at the moment appears to be under control, with the airline in fact informing passengers in advance, because what our reporters have been telling us, at least from the Delhi, Bombay and Bangalore airport, is that passengers are aware of delays or have made alternate arrangements or sought refunds from the airline. This after a day of chaos yesterday when Vistara cancelled over 50 flights. And of course, prior intimation was not given. The inside track on the Vistara chaos has been reported by our sister concern NDTV Profit. The NDTV Profit story very clearly talks about how this is a crisis that has been brewing ahead of the merger because of the kind of financial reconfigurations that have been done in the salary structures of Vistara pilots. They were given this revised salary structure on an email and were asked to comply in a short notice, something which the pilots have protested against by calling in sick altogether, leading to a virtual halt in operations for Vistara, leading to cancellations and delays across the length and breadth of the country. Let's go right across to NDTV's Pratibha. She's joining us from Bangalore, and we have Sujata Dwivedi joining us live from Mumbai at the moment. Pratibha, to you first. What's the status as far as flights in and out of Bangalore is concerned? What are you picking up?
In fact, Bengaluru is definitely believed to be one of the busiest airports. In fact, this is also the IT city that you're talking about. And yes, right since yesterday, social media was flooded with a lot of comments by passengers who were stranded at the Bengaluru airport. In fact, Vistara generally operates from Terminal 2 of Bengaluru airport. And yesterday, going by the social media accounts, they were talking about how Terminal 2 was nothing short of a fish market. Well, today what we hear is that, yes, they have been given advance intimation as well as information to make alternate arrangements, and around 3 to 4 flights have been cancelled is what we hear, though exact numbers have not been revealed officially so far. And based on that, yes, many of the passengers have made alternate arrangements and things have been much smooth compared to what it was yesterday is what we hear from authorities at the Bengaluru airport. Back to you.
All right, so several disruptions are reported there as well. Sujata, what is the situation in Mumbai? We know in the morning we were reporting that there were at least over 15 flight disruptions. But what you were picking up from Mumbai and also what our colleague Ishika was picking up from Delhi is that as compared to yesterday, there appears to be lesser chaos because passengers have been informed or offered alternate options or refunds, so people have made arrangements. There aren't, there aren't too many surprises there in store for those boarding Vistara planes today.
Certainly, and talking about the major change that has happened and a correction made by the Vistara Airlines here is that at least now they are informing their passengers well in advance and hours before the flight should take off, where about be it the flight delay or the flight cancellation, and passengers are now being kept in loop about the status of their flight. Apart from that, also talking about the flight cancellation numbers today in Mumbai, yesterday it was said that more than 50 flights in total across the nation were cancelled, and today in Mumbai itself the numbers since morning they have climbed up to 15, whereas more flight cancellations are expected, but this time the passengers and their disruption will now be a major concern for the Vistara Airlines, where in the release they also stated that they are trying to establish good communication with their passengers to make sure that there is no any sort of anguishment that they go through, and also at the same time talking about the numbers today, the flight cancellation and especially the numbers of flight delays are set to be increased, because of which if we talk about since morning, while we tried talking to the passengers who were coming at the airport, while we had a word with some of the Vistara flyers, they had to say that they did had flights, and that to connecting flights through Vistara Airlines, yes, which were delayed. However, now that they are boarding it, they are kept well in loop about the entire incident and about the delay status of the flight, after which they'll be taking it off. So somewhere corrections are trying to be made and corrected. However, the numbers are still increasing, and now the Ministry of Central Aviation has also taken note into the matter and stepped in and asked for a detailed report from Vistara Airlines to find out about the last 100 flights that have been cancelled in the recent week.
All right, well, the centre has stepped in, and the aviation regulator, the DGCA too, has stepped in, and they say they are closely monitoring the situation. However, like I said, what we're learning from our team of reporters across Delhi, Mumbai and Bangalore at the moment is that Vistara has given prior intimation to passengers who are traveling on the airline today. There are anticipated delays and those have been informed to the passengers. So there are several disruptions that have been reported, but there are several sectors where the airline is operating normally as well. So once again, urging, of course, all passengers to cross-check once with the airline should you be boarding a Vistara flight anytime in the next couple of days. Meanwhile, let's also get you the details of what's happening within Vistara Airlines at the moment. NDTV Profit has exclusive information on the fact that this entire chaos is brewing because pilots have called in sick en masse. These are Vistara pilots who are clearly raising a banner of revolt against what is believed to be the revised pay structure ahead of the merger with Air India. These pilots have called in sick, registering the protest because they were asked to sign revised pay slips, or rather revised salary structure in a short duration of time. NDTV Profit with the details.
As we have been picking up from our sources, that the pilots were sent an email earlier this month, and the airline had, Vistara airline had asked the pilots to accept the new salary structure, which was the 40-hour fixed salary for the pilots if they report to the duty for 15 days a month. And after this, the new salary structure, the pilots were also told that if the new salary structure was not signed by the 15th of March, the pilots will be deprived of any of the future benefits which will come across after the mega merger of the Air India. And also what we are picking up from our sources is that the pilots were offered a one-time bonus based on their ranks for signing this letter, and the first officers were promised a sum of rupees 3.5 lakhs on signing this letter, and the captains were promised a sum of rupees 4.5 lakhs on signing the letter of the new salary structure. After this salary structure was announced and the pilots were asked to sign this, many of the pilots have reported sick for the duty, and as I'm picking up from my sources, 20 to 25 pilots from the Delhi base currently are reporting sick. So what we are picking up from our sources is that Vistara Airlines has been calling out the pilots out of their duty hours, and my sources are telling me that Vistara pilots have been called out and pulled out of their non-scheduled days, and with a notice of less than 2 hours to manage the flight operations, which seem to be very tough at the moment for the airlines right now.
Well, moving on now to the other big political story that we're tracking. It's a full-blown battle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP here in the national capital. The AAP leader Atishi addressed a press conference a short while ago and has claimed that more arrests will be made. Atishi has said that the BJP wants to arrest the next in line of the AAP leadership, which includes Saurabh Bharadwaj, Raghav Chadha and her. She claims all of these individuals are under the radar. Both Atishi and Saurabh have come out to address press conference and claimed that the BJP has made them offers to either join the party or be arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. The BJP, of course, has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying it is Arvind Kejriwal who is naming his own leaders and throwing them under the bus. This is the BJP's fresh attack after Kejriwal's arrest.
लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले वो आम आदमी पार्टी के 4 और नेताओं को गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं। वो मुझे गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो सौरभ भारद्वाज को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो दुर्गेश पाठक को गिरफ्तार करेंगे और वो राघव चड्ढा को गिरफ्तार करेंगे।
अब कल केजरीवाल जी ने आतिशी जी का नाम क्या ले लिया, आज आतिशी जी ने ऑपरेशन लोटस की बात कर ली। इतने महीने से चुप क्यों थे? अगर यदि किसी ने बात किया था तो इनसे प्रश्न, इसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा ना। घबरा गए होंगे, उनके नेता ने खुद उनका नाम लिया है, जो मीडिया कह रही है, तो अब उनको लग रहा होगा कि मैं भी फंस जाऊंगी, तो ऐसा है बीजेपी के ऊपर में एक आरोप लगा दो, गलत ही सही।
Aishwarya joins us with the very latest. So Aishwarya, you have a whole host of Aam Aadmi Party leaders today, both Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj addressing press conferences and saying that there is an Operation Lotus that is essentially underway, where all of these leaders have been made offers by the BJP, refusing which they claim they're going to be arrested next.
Well, massive claims made by senior leader of Aam Aadmi Party and Minister Atishi today during a press conference. Now, why these 4 names had emerged? Yesterday, during the hearing, it was stated by the Enforcement Directorate that while Arvind Kejriwal was in custody, he mentioned that Vijay Nair, who turned later approver in the entire case, used to report to Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj and not Arvind Kejriwal. Now, this clearly gives a hint that Enforcement Directorate can further summon Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj in the alleged Delhi liquor policy excise case. And therefore, the reason perhaps the claims have been made by Atishi that it would be another four leaders named Raghav Chadda, Durgesh Pathak, Atishi herself, and Saurabh Bharadwaj who will be arrested before the polls. She also claimed that it was Operation Lotus that BJP is running. Close associates to the Bharatiya Janata Party informed her that in the upcoming days, if they wanted to save their career, their political career instead, they should join the Bharatiya Janata Party. Otherwise, they will be also jailed. And there would be sections that will be imposed under the PMLA in which they will be arrested. Later, when the entire Aam Aadmi Party senior leadership would be arrested, it would be Bharatiya Janata Party who will go to LG seeking that presidential rule should be imposed in Delhi, and later the government will be dissolved so that Aam Aadmi Party's government could be dissolved in the national capital. These are the claims that were made by Atishi, and Bharatiya Janata Party in a rebuttal clearly stated that once the name had been mentioned by their own leader, Atishi, because of fear of being arrested, doing a press conference, making claims that there is Operation Lotus and there will be arrested. Remember, it is already Aam Aadmi Party senior leadership, including Manish Sisodiya, Satendra Jain, Sanjay Singh and Arvind Kejriwal, who are behind the bars and currently placed under arrest in Tihar prison. And now it is Atishi who had made claims that four of their leaders could be arrested very soon in the upcoming days, fearing their arrest.
All right, thanks very much, Aishwarya, for joining us with the very latest. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. Well, April 2nd is observed as World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness about autism spectrum disorder, ASD, and promote inclusion of those living with autism. As a part of our initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, we are trying to foster understanding, support, and acceptance for those on the autism spectrum.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Can you give us like say 3 of your strongest takeaways of not to do's or to do's? Because it's a map you have to, parenting, it's a slow process. But the 3 things one can keep in mind even today in this very pressure-driven world, goal-driven world for our kids.
Well, I think the main takeaway is that parents need to connect with their children, understand who their children are, and understand that every goal or every solution out there will not be tailor-made for your child. You have to attune to each child's essence and connect to who that child is. The second takeaway is connect before you correct. First, try to understand what's going on within the child. Their behavior is only on the surface, but underneath the behavior is a need that the child has that we have to help the child discover and solve. And number 3 is every reaction to your child is more about you than it is about your child. So if you want to really do this as consciously as possible, you have to examine your own reactions and understand where they are coming from. And number 4, the traditional ways of disciplining our children only create more harm. The main concern is this constant hunger for approval and significance from the outside world.
Dr. Shefali, I had the chance to hear you on Super Soul Sunday talking to Oprah Winfrey. This is
The Supreme Court has put Baba Ramdev and the centre in the dock in the Patanjali misleading ads case. The court asked the government why it chose to keep its eyes shut. Baba Ramdev apologizes. The Supreme Court says, we don't accept, we'll initiate contempt action. Kejriwal in jail. AAP minister claims she's next. Kejriwal exposed his own minister, claims the BJP. The central government steps into the Vistara chaos, seeks a detailed report amid flight disruptions. Over 36 Vistara flights have been affected since the morning. NDTV Profit Exclusive brings you the inside track of the Vistara chaos. India versus China on renaming places in Arunachal Pradesh. The Ministry of External Affairs calls it a senseless attempt. India rejects China's renaming. Is the Maharashtra NDA seat-sharing deal all but done? Sources indicate that the dispute over 7 seats nears a resolution. However, a tug-of-war continues over the Mumbai seats. Summer of 24 likely to be too hot to handle as the weatherman predicts extreme weather conditions from April until June. Central and South India to be the worst hit. However, Delhi, Punjab, Haryana and Chandigarh are likely to be spared. Welcome back. The big political story. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is in Karnataka. He is going to be holding a massive roadshow today. This, of course, is the BJP looks to once again regain lost momentum in the state of Karnataka. My colleague Pratibha joins us with the very latest. Pratibha, it is a huge roadshow that has been planned. What's the plan as far as Amit Shah's visit to Karnataka is concerned today?
Well, in fact, we are told that Mr. Amit Shah would be holding a meeting with the JDS as well as the BJP leaders today to iron out the strategies as well as chalk out plans for the campaign. By holding a meeting with both of them, it started off at around 10 a.m. Mr. H.D. Kumarasamy stepped in at around 11:30, 12, and the meeting was on quite a brainstorming session of sorts that took place at the Taj West End Hotel in Bengaluru. And from here on, he would be heading to the Bengaluru Palace grounds, where there would be a convention that will be held, where he would be meeting sitting leaders of 6 Lok Sabha constituencies. The intention of this meeting is to not just sound the poll bugle this evening, but also to iron out various differences and as well quell rebellion that has been brewing within the party of the BJP. So a core committee meeting, and after which he would be sounding the poll bugle in one of the high-profile constituencies, which is the Bengaluru Rural, which will be seeing a fight between Congress veteran D.K. Suresh and the son-in-law of former PM H.D. Deve Gowda, Mr. Manjunath, who would be fighting on a BJP ticket. It is the Channapatna area, which is around 1.5 hours from here, from Bengaluru, where there would be a 3-kilometer roadshow that will be held this evening. This sends out 2 messages. One, how the BJP stands with the JDS in this particular election, and 2 is to start off the campaign strategy from Bengaluru Rural, which is, remember, the lone constituency which voted for the Congress as far as 2019 Lok Sabha election is concerned. So this time the BJP trying to leave no stone unturned as far as the campaign strategies as well as the campaign for the Lok Sabha election in Karnataka is concerned. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha, thanks very much for joining us with the very latest. So, a 3-kilometer road show that has been planned this evening. Of course, Amit Shah set to launch the Lok Sabha campaign in Karnataka. And well, let's now shift our focus from Karnataka, I beg your pardon, to Maharashtra and get you the latest as far as the Maharashtra NDA seat sharing agreement is concerned. Sources have indicated to NDTV that the dispute over a few seats in Mumbai continues. However, the main dispute over the 7 seats between the Maharashtra NDA allies appears to be nearing an end. Sources have indicated that the BJP is likely to get Ratnagiri and Sindhudurg as well as Palghar. The BJP will also get Satara, which was, remember, being eyed by the NCP's Ajit Pawar. We're also learning that the Shinde Sena is likely to get Aurangabad and Thane, while Ajit Pawar NCP is likely to get Osmanabad and Nasik. So the seat sharing there between the Mahayuti partners likely to now be ironed out soon. Radhika has the details. Radhika is joining us live at the moment. So Radhika, the deal appears to be all but done.
Yes, that's what it looks like. In fact, there has been consensus reached over several of the disputed seats, which include at least about 7 to 8 seats. We know for a fact that announcements have been made for over 30 to 35 seats as far as the entire Mahayuti is concerned. There were disputes over 8 seats. There's still dispute over a few seats within Mumbai, including South Mumbai. That needs to be ironed out at this point. But as far as the other seats are concerned, which include Aurangabad, Satara, Palghar, Osmanabad, Nasik, consensus has been reached. BJP to get 3 of those, which include Satara, Sindhudurg as well as Palghar. As far as NCP is concerned, they will get Osmanabad as well as Nasik, and Aurangabad and Thane to go to Sena. Now, as far as Satara is concerned, both the NCP and BJP had been staking claim. However, BJP has managed to get it. Even as far as Sindhudurg is concerned, Sena had been staking claim, but it has gone to BJP. In fact, Nasik is going to NCP after much tug of war. In fact, we believe that Chhagan Bhujbal will be fielded from Nasik, although that seat has a sitting MP from Sena who'd been putting a lot of pressure, but despite that, looks like that seat is going to go to NCP. At this point, also the seat such as Thane, we know for a fact that is
I'm afraid I'm going to have to interrupt you there, Radhika. Apologies for having interrupted you, but Prime Minister Modi is in fact addressing a rally in Rudrapur in Uttarakhand, and we're going to dip in and listen in to the Prime Minister.
देवभूमि का ये आशीर्वाद ये मेरी बहुत बड़ी पूंजी है। देवभूमि के हर गांव से मुझे आपका जो प्यार मिल रहा है, आपके आशीर्वाद मिल रहे हैं, मैं इसके लिए आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। भाइयों बहनों, और ये चुनावी सभा भी ऐसे क्षेत्र में हो रही है जिसे मिनी इंडिया कहा जाता है। और एक प्रकार से ये देवभूमि के भी आशीर्वाद है और मिनी इंडिया के भी आशीर्वाद है। मैं जब भी उत्तराखंड की पवित्र धरती पर आता हूं, खुद को बहुत धन्य महसूस करता हूं। और इसीलिए ही मेरे दिल की गहराई से एक बात निकली थी और मैंने एक बार यहां कहा भी था, देवभूमि के ध्यान से ही, देवभूमि के ध्यान से ही मैं सदा धन्य हो जाता हूं। हाय भाग्य मेरा, हाय भाग्य मेरा, सौभाग्य मेरा, मैं तुमको शीश नवाता हूं। साथियों, देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के प्रति भाजपा का जो प्रेम है, जो अपनत्व है, वो जग जाहिर है। हमें उत्तराखंड को विकसित बनाना है, सबसे आगे लेकर जाना है। और इसके लिए केंद्र की भाजपा सरकार कोई कोर कसर बाकी नहीं छोड़ रही है। बीते 10 वर्षों में जितना विकास उत्तराखंड का हुआ है, उतना आजादी के बाद के 60-65 साल में भी नहीं हुआ है। आज उत्तराखंड हर प्रकार की आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़ रहा है। उत्तराखंड में भाजपा ने गरीबों को 85,000 पक्के घर बनाकर दिए हैं। उत्तराखंड में भाजपा ने 12 लाख घरों तक पानी का कनेक्शन पहुंचाया है। यहां भाजपा सरकार ने 5.5 लाख से ज्यादा शौचालयों का निर्माण कराया है। यहां की 5 लाख से ज्यादा महिलाओं को उज्ज्वला गैस मुफ्त गैस कनेक्शन दिया गया है। यहां करीब 3 लाख लोगों को स्वामित्व योजना के तहत उनकी प्रॉपर्टी के कार्ड दिए गए हैं। उत्तराखंड के 35 लाख लोगों के पास पहले बैंक में खाते तक नहीं थे। भाजपा सरकार ने 35 लाख लोगों के बैंक खाते खुलवाए हैं, उन्होंने बैंकों से जोड़ा। भाजपा सरकार ने उत्तराखंड के छोटे किसानों के बैंक खातों में 2,200 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा सीधे भेजे हैं। भाइयों बहनों, ये सूची बहुत लंबी है, लेकिन मैं इसमें आपका ज्यादा समय नहीं लेता। लेकिन इतने सारे काम कैसे होते हैं? जब नीयत सही होती है, जब नीयत सही होती है तो ऐसे ही काम होते हैं। और इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, नियत सही तो नतीजे भी सही। साथियों, आप जानते हैं कि मोदी ने भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने की गारंटी दी है। तीसरी बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत का मतलब है लोगों की कमाई बढ़ेगी, लोगों को नौकरी के अवसर बढ़ेंगे, गांव हो शहर हो सुविधा बढ़ेगी और इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ ये देवभूमि मेरे उत्तराखंड को भी होगा। और आप जानते हैं, मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। अब याद कीजिए, मैंने आपसे कहा था कि यहां एम्स का सैटेलाइट सेंटर बनेगा। मैंने ये गारंटी पूरी करके दिखाई। बाबा केदार के आशीर्वाद से मेरे मुंह से निकला था, ये दशक उत्तराखंड का दशक होने वाला है। कमल निशान पर पड़ा आपका हर वोट इसी संकल्प को और सशक्त करेगा। साथियों, मोदी की गारंटी ने उत्तराखंड के घर घर में सुविधा पहुंचाई है, लोगों का स्वाभिमान बढ़ाया है। अब तीसरे टर्म में आपका ये बेटा एक और बड़ा काम करने जा रहा है। मेरा लक्ष्य है आपको 24 घंटे बिजली मिले, बिजली का बिल 0 हो, बिजली का बिल 0 हो और बिजली से कमाई भी हो। इसके लिए मोदी ने पीएम सूर्य घर मुफ्त बिजली योजना शुरू की है। इसके तहत छत पर सोलर पैनल लगाने के लिए सरकार मदद दे रही है। इससे जो एक मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार होता है, जिसके घर में 3-4 पंखे हो, 1-2 एसी हो, वॉशिंग मशीन हो, रेफ्रिजरेटर हो, एक छोटी सी इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल के चार्जिंग की बात हो, तो करीब करीब उसको 300 यूनिट बिजली खपती है। ये 300 यूनिट तो मुफ्त मिलेगी और जरूरत से ज्यादा जो बिजली होगी उसको सरकार खरीदेगी और आपको उससे कमाई होगी। क्या आप इस योजना का लाभ लेंगे? जीरो बिल वाली योजना का लाभ लेंगे? तो उसकी एप्लीकेशन कर दीजिए। उसका एप्लीकेशन का काम चालू है। आपके इस सेवक ने बहनों के लिए नमो ड्रोन दीदी योजना भी बनाई है। इसके तहत महिला स्वयं सहायता समूह को लाखों रुपयों का ड्रोन दिया जा रहा है। और हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है, गांव-गांव हमारी बहनें ड्रोन पायलट बन रही है। इसका भी बड़ा लाभ यहां देवभूमि मेरे उत्तराखंड की बहनों बेटियों को भी होगा। साथियों, आपको लगता होगा इतना सारा काम मोदी कर रहा है, घर घर कुछ न कुछ पहुंच रहा है, तो ये मोदी थकता क्यों नहीं है? ये मोदी रुकता क्यों नहीं है? अरे कोई और होता तो मौज करता। मोदी मौज करने के लिए पैदा नहीं हुआ है, मोदी मेहनत करने के लिए पैदा हुआ है। मोदी आपके लिए मेहनत करने के लिए पैदा हुआ है। और इसलिए मेरे भाइयों बहनों, ये जो 10 साल में हुआ है ना, पहले वालों से बहुत ज्यादा हुआ है, हर कोई मानता है, लेकिन मोदी नहीं मानता है। मोदी तो कहता है ये 10 साल में जो विकास हुआ है ना, वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर। अभी तो बहुत कुछ करना है। अभी तो हमें देश को बहुत आगे लेकर जाना है, और तब तक न रुकना है न थकना है। और अभी तो हमें ये हमारे उत्तराखंड को भी बहुत 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 आगे लेकर के जाना है। मेरा प्रयास है कि केदार खंड की तरह ही मानस खंड से भी देश और दुनिया और अधिक परिचित हो। पिछले वर्ष मैं आदि कैलाश गया था, तब पूरे देश ने इस क्षेत्र के अद्भुत सामर्थ्य को देखा था। और अभी मुझे अजय जी बता रहे थे कि पहले तो आदि कैलाश को कोई जानता नहीं था। कभी कभार लोग आते थे, संख्या मुश्किल से 5000 होती थी। अब ये आंकड़ा लाखों में पहुंच रहा है। साथियों, खेती हो, पर्यटन हो या फिर इंडस्ट्री, इस क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व संभावनाएं बनने जा रही है। मैं उत्तराखंड के नौजवानों से कहूंगा, मेरे हर भाई बहन से मैं कहना चाहूंगा, आपका सपना ही मोदी का संकल्प है। बीते वर्षों में यहां से पलायन रुका है। वो दिन दूर नहीं जब रोजगार के लिए शहर गए साथी वापस लौटेंगे। भाई और बहनों, मोदी के इन प्रयासों के बीच कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन ने अपने इरादे दिखा दिए हैं। कांग्रेस के शाही परिवार के शाहजादे ने ऐलान किया है कि अगर देश ने तीसरी बार बीजेपी सरकार को चुनी, आग लग जाएगी। 60 साल तक देश पर राज करने वाले 10 साल सत्ता से बाहर क्या रह गए? अब देश में आग लगाने की बात कर रहे हैं। क्या ये आग लगाने की बात आपको मंजूर है? क्या इस देश को आग लगाने देंगे? क्या आग लगाने की ये भाषा उचित है? क्या ये आग लगाने वाली भाषा लोकतंत्र की भाषा है? ऐसे लोगों को सजा करोगे? पक्की सजा करोगे?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now to move towards the last section, by far my favorite section of this episode, क्योंकि यहाँ पे I get to answer your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं. Let's see kind of questions we have this week और क्या
उत्तराखंड के लोग भूल नहीं सकते कि इसी कांग्रेस ने देश के वीर सपूत स्वर्गीय बिपिन रावत जी तक का अपमान किया था। ऐसी कांग्रेस से देशभक्ति की भाषा, उनकी देशभक्ति की बातें किसी के गले उतरती नहीं है। साथियों, कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण के दलदल में ऐसा धंस गई है कि कभी देश हित का सोच ही नहीं सकती। यही कांग्रेस है जो घुसपैठियों को बढ़ावा देती है, लेकिन जब भाजपा सीएए के माध्यम से मां भारती में आस्था रखने वालों को भारत की नागरिकता देती है, तो कांग्रेस को सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफ होती है।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Supreme Court has put Baba Ramdev and the centre in the dock over the Patanjali misleading ads case. Ramdev apologized in the court, but the Supreme Court said, "We don't accept the apology, we'll initiate contempt action." Arvind Kejriwal in jail, and AAP Minister Atishi claims she, along with two others, is next. Says that the BJP has made them an offer to join or go to jail. Kejriwal has exposed his own ministers, retorts the BJP. The centre and the DGCA have stepped into the Vistara chaos controversy as flight disruptions now amount to 36 since today morning. Is the summer of 2024 going to be too hot to handle? The Met Department has predicted extreme April to June heat. Central and South India are likely to be the worst hit. However, Delhi, Punjab, Haryana and Chandigarh are likely to be spared.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are...
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
On the Vistara flight disruptions, the centre has sought a detailed report from the airline. This after over 36 Vistara flights have been affected. Since the morning, NDTV Profit gets us an inside track of the Vistara chaos as several pilots call in sick. The Supreme Court puts Ramdev and the centre in the dock, asks why did the government choose to keep its eyes shut on the Patanjali misleading ads case. Ramdev apologizes to the Supreme Court, but the top court says we don't accept apology, will initiate contempt action. With Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in jail, Aam Aadmi Party minister claims that she's next. Atishi says 4 more AAP leaders will be arrested. BJP hits back, says Kejriwal has exposed his own minister. 3 female students of West Bengal's Vistara University alleged sexual harassment by a visiting professor. The professor denies it, alleges a conspiracy. India versus China on renaming places in Arunachal. The Ministry of External Affairs hits back, says China's senseless attempts to rename places, rejects China's renaming of places in Arunachal Pradesh. And Lalu Yadav's daughter Rohini Acharya starts her poll campaign. Rohini is contesting against BJP's Rajiv Pratap Rudy from Saran, and she kicks off her election campaign today. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our top story now. The Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia sought a detailed report from Vistara regarding the flight cancellations and major delays. Remember, this has caused massive disruption for many passengers. The minister has also asked the airline to the steps that they're taking to deal with the inconvenience that they're causing to passengers across the country. This after at least 38 Vistara flights originating from key cities were cancelled this morning as the airline reeled under the non-availability of pilots. As many as 15 flights taking off from Mumbai, 12 from Delhi, 11 from Bengaluru were among those that were cancelled. This comes after more than 50 Vistara flights were cancelled yesterday and about 160 delayed. In fact, many of the passengers had complained of poor communication from the airline and the hours-long wait at the airport and slammed the airline for harassing passengers. In fact, Vistara has put out a statement in which they've said that they accept this massive flight cancellations. It says the cancellation is due to the crew unavailability and decided to temporarily reduce the number of flights, offering alternate flight options as well as refunds, also claiming that they have deployed larger aircrafts on select domestic routes to combine flights or accommodate more number of customers wherever possible. Vistara has also said, furthermore, we are offering alternate flight options or refunds to affected customers as applicable. And once again, we understand that these disruptions have caused immense discomfort to our customers. Vistara putting out that statement, but NDTV profits, Aditya Rao gets us the inside details about this chaos playing out in Vistara, with several pilots calling in sick as they're protesting the revised salary structure.
As we have been picking up from our sources, that the pilots were sent an email earlier this month, and the airline Vistara airline had asked the pilots to accept the new salary structure, which was the 40-hour fixed salary for the pilots if they report to the duty for 15 days a month. And after this, the new salary structure, the pilots were also told that if the new salary structure was not signed by the 15th of March, the pilots will be deprived of any of the future benefits which will come across after the mega merger of the Air India. And also what we are picking up from our sources is that the pilots were offered a one-time bonus based on their ranks for signing this letter, and the first officers were promised a sum of rupees 3.5 lakhs on signing this letter, and the captains were promised a sum of rupees 4.5 lakhs on signing the letter of the new salary structure. After this salary structure was announced and the pilots were asked to sign this, many of the pilots have reported sick for the duty, and as I'm picking up from my sources, 20 to 25 pilots from the Delhi base currently are reporting sick. So what we are picking up from our sources is that Vistara Airlines has been calling out the pilots out of their duty hours, and my sources are telling me that Vistara pilots have been called out and pulled out of their non-scheduled days, and with a notice of less than 2 hours to manage the flight operations, which seem to be very tough at the moment for the airlines right now.
Well, let's go across to Sujata Dwivedi now, who joins us from the Mumbai airport. What's the situation now, Sujata? Have things settled down? Are passengers more aware? Many of them no longer coming to the airport as they've been informed beforehand about their flight status.
Well, yes, and the flight disruption seems to be being taken forward, where on one end flights are being cancelled, whereas also there is a delay that could be seen in the flight. But now what we get to know is that there is a help desk that has been set up, and also people are being informed either on their WhatsApp or their contact numbers via text messaging that their flights are delayed, and also the team has asked them to reach at a particular time when the flight will take off. So this is somewhere a step that has been taken to lessen the harassment that the passengers are going through, and also after the outrage on social media that could be seen, where the passengers were clearly unhappy with the services that they were getting from the airlines. And now that since morning 15 flights from Bombay have been cancelled, 10 from New Delhi and 5 each from Bangalore and Kolkata is what we get to know. And aim is this, here in Mumbai 15 flights cancelled and many of them are delayed, which is why we see no passengers coming here and waiting at the airport for long hours. But also they have been informed, which is a good step, but the flight delays and cancellation seems to be going on, and today being the day 2, there's still the cancellation of flights that are expected. And also as per the release, it was stated that either the passengers will be provided with an alternative flight or they will be given a full refund as per the terms and conditions that are laid forward. So aim is this, we are expecting the passengers to come when and where the time has been provided to them, and also at the same time at present Vistara Airlines is currently working upon to make sure that the passengers are in a good state of mind, where all the frustration could be seen being vented out on social media platforms. And also now that the Ministry of Civil Aviation has asked for a report for the cancellation of more than 100 flights in the last week. and also more are to be coming in the upcoming days, and the reason that is being coming out is now the salary structure that has been changed for the pilots and the cabin crew.
Right, so many of them are not coming in because of their unhappiness over the salary structure. But Sujata, has it helped with the Civil Aviation Ministry now stepping in with Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia asking for a detailed report? So can we expect the situation to better and Vistara to do more for the passengers?
Absolutely, and also talking about that, the Vistara Airlines, in an updated statement that it put forward, it clearly stated that they will be working towards providing better, better services to the customers, and be it making sure that there are merger flights that are being made available for the passengers, or also a full refund or a good alternative flight is what is other options that were put forward before the passengers. And also at the same time, now that the Ministry of Central Aviation has stepped in, considering it as a serious matter, because on one end the passengers were clearly seeming unhappy and also in frustration with this entire incident turning up, where they used to come to the airport at the given time, and later after waiting for 8 to 10 hours they found out that their flights were cancelled, and this eventually was not a good put forward thing by the airlines, for which the passengers even complained on social media. And now that the ministry has stepped in and asked for a detailed report, somewhere the reason behind it has to be put forward, because not only the passengers but also the internal team of the Vistara Airlines seems to be unhappy with the entire conduct that is currently being seen, where the salary structure being changed ahead of the merger, and also at the same time where the cabin crew have also applied for sick leave, and pilots amongst them. So at this point of time, on one end, passengers unhappy, cabin crew and pilots unhappy. So of course, there is a proper action that is required, for which the Central Aviation Ministry had to step in. And now that Scindia is finally in and questioning and needs a report on the same, Vistara already has assured the people for action, and now they will hopefully do so. Over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Sujata, for joining us with all those details. Moving on to other news now, and be ready for action is what the Supreme Court said to Ramdev in the case of misleading ads. The Supreme Court today came down heavily on Patanjali Ayurved's co-founder Ramdev and Managing Director Balkrishna for their absolute defiance in not filing proper affidavits over the company's misleading advertisements. Not just the Supreme Court, every order passed by the courts across the country has to be respected. This is absolute defiance, is what the top court said today. The top court observed that advertisements issued by Patanjali are in the teeth of law of the land and be ready for action, is what the Supreme Court has told them. The Supreme Court also pulled up the center for not taking action and said they were sitting with their eyes shut. We are wondering why the government chose to keep their eyes shut, is what the bench said. The Supreme Court also asked Ramdev and Balkrishna to be present in the court on April 10th. That's the next day of hearing in the matter, and have said to be ready for action. Let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now for more. And Sunil, the Supreme Court had some very tough words for Ramdev, Balkrishna, as well as for the centre, and now on the 10th they've said be ready for some action.
That's right. First, of course, on the centre, in particular the Health Ministry, the Ayush Department, on why they shut their eyes, why they didn't take action when they said that there was a cure and gave misleading ads. What steps did they take? Did they issue a clarification? What was the Health Secretary doing? What was the Ayush Department doing? They have a lot to answer, they said. And also, more importantly, saying when that people were dying at that time, what action was contemplated, when, we are talking about 2020 and beyond that for 2022 when we issued notices. Having said that, Baba Ramdev was there present along with the, Mr. Balakrishnan, both of them present in the court. They were asked to sit down, and they heard the counsels, and from the, for nearly an hour, they grilled them. And when I say grilled, they really tore the counsels of both Baba Ramdev as well as Balakrishnan to pieces, saying that they hadn't come with an apology. What do you mean by saying that you come here to submit an apology? And why was your affidavit not in order? And then went into the affidavit piece by piece to say that it really contemplates into perjury. and various points of how their media department had said that they are not aware of any Supreme Court order, and making it clear, Justice Seema Kohli said that from the bottom of the line, everybody from top to down, everybody should know about the Supreme Court order, and it should be driven down. So clearly the councils themselves saying that there is a lacuna on our part. We apologize for the same, and both judges extremely sharp on Baba Ramdev as well as Mr. Balkrishna. They've asked them to file their replies, their apologies, whatever they want to. They refuse to accept it today, and ask them to be personally present once again in the Supreme Court on the 10th when they hear this matter. This, of course, after the Solicitor General himself had to intervene, saying that I'm an officer of the court, to cool things off and take action in terms of, the Health Secretary, or for that matter, the Ayush Department, who have turned a blind eye to the acts of omission and commission of Patanjali, claiming, that they have been able to have medical cures without any scientific evidence or basis. Because this affects not people like you and me, but millions others who are blindly believing these products and buying it.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So some tough words there from the Supreme Court for Ramdev, and now the next hearing on the 10th. News from West Bengal now, where 3 women students of the Vishwa Bharati University complained about sexual harassment by a guest professor. The students alleged that the professor had sought sexual favors for passing them in the semester exams. The students filed a complaint with the police, and an FIR has also been registered. The students also complained to the Internal Complaints Committee. Now, the professor, who teaches Arabic, denied these allegations against him. Instead, he said that it is a conspiracy against him.
নাম এগুলো লিখিনি, এগুলো পুরো ভিত্তিহীন। আমরা দপ্তরার তালা মেরে বিক্ষোভ দেখাচ্ছি কেন সেটা বলতে পারবো না ওরা কেন বিক্ষোভ দেখাচ্ছে, বাট ওরা জোর করে এগুলোকে সাজিয়ে একটা চক্রান্ত করে এগুলোকে জাস্ট করার চেষ্টা করে। এটা ওদের রাগ একটাই, আমি ওদের এক্সাম ডিউটিতে গার্ড দিই, গার্ডের জন্য ওরা কম্পালসারি যে পেপারগুলো, যেগুলো আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্টেরও পেপার নয়, সেই পেপারগুলো তারা ফেল করে যায়। তো সেই চার্জ আমার উপরে আসে যে আমি নাকি ওদেরকে ফেল করিয়েছি। যে এক্সামের কোশ্চেন ডিপার্টমেন্ট বানায় না, যে এক্সামের খাতাও ডিপার্টমেন্ট চেক করে না, সেই এক্সামের নাকি ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে ফেল করানো হয়েছে। মানে এগুলো জাস্ট মিথ্যা অভিযোগ, ভিত্তিহীন অভিযোগ।
আমরা অভিযোগ দায়ের বলতে উনি যেভাবে আমাদেরকে মেন্টালি টর্চার করছেন দিনের পর দিন, সেটার জন্য আমরা অভিযোগ দায়ের করেছি, যাতে ওনার এই যে অধিকারটার জন্য উনি এত বড় বড় আমাদেরকে থ্রেট দিচ্ছেন বা যাই করছেন, এই অধিকার যেন ওনার কাছ থেকে ছিনিয়ে নেওয়া হয়। এটা তো চলেই আসছে, প্রেপারেটরি থেকেই চলে আসছে, কিন্তু এখন দিনের পর দিন জিনিসটা আরো বেশি ভাবে হচ্ছে, এমন ভাবেই হচ্ছে যে আমাদের দেওয়ালে পিঠ ঠেকে যাওয়ার মতন, আর আমরা এটাকে সহ্য করতে পারছি না। উনি বারবার করে ভয় দেখান, উনি বারবার করে বলেন যে ব্যাক দেওয়ার কথা, বারবার করে ফেল করার কথা বলেন, 4 বছর নষ্ট হয়ে যাওয়ার কথা বলেন। এগুলো বলে পরে উনি আমাদের সাথে অন্য কিছু আমাদের থেকে অন্য কিছু এক্সপেক্ট করেন। তো এগুলো তো সবসময় সম্ভব হয়ে ওঠে না, এগুলো তো একটা স্টুডেন্টের পক্ষে মেনে নেওয়া অসম্ভব। তো এবার আমাদের কাছে রাস্তা, উনি যদি এরকম করে আমাদেরকে চাপ দিতে থাকেন, তাহলে আমাদের মাথায় তো অন্য কিছু আসছে। থানাতে এফআইআর করলাম, শান্তিনিকেতন থানায়, মহিলা থানায়। মেন্টালি যেটা মেসেজ করে উনি পার্সোনাল হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে, তো উনি আমাদের ব্যাক দেওয়ার থ্রেট দেন। আবার এক্সাম দেওয়ার 2 দিন পরই বলে যে আপনি তুমি ব্যাক পেয়েছো, এরকম করে। কারণ 2 দিনের মধ্যে খাতা চেকের সম্ভব না, আর 2 দিনের মধ্যে কেউ বলতেও পারবে না যে ব্যাক পেয়েছে। তো আর তা আবার অন্য সাবজেক্টের, একই সাবজেক্ট না, এরকম দেয়। আবার তার মধ্যে মেসেজ করে যে আপনি বাড়িতে বলেছো কিনা ব্যাক পাওয়ার, এরকম পার্সোনালি মেসেজ। তারপর বলে এরপরে যদি আবার ব্যাক পাও তাহলে কি করবে। তারপর ইনফ্যাক্ট আমাকে আমার বাড়ির অ্যাড্রেস পর্যন্ত জিজ্ঞেস করেছে যে বাড়ি কোথায়, তোমার বান্ধবীর বাড়ি কোথায়, এরকম করে। তার মধ্যে 10 তারিখে, মার্চের 10 তারিখে আমাদের একটা কলেজে একটা গান্ধী কিছু একটা ছিল, তো সেদিন আমরা গেছিলাম। তো উনি পার্সোনালি রুমে ডেকে আমাকে কচুরিও পর্যন্ত খাইয়ে দিয়েছেন, হট করে, যেটা সাডেনলি যেটা হয়, দেন টাচ করেছে, এরকম টাইপের। এবার
Well, let's go across to Saurabh now for more on this. And Saurabh, police investigating the students, making these claims, the professor, however, denying it, and now a matter of the police investigation.
That's right. This has become a police investigation with the filing of the complaint, and also we believe that the internal complaints committee of the university has also, taken up an investigation. Given the fact that this has also reached the ICC, the professor, of course, has denied all, charges that have been made by the students. Earlier, there was a little bit of a protest by the students as well, and this has taken place in one of the schools under the Vishwabharati, university. And what we understand is that the professor is, of course, a teacher of the Arabic language, and the students say that has been going on for some while, and only once their backs were against the wall that they managed to complain. The professor says that he was very strict during the invigilation duty, and he would not. He would always guard them, and that is why these allegations have been made against him. And he also says that he has a copy of the WhatsApp chats that were the basis of this allegation, and he says there is nothing that is, suggestive in those chats that amount to the charges of the complainants in this case. The complainants in this case are students of the university, and therefore the police have also registered a complaint based on the complaint they have received from the students.
All right, so very serious charges made by those students now being investigated. The professor, however, clearly denying it. Thanks so much, Saurabh, for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side, Home Minister Amit Shah in Karnataka will get you the details.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer.
Company say
Welcome welcome back. Let's get to election news now. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah has set foot in Karnataka to sound the poll bugle ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. He's holding a series of meetings with the BJP and JDS leaders in Bengaluru. He'll then hold a convention with 5 Lok Sabha constituency leaders at the palace grounds, followed by a core committee meeting with the BJP state leadership. A 3-kilometer road show will take place this evening at Channapatna, which falls in one of the high-profile constituencies, Bengaluru Rural. Amit Shah is all set to embark on the election campaign journey in the state with the lone constituency that won the Congress during 2019 Lok Sabha election. And let's get you news of the Prime Minister, who was in Uttarakhand, and later he'll be in Rajasthan's Kotputli to kickstart the BJP's poll campaign in the desert state. The Prime Minister will address a rally there in the afternoon in support of BJP veteran Rao Rajendra Singh, who takes on Congress's Anil Chopra. The seat of Jaipur rural area was held by Rajavardhan Rathore, who is now an MLA and a minister in the Bhajanlal government. The Prime Minister is expected to set the tone and tenor for the BJP's campaign in the state, and Kotputli has been strategically chosen as it borders a key constituency: Dausa, Churu, Jhunjhunu, Alwar and Sikar. So the Prime Minister, who was in Uttarakhand earlier, he addressed a rally a short while ago in Uttarakhand, and now he will be coming to Rajasthan to launch the campaign in Rajasthan ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. He will be holding the first Lok Sabha poll rally. He will campaign in Kotputli in Rajasthan. Kotputli considered a gateway to the desert state. In some breaking news now coming in from Gurugram in Haryana, the District Food Safety Department has taken action against the restaurant that had served a mouth freshener that turned out to be dry ice to customers. Now some action has been taken, and the license of La Foresta restaurant in Sector 90 has been revoked. Remember, this video had gone viral at the time, which showed customers following dinner had been offered mouth freshener by the restaurant, which turned out to be dry ice, and it caused immense medical problems for them. They had to be rushed to the hospital, and it was 5 of the customers who were affected in this incident. So now the Food and Safety Department cancelled the license of La Foresta restaurant. It was said later by the restaurant that one of their staff had inadvertently, that a packet of dry ice had fallen down and perhaps had been put on the counter and then mixed with the mouth freshener, had been put on the tray with mouth fresheners and then offered to the customers. However, this was horrifying footage that had gone viral at the time that showed the kind of distress the customers were going through after they had eaten this dry ice and put it in their mouth, and they were facing this sort of very serious medical situation. They were then rushed to the hospital. In fact, one of the complaints of the customers was that the restaurant did not even help in this emergency situation, and they all had to act themselves and take the 5 customers to the hospital, where some were even in a very serious condition for some time. So now the Food Safety Department stepping in there after their inquiry has been done and cancelling the license of La Foresta. Let's go across to Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, this was a very shocking incident, and one couldn't understand how these customers had been served this dry ice. Finally, after investigation, now the Food Safety Department has cancelled the license.
This restaurant had allegedly served dry ice as mouth freshener, and after that, the District Food Health Department had served them notice to come up and explain to the department that whether they are sort of serving adulterated or unsafe food, and why dry ice was mixed with the mouth freshener, which was served to the people there. 5 people were hospitalized after consuming it. But the food safety officer expressed the skepticism surrounding the hygienic conditions as proposed in the Food Safety and Standards Act. And this particular notice was served last month on 7th of March. So almost they were given 15 days to come up with an explanation or respond to the show cause notice, but they didn't turn up, neither did they reply or send any kind of response to the department, after which their license has been cancelled. Now, initially it was found after the testing in the lab test that it was dry ice, and hence the owner along with his 2 accomplices were booked in the case.
All right. Thanks so much, Ghazali, for joining us with those latest developments. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
Goal.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV.
युवा तो आपकी सोच में है, आपके काम में है।
कांग्रेस के महासचिव सचिन पायलट जी,
आप काम ना करने दें, उनके खाते सीज कर दें, तो ये एक हेल्दी साइन नहीं है हमारी डेमोक्रेसी के लिए।
अगर आप पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो, आपको टैक्स नहीं लगेगा, लेकिन आपको रिटर्न हर साल फाइल करना है। माय बॉस, प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी इज द बेस्ट।
You know, chose the name Rani only because I saw so many wonderful queens while growing up.
That's how the name came about. It was cute plus uterus is cuterus.
आप कोई भी एक्टिविटी
During his rally in Uttarakhand, the Prime Minister's scathing attack against the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi says some people want to set this country on fire. The centre has sought a detailed report from Vistara on the flight disruptions. This after over 36 Vistara flights have been affected since the morning. The Supreme Court puts Ramdev and centre in the dock, asks why did the government choose to keep its eyes shut over the Patanjali misleading ads case. Even though Ramdev apologized in the Supreme Court, the top court says we don't accept apology, will initiate contempt action. Aam Aadmi Party leader and Minister Atishi says that she is next in line to be arrested. In fact, claims that 4 more Aam Aadmi Party leaders to be arrested. This after Kejriwal is already in jail. BJP hits back, says Kejriwal exposed his own minister. 3 students from West Bengal's Vistara University have alleged sexual harassment by a visiting professor. The guest professor, however, has denied these allegations, says he's been very tough invigilator, claims it's a conspiracy. And the Ministry of External Affairs hits back after China renames 30 places in Arunachal Pradesh, says China's senseless attempts to rename places and rejects this move. Lalu Prasad's daughter Rohini Acharya starts her poll campaign in Saran in Bihar. Rohini Acharya contesting for the first time. She's taking on BJP's Rajiv Pratap Rudy. Our top story, Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has sought a detailed report from Vistara regarding flight cancellations and major delays. The minister has also asked the airline the steps that they're taking to deal with inconvenience that has been caused to passengers. At least 38 Vistara flights originating from key cities were cancelled this morning as the airline reeled under the non-availability of pilots. as many as 15 flights taking off from Mumbai, 12 from Delhi, 11 from Bengaluru were among those cancelled. And this comes after more than 50 Vistara flights were cancelled yesterday and about 160 delayed. Passengers who spoke to NDTV yesterday had complained of poor communication and hours-long wait at the airport and slammed the airline for harassing passengers. In fact, the airline put out a statement saying, "We have had significant number of flight cancellations and delays. We acknowledge and are deeply concerned about the inconvenience this has caused to our customers. Having said that, our teams are working towards minimizing the discomfort to the customers. They're reducing the number of flights and also deploying larger aircrafts." All right, but with passengers facing so much inconvenience, many have questioned how it is that when passengers are late or even by a minute when and gates are shut, they're not allowed by the airlines to enter. In fact, they're often punished. However, when the airlines are inconveniencing passengers, there's no sort of trouble for the airlines and no steps are taken. In fact, a survey that was conducted, and I just like to quote this survey, Sachin Taparia, who will just speak to, has said that as flight cancellations rise, Indian flyers are once again raising what they had demanded earlier in the year, that penalties if airlines delay for internal reasons, just like when they show up a few minutes late for check-in, airlines deny boarding, forcing them to rebook on the next available flight for a sizable fare difference. Well, let's go across to Sachin for more on this. And Sachin, this is a very important issue, something that we've seen passengers in the past also talk about, how they are punished if they're late. However, when the airlines are in the wrong, there seems to be no sort of punishment, no sort of, compensation to the passengers.
Yeah, absolutely, Gargi. 7 in 10 passengers just in the last 12 months have had one or more delays for airline, internal reasons of the airline. So it's a fairly common problem. And the questions that many passengers have been asking is that, look, when we are late, even by a minute, we are pushed on the next flight or we are told to rebook rather on the next flight. And if the next flight is not available, the following flight. And many times, or rather most times, we are forced to rebook, paying the fare difference, the last minute fare difference. So thereby, they are incurring a monetary loss for being late. However, airlines, when they delay for internal reasons, whether it's crew, whether it is, other, internal reasons, there is no penalty. So the key ask from passengers at large is that there should be some kind of a penalty, whether it is 25% or 50% of the fare, that should be refunded in such cases back to the passengers. So it becomes even, or vice versa. If this is not feasible, then in that case, anytime a passenger is late, they should be put on the next flight, without any fare difference being charged to them. So the equation right now is clearly, tilted towards benefit of the airlines, and it needs to be made even.
No,
so
absolutely.
that way,
And
both
this
have
has
repercussions.
become extremely glaring in the face of what's happening right now with Vistara. Now you have the center stepping in, asking for a report. Vistara itself under pressure now, saying that, they're trying to adjust passengers and get larger, aircrafts, etc. And, apologizing for inconvenience. But yes, as you've said in this survey, if you could tell us a bit more about how many people were surveyed and also how 9 in 10 flyers want the government to mandate airlines to pay the value of a ticket 25 to 50% as penalty to them if they reschedule, because often people have fixed meetings, they have another flight that they're catching, etc. So they face a huge amount of inconvenience, and airlines seem to just get away with it.
Absolutely. So we had, Gargi, on this particular survey, we had 23,000 responses from over 300 districts of the country. So it's not a Delhi-Mumbai survey. This is, flyers from all over the country really saying this, that 9 in 10 basically saying that there has to be some penalty. And the key ask, again, is that, make it even. Because when a passenger, is delayed, they have hotel bookings, which they incur. Airlines are not going to reimburse them. And the other issue that many passengers have highlighted is that, the regulator many times, and I think the same happened today, that they came out and said that the airline, in this case, Vistara, should facilitate, passenger so they are not inconvenienced. What ends up happening many a times is that a 3-hour delay is not, advised to the passengers as a 3-hour delay. It's a 30-minute delay, then it's another 30 minutes, then it's another 30 minutes. And by the time it's done, it's 2.5, 3 hours late. And there is absolutely no penalty, at most a food voucher given to passengers if the delay is beyond a certain period. So I think this is something that the regulator has got to take a hard look and really have a passenger charter which is passenger centric, and so that way the equation is not tilted towards the advantage of the airlines.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Sachin, for joining us with that. And that sounded like a very familiar situation, being told 30 minutes and eventually it's a couple of hours that you're delayed. Thanks so much for speaking to NDTV.
Pleasure.
All right, returning now to election news, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi today addressed an election rally in Rudrapur in Uttarakhand, where he launched a scathing attack against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, where he said that some people want to set this country on fire. This after Rahul Gandhi had said during the India Bloc rally on Sunday that the country will be on fire if the BJP is re-elected.
कांग्रेस के शाही परिवार के शाहजादे ने ऐलान किया है कि अगर देश ने तीसरी बार बीजेपी सरकार को चुनी, आग लग जाएगी। 60 साल तक देश पर राज करने वाले 10 साल सत्ता से बाहर क्या रह गए? अब देश में आग लगाने की बात कर रहे हैं। क्या ये आग लगाने की बात आपको मंजूर है? क्या इस देश को आग लगाने देंगे? क्या आग लगाने की ये भाषा उचित है? क्या ये आग लगाने वाली भाषा लोकतंत्र की भाषा है? ऐसे लोगों को सजा करोगे? पक्की सजा करोगे?
All right, we're now joined by Madhu Gaud Yaski, a spokesperson of the Congress, and Ajay Alok, spokesperson of the BJP. Madhu Gaud, first, your response to this, the Prime Minister hitting out over Rahul Gandhi's statement about the country will be on fire, saying, is this the language of democracy?
Prime Minister is expert in twisting words and speaking to the people. What Mr. Gandhi has said it. And what kind of, is it right, Prime Minister, to call Shahzada? Is it a democratically valid statement what he's making? When he's faulting what Mr. Gandhi said it. Mr. Gandhi said is, when democratic constitutional institutions are compromised, and if elections are rigged, if elections match fixed, the people of this country will raise their voice, will they revolt. When the popular sentiment of the people is not reflected, when in the last 2019, over 100 seats, number of votes polled and counted votes are more than the votes polled. How that happens? Why the Election Commission not investigated in those constituencies where more votes been counted than the polled? So if elections are rigged, like in many countries happening, in a dictators are ruling and they're compromising the democratic process for their own good, and the people are ready to revolt. They've done it, whichever government in power, whichever leaders in power, they've done it, and people will revolt. That's what Mr. Gandhi mentioned.
All right. In fact, there's already been a complaint to the Election Commission over this match-fixing allegation that Rahul Gandhi has made. But Ajay Alok, your response to that?
Well, first of all, Congress and democracy, they are diametrically opposite to each other, which we have seen over the long period of 70 years. And what Rahul Gandhi said is not opposed to democracy. This is a statement which can be attributed to as an anti-national statement. The person who lives, who is a citizen of this country, and he aspires this country to be on fire if Modi is elected, this is something which is very anti-national, and that's why we have gone to Election Commission and said that these kind of leaders who are trying to vitiate the society are dangerous for democracy and dangerous for the integrity of India.
All right, and what do you say to what Madhu Gaud said, that this is a twisting of words? What Rahul Gandhi said, that, you know, if they win and changes the constitution, the country will be on fire. It's very different from Prime Minister saying that, you know, the country will be set on fire. So what are your comments on this, you know, claim that the Congress is making?
Well, I would like to ask the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi, since when they have become Nostradamus, that they are predicting the future, that if Modi is going to be elected, is going to change the constitution, or the constitution is going to be nullified. They are the new Nostradamus of India. I mean, this is the heights of utter frustration, and this is ridiculous that they are making these kind of statements. And that's what I said, and Congress is diametrically opposite to the democracy. They don't know democracy, and Pradhan Mantri calling him Shahzada because they never believed in democracy. They think India is a proprietary, and they are the true inheritors of the Indian legacy, which they are not. They are not even outer of what Indian values and ethos are. And today the democracy is really giving them replies in terms of electoral results, and this is causing them frustration, and this is calling the boil off, which we can't help.
All right, Madhu Gaud, a quick response to that.
If I call Prime Minister is behaving like a Hitler, will my friend accept it? Why is he calling Shahzada? Mr. Rahul Gandhi is a democratically elected leader representing the principal opposition of the party of this country. Everybody has a right to freedom of speech. And you have a different of opinion, you express that. You can call whatever you want. You can call the names. But when we say something, you make it as a national. How that is fair? If Prime Minister is so sincere and about his words and respect to the democracy and the constitution, why is he calling Shahzada? I can call him that is all his habits and the way he's behaving, the way he's talking, like a Hitler. Will they accept it? We don't use such words.
All right, well, we'll leave it there. Ajay Alok, do you want to respond to that? A quick final word?
Yeah, I would like just to ask Mr. Madhuji, would he accept Rahul Gandhi had it not been a Gandhi as his leader? No, he wouldn't have. None of the Congress fellows would have accepted Rahul Gandhi as the leader had he not been from the family. That's why the PM calls him Shahzada, because this is a proprietary, comes from the family. And that's what we call Parivarvad. If he has guts, Mr. Madhu or any spokesperson of the Congress, just say, had Rahul Gandhi not been a Gandhi, would they have accepted him as their leader? The answer would be plain and simple.
All right,
no.
well, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much both for joining us. So, Prime Minister there hitting out at Rahul Gandhi, a statement that was made on Sunday where he said if they're re-elected and it's a fixed elections and the country will be on fire, the Prime Minister saying, is this the language of democracy? With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Before that, a note, April 2nd is observed as the World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness about autism spectrum disorder and promote inclusion of those living with autism. As part of our initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, we're trying to foster understanding, support and acceptance for those on the autism spectrum.
They should be regularly volunteering from all schools, children, to come and feel, to come and know what does disability mean. Try and understand what is it that keeps them back, how do they feel, try and be in their shoes, try and walk their path. That's when you will understand how to include them.
You basically say to parents, stop chasing happiness and success for your kids. I'm like, hey, but if nothing else, I should at least be doing that. And in today's very goal-driven, success-driven world, I'd be like, I get it, but I don't want my kid to be left out. I want to give them the best chance.
Right, so let's just take success first. And most Indian parents will have to admit, even in the privacy of their own solitude, that success is their main goal in raising their children. And when we raise children with this goal in mind, what we often do is become blind to who the child really is. When we drive our children to success, we objectify them. And no parent likes to admit that they're doing that, because we pretend to ourselves, we lie to ourselves that all our pushing is coming because we care about our children. We love our children, but that's not the truth. We care about ourselves. We love ourselves. We feel good to have our children be successful. And if our children fall off the wagon, it makes us feel anxious.
But then you also say, don't push for happiness. Don't make that your big goal either. Can you tell us why? That sounds like a really different way of looking at things.
We want our children to be happy. Well, what that really means is we want our children to be really happy, because that makes us feel as if we're good parents. It makes us feel in control and as if we're successful. Our children are going to have a lot of unhappy moments in life. Life is not about just unilateral, unilinear feelings. In fact, pain, fear, anxiety is part of the human experience. And in fact, that's what actually keeps us safe sometimes. And that's how we're wired to know that there's danger. And that's how we grow. Our children will pay a price. They may not tell us right now, but they will pay a price in their own life, because they will be unable to.
Welcome back. Let's go across now to where the Home Minister Amit Shah is speaking in Karnataka and Bengaluru.
विजय के विश्वास की मुट्ठी बींचिए और प्रचंड आवाज से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम। मंच पर उपस्थित भाई मीडिया वाले बैठ जाओ जरा, पीछे कार्यकर्ता दिखाई पड़े। सारे लोग माइक सेट कर बैठ जाओ प्लीज। मैं यहीं खड़ा रहने वाला हूं, जरा भी आगे पीछे नहीं हूंगा, बैठ जाइए प्लीज। चलो बैठ जाओ भाई, मैं थोड़ा जिद्दी टाइप का आदमी हूं, बैठ जाओ। मंच पर उपस्थित भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड के मेंबर और वरिष्ठ नेता श्रीमान येदुरप्पा जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष विजेंद्र येदुरप्पा जी, हमारे विपक्ष के नेता श्रीमान अशोक जी, मोदी जी के मंत्रिमंडल में मेरे साथी भाई प्रहलाद जोशी जी, और आज यहां पर मेरे साथ उपस्थित डॉक्टर CN मंजुनाथ। जोर से ताली बजाओ, डॉक्टर खड़े हो जाओ। डॉक्टर K सुधाकर, हमारे युवा नेता तेजस्वी सूर्या, बार बार जीतने वाले PC मोहन, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की वरिष्ठ नेत्री बहन शोभा करंदलाजे जी। ये सभी को जिताने के लिए प्रचंड पुरुषार्थ करना है ना? अरे जोर से बोलो, करना है ना? तो इसके लिए आए हुए मेरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मालिक, ऐसे मेरे सभी शक्ति केंद्र के भाइयों और बहनों, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार, आप सभी को प्रणाम। सबसे पहले मैं थोड़ा लेट हो गया हूं, सुबह से पार्टी की मीटिंगें चल रही थी, आप लोगों को काफी समय तक प्रतीक्षा करनी पड़ी है, इसलिए मैं आप सबसे क्षमा मांगकर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करता हूं। भाइयों और बहनों, हम सब यहां पर आने वाले लोकसभा चुनाव की तैयारी के लिए बैठे हैं। आने वाले लोकसभा चुनाव में एक और भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए है, जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की ओर से है, और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम चुनाव के मैदान में हैं। और दूसरी ओर परिवारवादी और भ्रष्टाचारियों का गठबंधन, ये इंडी अलायंस है। पूरे देश भर में मैं लगभग 60% राज्यों में दौरा कर चुका। मैं जहां पर भी गया, युवा हो, महिला हो, किसान हो, गरीब हो, शहर हो, गांव हो, जहां भी गया सभी लोग मोदी 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 के नारे लगाए।
All right, Home Minister Amit Shah, they're sounding the poll bugle in Karnataka. But let's go across now to Bihar, where Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughter, Rohini Acharya, took out her roadshow, kicking off her campaign. She is contesting from Saran, and this is her poll debut. Rohini Acharya's first roadshow today in Saran. She launched her Lok Sabha poll campaign yesterday on Monday with a visit to the Hari Harnath temple in Sonepur in the state, and she is pitted against BJP leader and four-term Lok Sabha member Rajiv Pratap Rudy, former minister as well. Rohini has become the 6th member of the Lalu Rabri family to enter politics. Her elder sister Misa is contesting from the Patliputra constituency for a third time, while brothers Tej Pratap Yadav and Tejashwi Yadav are MLAs and former ministers. Rohini herself is a doctor based in Singapore, while her husband is a computer engineer. And in 2022, she had come into the news after she had donated a kidney to her ailing father. She's someone who has been very active on social media for her father's party, but now for the first time contesting an election. In other news, the Ministry of External Affairs today firmly rejected attempts by China to rename places in Arunachal Pradesh and asserted that assigning invented names will not alter the reality that the state has been and will always be an integral and inalienable part of India. The statement was issued by the MEA in response to media queries in the wake of China releasing a 4th list of 30 new names of various places in Arunachal Pradesh amid Beijing's stepped-up assertions in recent weeks to re-emphasize its claim over the Indian state. Yesterday, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar had firmly dismissed China's recent claims on Arunachal, emphasizing that changing names is not going to change the reality of the northeastern state being a part of India. Moving on to news now from Delhi, and Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi claims there's going to be more arrests. Atishi says the BJP wants to arrest the next AAP leadership, and she says myself, Saurabh and Raghav are all under the radar. This after Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal is in jail, and now Atishi is claiming that she is next in line to be arrested as the centre has cracked down on the AAP leadership. However, the BJP has said that Arvind Kejriwal is naming his own leaders during the interrogation, during the questioning, and BJP hitting back at Atishi's claim, saying that Arvind Kejriwal is the one who is naming its own leaders.
लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले वो आम आदमी पार्टी के 4 और नेताओं को गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं। वो मुझे गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो सौरभ भारद्वाज को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो दुर्गेश पाठक को गिरफ्तार करेंगे और वो राघव चड्ढा को गिरफ्तार करेंगे।
अब कल केजरीवाल जी ने आतिशी जी का नाम क्या ले लिया, आज आतिशी जी ने ऑपरेशन लोटस की बात कर ली। इतने महीने से चुप क्यों थे? अगर यदि किसी ने बात किया था तो इनसे प्रश्न, इसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा ना। घबरा गए होंगे, उनके नेता ने खुद उनका नाम लिया है, जो मीडिया कह रही है। तो अब उनको लग रहा होगा कि मैं भी फंस जाऊंगी, तो ऐसा है बीजेपी के ऊपर में एक आरोप लगा दो, गलत ही सही।
In other news from Delhi, an SUV rammed into a Delhi eatery, and this entire incident was caught on camera as this car rammed into the eatery, and several people, there you can see how this incident was caught on camera. Several people were injured after this accident took place.
संडे को दोपहर की बात है, हम खड़े रहे, काम कर रहे थे, एकदम एक स्पीड से गाड़ी आई, एकदम स्पीड में आके सीधा दुकान में घुस गई। वो एक लेडीज़ था और एक कस्टमर खड़ा था जेंट्स, उसके पैरों में बहुत ज़्यादा चोट लगी थी, हल्की सी पैर में शायद रोड पे डली है। बाकी हम एकदम घबरा गए कि क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ। फिर हमने भी अपनी दुकानें शॉप पे बंद करी कि देखा कि ज़्यादा भीड़ हो गई है। फिर पुलिस आ गई थी, 100 नंबर कॉल हो गई थी। फिर हमने सारी दुकानें शॉप बंद करके फिर पैक करा, देखा कि यहाँ ज़्यादा ही चोट लग गई है। लेडीज़ को भी लगी थी, नाक में से खून निकल गया था, और एक जेंट्स के लगी थी।
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Now friends, if I talk about the first story or the top story of the week, well, it's a very special one. मेरी जेब में वो phone है फिलहाल, but this phone, let me just tell you a basic set of details around this phone और फिर आप
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behan. We are starting this edition with our headlines at the top of 2. Prime Minister Modi's scathing attack on Rahul Gandhi in Rudrapur in Uttarakhand. He said some people want to set the country on fire. Rahul Gandhi had said that the nation will be on fire if the BJP wins again. After Misa Bharti, a political entry for Lalu's other daughter, Rohini Acharya, starts poll campaigning in Bihar, Saran. Rohini will be contesting against BJP's Rajiv Pratap Rudy. Supreme Court questions ED over custody of Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh. The top court has said that no money trail has been found on Sanjay Singh. Singh has been in jail since October 2023. Amid Vistara flight disruption, Centre has sought a detailed report. Over 36 Vistara flights have been affected since morning. It's an NDTV Profit exclusive inside track of the Vistara chaos. Children have been injured in Finland shooting case. Reports suggest that the suspect has been held in the matter. We're starting this edition with a top focus. Prime Minister Modi, while addressing a rally in Rudrapur in Uttarakhand, has made a scathing attack on Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. He said that some people want to set this country on fire. Rahul Gandhi, remember, had said that the nation will be on fire if the BJP comes to power again. That was Rahul Gandhi's statement wherein he said that the country will be on fire if the BJP is elected again in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, after which Prime Minister Modi has made the most scathing attack on Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, saying that it's people like Rahul Gandhi. There are some people who want to set this country on fire. Listen in.
बीते वर्षों में यहां से पलायन रुका है, वो दिन दूर नहीं जब रोजगार के लिए शहर गए साथी वापस लौटेंगे। भाई और बहनों, मोदी के इन प्रयासों के बीच कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन ने अपने इरादे दिखा दिए हैं। कांग्रेस के शाही परिवार के शहजादे ने ऐलान किया है कि अगर देश ने तीसरी बार बीजेपी सरकार को चुनी, आग लग जाएगी। 60 साल तक देश पर राज करने वाले 10 साल सत्ता से बाहर क्या रह गए? अब देश में आग लगाने की बात कर रहे हैं। क्या ये आग लगाने की बात आपको मंजूर है? क्या इस देश को आग लगाने देंगे? क्या आग लगाने की ये भाषा उचित है? क्या ये आग लगाने वाली भाषा लोकतंत्र की भाषा है? ऐसे लोगों को सजा करोगे? पक्की सजा करोगे? चुन चुन करके साफ कर दो। इस बार इनको मैदान में मत रहने दो भाइयों।
Is this the language of democracy? This is what Prime Minister Modi has said during his rally in Rudrapur in Uttarakhand. Let's also now listen into what Rahul Gandhi had earlier said.
अगर हिंदुस्तान में मैच फिक्सिंग का चुनाव बीजेपी जीते और उसके बाद संविधान को उन्होंने बदला, तो इस पूरे देश में आग लगने जा रही है। जो मैंने कहा याद रखो, ये देश नहीं बचेगा।
All right, let me now go across to my colleague Akhilesh Sharma, who joins us live on the broadcast with more on that. Akhilesh, this is a big attack by Prime Minister Modi on Rahul Gandhi after Rahul Gandhi's remark saying that the country will be on fire if the BJP is elected. It comes to power for the third time. After that, Prime Minister Modi has asked if this is the language of democracy. There are people who believe that the country will be on fire. They are making such disparaging remarks.
That's correct. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was very categorical that this is just fear-mongering by Rahul Gandhi. Though he did not name him, but he called him Royal Prince of the Congress Party and said very clearly that they are out of power for just 10 years and now they are feeling so desperate that they are saying that the BJP comes back to power for the third term, there will be fire in the country. And that's why Prime Minister Narendra Modi attacked Rahul Gandhi, saying very clearly that, you know, the people of India should punish to such people who are saying such things and chun chun kar saaf kar do. This is what he said to the voters of Uttarakhand. Remember, in 2019 and 2014, in these last two Lok Sabha elections, all 5 seats of Uttarakhand were won by the BJP, and this time also the BJP wants to score a hat-trick as far as Uttarakhand is concerned. And the polling for all the 5 seats in Uttarakhand will be taking place on 19th of April. So this is the first rally of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Uttarakhand. He was in Rudrapur, where MOS Ajay Bhatt is contesting on the BJP's ticket, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi was very categorical that, you know, the Congress party is against the democracy. He also said that how the Congress was opposing that those who are taking refuge in India should not be given citizenship, and he also said that the Congress party is also trying to protect the corrupt. He warned that during his third term he will take much stronger action against the corrupt, that which is being taken right now. He said that we are saying that Bhashtachar hatao, and they are saying that Bhashtachari ko bachao. So this is a very clear distinction as far as the BJP and the Congress is concerned.
So is the BJP planning to take any action? Is it the BJP going to move to the EC also against Rahul Gandhi's remarks? Is it planning to do something against it?
Yes, that's correct. In fact, therefore, yesterday also the BJP had moved to the Election Commission seeking censure on Rahul Gandhi's objectionable comments. And again, BJP is hoping that, you know, the EC will look into the remarks and will take a strong action.
All right. Thank you so much, Akhilesh, for getting us all those details there. Well, that is the latest that is coming in at this point in time. Prime Minister Modi there launching a counter-attack on Rahul Gandhi after his remarks made at the mega opposition rally on Sunday. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking at this point in time. The top court has questioned the Enforcement Directorate over the custody of Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh. The top court has said that no money trail has been found on Sanjay Singh. And Sanjay Singh, we do understand, has been in jail since October 2023 in the liquor policy case. But this is some big development that is coming in at this point in time. The Supreme Court questioning the Enforcement Directorate over the custody of Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh, saying that there has been no money trail that has been found on Sanjay Singh, and that is what we are picking at this point in time. Big developments coming in from the court. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh, all three big leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party are in jail in connection with the liquor policy case. Arvind Kejriwal has been the recent Aam Aadmi Party leader recently who's been sent to the Tihar jail in connection with the liquor policy case. And before that, two top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, that is Manish Sisodia as well as Sanjay Singh, are already languishing in the jail. Well, Sanjay Singh has been in jail since October 2023 in connection with the liquor policy case. The ED so far has maintained that they have credible evidence to prove that the Aam Aadmi Party has been involved in a nexus with the South Group in connection with the liquor policy case. And there's a big scam that that is something that the ED is looking into. Now, the Supreme Court has questioned the Enforcement Directorate here that if the money trail has not been found on Sanjay Singh, what is the next action that the ED is planning to take? All right, Sunil Prabhu, my colleague, is now joining us on the broadcast here. Sunil, big developments now coming in from the top court. We are learning the Supreme Court has asked the ED that if there is no money trail that has been found on Sanjay Singh, what next is it going to do? We do understand Sanjay Singh has been languishing in jail since October 2023 now.
That's right. So the Supreme Court giving the Additional Solicitor General, Mr. Raju, who deals with the Enforcement Directorate, a very clear say, please take instructions. You haven't been able to recover any money. He's already been there in jail for the six months. And it's in that context they've asked him to argue the case and complete it. And then they will reserve orders. Also, Justice Dipankar, along with Justice Sanjeev Khanna, Justice Dipankar telling the ED counsel, Mr. Raju, very categorically that if we pass, then it will have a bearing on the entire case. So please seek instructions and get back to us, because he's already been there for the last 6 months. They haven't been able to recover money, and it's in this context we'll have to wait when the court resumes in a short while from now what they decide on this very important aspect.
So a decision is expected today itself?
Well, he has been asked to give instructions, take instructions from the ED and the powers that be in the government about what their position is, because you must understand that in the PMLA case, that if you haven't been able to recover any money and then you're putting somebody in jail for the last 6 months, you can't be in jail for incarcerated for a long period of time without any evidence or any basis. There has to be a rule of law somewhere down the line.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sunil, for getting us all those details there. Well, remember, the top court has been hearing Sanjay Singh's plea challenging his arrest and remand in the money laundering case in connection with the liquor policy case. And the Supreme Court has today questioned the Enforcement Directorate, asking it as to why there has been no action taken, no money trail since has been found on Sanjay Singh. Does it still need the custody of the Aam Aadmi Party? So the ED will have to give an answer in the court, and after which a decision is expected in the matter. We'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more on that. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking here. Well, after Misa Bharti, there's another political entry now in Bihar for Lalu Yadav's other daughter. Well, we're learning Rohini Acharya has already started her poll campaign in Bihar's Saran. Rohini Acharya is going to contest against BJP's Rajiv Pratap Rudy, and those are the latest visuals that are coming in from Bihar's Saran now. Well, after Misa Bharti, it's Rohini Acharya, who is going to be contesting the Lok Sabha poll. Well, the BJP already has taken a dig at this development that is coming in on Rohini Acharya as well as Lalu Prasad Yadav, saying that she is the other daughter of Lalu Prasad Yadav, who is in Singapore, and she is actually not going to be contesting elections in Bihar, but she belongs to Singapore and she is going to be contesting from there. But these are the latest visuals. Rohini Acharya is already in Bihar. She is in Saran now. And where the visuals, as we see, these are coming in from Saran at this point in time, where this grand roadshow was taken out by Rohini Acharya. She's the other daughter of Lalu Prasad Yadav, and well, this whole development that has taken place now, well, this also looks like it's got an emotional touch as well. Rohini Acharya is the one who had donated her kidney to Lalu Prasad Yadav when he was unwell, and this is the latest that is coming in at this point in time. She is going to be contesting. We do understand Lalu Prasad Yadav's family has been maintaining that Rohini Acharya has been insisting on contesting the election, and she will be fielded this time around by the RJD from Saran. Big breaking news now coming in. Former Telangana Chief Minister KCR's nephew has been arrested. We are learning businessman Kanna Rao has been arrested by the police. He is an accused in a land grabbing case, and this is a major political development that is taking place at this point in time. Former Telangana Chief Minister KCR's nephew Kanna Rao has been arrested in a land grabbing case. We'll try and get more details about this, but it looks like trouble for former Chief Minister KCR and his family. His nephew now has been arrested by the police. He's a businessman, Kanna Rao, who has been accused. He's been made an accused in a land grabbing case and has been arrested by the police now. My colleague Uma Sudhir is joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Uma, get us more details on that.
So Kanna Rao is someone who is also called Tejeshwar Rao, and he was involved in what is being called as a land grab case, and a complaint had been filed against him. He, along with some other people, had in fact gone to the disputed land, and they had used some earth movers and others in that area. And subsequently, this is not a development that happened today. In fact, for a few days now, there has been talk that Mr. Kanna Rao may be taken into custody. What we are now being told is that he had applied for anticipatory bail as well, and that his anticipatory bail plea had been rejected, and there is also a lookout notice that had been issued for Mr. Kanna Rao, and now he's been taken into custody by the Rachakonda police, and he will be presented before a magistrate in a short while from now. So what we are seeing is a kind of a pressure that's being mounted on, should I say, the first family of the BRS party who were in power earlier in Telangana. If on the one hand, the names of the top leadership, including Mr. KCR and KTR, are being mentioned in the context of the phone tapping issue and alleged irregularities in the conduct of elections and misuse of the machinery in the conduct of elections, and while there is talk that there could be notices that could be issued to them and that legal consultation is underway for that. On the other hand, certain other members of the family, like Mr. Kanna Rao, have been booked in land grab cases. There is also a case that has come up against Mr. Santosh, who is another nephew of KCR and also used to be Rajya Sabha MP, and against him also he has given clarification about the land that was spoken about in Hyderabad. And there is also Harish Rao, who was irrigation minister earlier and finance minister as well. Against him as well, some other cases of agricultural land grab have been filed. So in that sense, the family certainly seems to be on the back foot, but I must point out that this one is certainly independent in the sense that there is no political angle to the land grab being alleged in this particular case, except saying that he was from an influential family and with connections and therefore tried to use his influence. Back to you.
Much, Uma, for getting us all those details there. We are now shifting our focus to some big breaking news that we are getting at this point in time. We are learning Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh has been granted bail in the liquor policy case. He's got the bail after spending 6 months in jail. This is some big breaking news that is coming in. Big development now that has taken place in connection with the liquor policy case. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh, who was arrested 6 months back, has been granted bail by the Supreme Court. Very big development coming in. Remember, 2 Aam Aadmi Party leaders already are in jail in connection with this case. Now, Sanjay Singh has been granted bail by the Supreme Court. He had moved a plea in the court, after which the Supreme Court had asked some tough questions to the ED, asking it as to why does it further need the custody of Sanjay Singh if it has not been able to prove the money trail in the case. And this is some big development now that is coming in. Sanjay Singh has been granted bail by the Supreme Court. All right, my colleague Sunil Prabhu is going to be joining us in just a bit, but that is the latest that is coming in. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia are already in jail in connection with the case. Arvind Kejriwal is the latest one who's been arrested, the Aam Aadmi Party leader who's been sent to Tihar jail in connection with the case. And now, this is some big relief that has come in for Aam Aadmi Party Sanjay Singh, who's been given bail by the Supreme Court in connection with the liquor policy case. He's spent about 6 months in jail. He was sent to jail in October 2023, that was last year, and after a period of 6 months now, he's been granted bail by the top court. A 2-judge Supreme Court bench who was hearing the matter has granted bail to Sanjay Singh. Well, the ED so far has been maintaining it has material evidence and it has credible proof to establish the money trail, a nexus between the South Group and the Aam Aadmi Party leaders here in Delhi. But the Supreme Court has said that so far you've not been able to prove that money trail and on what basis would you be asking for an extension of the custody. However, that remains to be seen. We'll try and get more details as to what arguments were put forth by the ED in the Supreme Court today. But the Supreme Court, meanwhile, has given big relief to Sanjay Singh. Sanjay Singh, we are learning now, is to be released during the pendency of trial. That is some latest development that is coming in, and after this Sanjay Singh will also be able to resume the political activities. As of now, Supreme Court has said Singh is entitled to continue his political activities. Well, Lok Sabha elections are approaching, and we do understand that 2 big leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, that is Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, are languishing in jail in connection with the liquor policy case, after which this definitely has come as a relief for the Aam Aadmi Party and the MP as well, Sanjay Singh, who's been granted bail by the Supreme Court. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party so far has been maintaining that it's a witch hunt, it's a political conspiracy by the BJP, and on the directions of the centre, that's the BJP-led government at the centre, that the ED has been acting against the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, but they really don't have any proof in order to establish a money trail between the South Group and the Aam Aadmi Party here in Delhi. Well, the remember, the Aam Aadmi Party also in court had said, Arvind Kejriwal himself had made a statement in the court saying that it's all imaginary figure that they have made up, that is the 100 crore rupees that the ED has been claiming of that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders had received from the South Group. But after that, now big development coming in. All right, my colleague Sunil Prabhu is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Sunil, this is some big development that we're learning of. Finally, Sanjay Singh has been given relief by the court. He's been granted bail.
As I was just telling you a short while back, the ED counsel, Mr. Raju, has been given instructions and has decided to allow Mr. Sanjay Singh to be granted bail because and the court hasn't gone, the Supreme Court hasn't gone into the merits of that case at this present juncture, so they don't want it to have any bearing, even though Justice Dipankar had made it quite clear that we will, give our judgment and then it will have a bearing on the entire case. So the writing was on the wall. The Indi understood you haven't been able to recover money. You have kept him in jail for 6 months. What else do you do? So it's in this context, without going into the merits, they have agreed to release him. They haven't put any stoppage on his political activities. He can continue now as a politician and continue to speak. There are no restrictions, even though the ED Council tried to put that. So this is definitely a setback for the ED. They said that this is being made, but please don't use this as a precedent. Basically, we are not getting into the merits because there is, of course, the Kejriwal case. There is the Manish Sisodia case. So it's in that context that the decision has been taken. So definitely a huge and a big relief for the Aam Aadmi Party leader, Sanjay Singh. The court will have to give the restrictions and it's in this context now that Mr. Sanjay Singh will be released on bail after being in jail for more than 6 months.
Absolutely. Big relief coming in from for Aam Aadmi Party. Sanjay Singh here in connection with the liquor policy case. Now he's been granted bail by the Supreme Court. Sunil, we would also like to understand from you, what were the arguments that were made by the ED in the court? Did it also actually seek for further custody of Sanjay Singh this time around as well?
Well, they weren't really given an opportunity. Mr. Singhvi was hearing this entire matter, speaking on this entire matter on behalf of the Aam Aadmi Party leader, and he put a very, very strong defense and a plea for his bail. And it's in that where the judges were conferring that finally Justice Khanna as well as Justice Dipankar Datta, part of the three-member bench, searching questions to the ED Council, asking them to get back with instructions. If you haven't been able to recover any money, if you haven't been able and you've kept him already in 6 months, where is the case? Right. What is the issue? Is it, and does it become a predicate offense? Is it an IT case? This was, I think, a lot credit must be given to his counsel, Mr. Singhvi, who really put a very, very strong defense of the Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh, and that's the reason for why there was really nothing for the Enforcement Directorate to submit. They were trying to buy time till next Tuesday. But somewhere down the line, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, Sanjay Singh's counsel, Mr. Singhvi, made it very, very clear that you must hear this matter today itself, reserve the orders and take a decision. It's then that the judges ask the searching questions to the ED Council, ask them to take instructions. When you say instructions, you have to take it from the Enforcement Directorate. It's so-called autonomous body, but you can be well assured that the powers that be would have given the instructions whether they can, release him or not. Okay. And it's in that context the writing was on the wall. Right. And now Mr. Sanjay Singh has been given. Right. So Sunil, we would also like to know from you, could it have any bearing on other cases? You said that the court has already clarified that this is not going to have any precedence for other cases for Manish Sisodia, for Arvind Kejriwal, who've also been arrested in the same case, in the liquor policy case. But the arguments that have been made in the court by Mr. Singhvi, by Sanjay Singh's counsel, some really strong arguments that have been put forth by Mr. Singhvi here, and the court also agreed to it, that since there has been no money trail that has been found, Sanjay Singh can't be kept in custody any further. But on the basis of these submissions only in the court, the ED has been making a case against Manish Sisodia as well as Arvind Kejriwal, saying that they have material evidence, they have credible evidence to prove that a nexus exists between the South Group and the Aam Aadmi Party. Well, so they have not gotten into the merits of that because, as Justice Dipankar said, that we will have, would have given a judgment and really made a pointed point to the ASG, in this case, the Enforcement Directorate's counsel, Mr. Raju, and it's only then that he understood that if they didn't relent at this stage, if the Supreme Court did come, then it would have become automatically, it would have had a bearing on the entire matter, be it for Manish Sisodia or Arvind Kejriwal. So in this case, realizing that they haven't been able to recover, there's no money trail, there's no money recovered, there is really, he has already been in custody for more than 6 months. It's in this context that the Supreme Court has intervened and made it very clear that while we are not getting into the merits of the case, they are not at any stage restricting the activities, especially political activities of Sanjay Singh at this present juncture. So definitely, as I said, a huge reprieve, a huge breather for the Aam Aadmi Party and in particular for Mr. Sanjay Singh at present. And it's in this context we'll have to wait and see.
For the Aam Aadmi Party MP as well as for the party, well, the Lok Sabha elections are approaching, as we do understand, and the big faces of the Aam Aadmi Party are languishing in jail, including Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal. But this is definitely something that has come as a big breather for the Aam Aadmi Party, big relief for the Aam Aadmi Party. Sanjay Singh now, who's been granted bail by the top court. All right, Aam Aadmi Party supporter Huda Zariwala also joins us on the broadcast here. Huda Zariwala, how do you see this big relief coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party and the party MP Sanjay Singh here?
Well, good afternoon. This is such a huge relief for the Aam Aadmi Party. Today could not have been a better day after so many days for the Aam Aadmi Party. Sanjay Singh ji obviously had to be in jail for a good 6 months. There's nothing that can be done about that, unfortunately. But then we are, our belief and faith in the courts of India has been, reaffirmed, re-established once again. And then we're hoping that the other leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, including Arvind Kejriwal ji, are also released quickly, at least, granted bail at the earliest possible, and then all the, false charges that have been levied against them, the false allegations, all of those are proven wrong in the courts of law. This is such a happy day for Aam Aadmi Party. I mean, obviously, we are extremely worried and upset about the Chief Minister, still not being granted relief so far. And we'll have to wait till the 15th of April and then beyond. But then obviously, amidst all of this trouble and all of the anxiety and, worry that the Aam Aadmi Party was going through, this definitely comes like a breath of fresh air, a huge relief, and something to bank upon, because Sanjay Singh ji is obviously an extremely strong, tall-standing leader. So the cadre of the Aam Aadmi Party and, the workers, the Karyakartas, the people, everybody.
All right, Ms. Zariwala, stay on with us. We also have BJP spokesperson Charu Pragya joining us on the broadcast here. Charu Pragya, the Aam Aadmi Party is celebrating today. Well, Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh has been granted bail by the Supreme Court. Some tough questions were also asked to the ED, saying that since no money trail has been established by the ED, how could the ED further ask for custody of Sanjay Singh? How do you see this?
Kitty, good afternoon. Let's put some things into perspective. One, no clean slate has been given. Two, the investigation is still on. Three, ED had kept Sanjay Singh in custody because they still felt that they could benefit with the investigation, keeping him behind bars. As we have seen in the past, Aam Aadmi Party leaders have attempted to destroy evidence worth crores. Digital evidence has been destroyed. There is a trail to that. And also, let's remember that now the kingpin of the Delhi liquor scam, Arvind Kejriwal himself, is with the ED and he is behind bars. And he's going to be there for 15 further days. I would suggest to the Aam Aadmi Party to not celebrate too soon, to not also misrepresent what has gone on in the court today. The reason why Sanjay Singh got bail is because ED did not oppose this bail. ED has gotten what it needed to get from this investigation by keeping him behind bars, and that's all that there is to it. This is not the trial stage. This is not the end of the investigation. This is not the end of the case.
So you're saying ED actually did not want to arrest Sanjay Singh, but the target could have been either Manish Sisodia or Arvind Kejriwal in this matter?
Not be privy to that information because I do not know what was the reason for that, but we always see links being established, like Mr. Nair has now implicated Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal further is trying to implicate someone else. And investigation takes time. We all understand that.
But the ED so far has been maintaining that there is a nexus that exists between the South Group and the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. But in the court, it has, of course, not opposed the bail. Well, yes, we do understand that, Charu Pragya, but on what basis the ED has kept Sanjay Singh in custody for 6 long months? That also needs to be looked into. Let me go back to Huda Zariwala here. Huda Zariwala, what would you say on that? For 6 months, Sanjay Singh has been languishing in jail, but the ED this time around did not oppose his bail plea, and BJP spokesperson Charu Pragya here is saying that the ED got the required information that it wanted, and that is why the development has taken place. Ms. Zariwala, are you able to hear me? All right, I think we've lost connection with Huda Zariwala. We'll go back to her. Charu Pragya, if you're able to hear me, what would you say? The ED so far has been maintaining that they have credible proof, they have material evidence. Why would they let Sanjay Singh go free?
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Charu Pragya, if you're able to hear me.
Yes, I'm able to hear you. Am I still there? Hello?
Yes, Huda Zariwala, yes.
Yes. So obviously we have seen this witch hunt from the ED towards all the Aam Aadmi Party senior leaders, for the past 2 years, where no money trail has been established, no proceeds of crime have been established so far. Obviously, the ED is not in a position to reject the bail plea because time and again the ED has been trying to prove allegations which don't even exist to begin with. And just like Sanjay Singh ji has been granted bail, accordingly, all the other leaders will also be set free because eventually it is the onus will be upon the ED to prove the money trail, the crime, of the proceeds of crime, and all of that. So obviously, the BJP is going to say whatever it is saying, but the truth of the matter is that Sanjay Singh ji has been granted bail. He is going to be set free by the courts of law, just like Arvind Kejriwal ji, just like Manish Sisodia ji, just like Dr. Satendra Jain, and the rest of them, because eventually now the onus lies upon the ED. And the ED obviously had no reason to reject the bail, the bail plea, and Sanjay Singh ji has been granted bail at such a crucial time, just days before the general election. He's obviously a tall, standing leader. His bail and him coming out is going to be a huge, huge relief for all the party people. And obviously, he can be actively part of the campaign, can be actively part of, the general election that is to go. I mean, the public faith has been reinstated in the Aam Aadmi Party to a great extent, in the courts of law to obviously a huge extent. So this obviously is a big, big win for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay, so you're saying that this will also come as a boost for the Aam Aadmi Party in view of the elections that are approaching, because you clearly have no other big face in Delhi or at the national level also, if the party now is contesting at in other states as well. So this definitely comes as a big breather to the Aam Aadmi Party. But do you think it would also help despite the fact that Arvind Kejriwal, the tallest leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, still remains in jail?
Yes, obviously this is a big win for the Aam Aadmi Party because although Arvind Kejriwal ji has been put into remand till the 15th of April, we are very hopeful that after 15 April he will be granted bail and he will be able to be a part of the election. But meanwhile, Sanjay Singh ji is obviously a tall standing leader. A lot of people are crowded, in his North Avenue home. People are flocking his home with garlands and bouquet and everybody, and sweets and everything. People are so happy because obviously Sanjay Singh ji's bail means a huge, huge moral boost for the entire Aam Aadmi Party cadre, not just in Delhi, not just in Punjab, but all the places, around India where Aam Aadmi Party has established itself. This is such a great news. I'm obviously also, going to meet Sanjay Singh ji, and then, finally after 6 long months, it's not been easy on him, it's not been easy on the family, but the party obviously had their faith in the courts of law, and we're very sure that the remaining leaders will also be set free very soon. And we're so grateful to the Supreme Court, to the courts of India, and we're obviously, going to give Sanjay Singh a huge welcome, because he obviously it must not have been easy for him 6 long months knowing that there's nothing wrong that he's done. It's very traumatizing for anybody to face that experience, and we're very happy that at least, the first step of justice has been put into place.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Zariwala, for speaking to NDTV here and sharing your views. Well, my colleague Aishwarya Jain also now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more details about what really transpired in the court today. Aishwarya, could you help us understand? We do know that the ED did not oppose the bail plea of Sanjay Singh and also on the allegation that 1 crore rupees had been handed over by Dinesh Arora to a person linked to Singh. On this very allegation, we do understand Sanjay Singh was arrested and sent to jail. What really transpired in the court today? What were the arguments that were made by the ED and Sanjay Singh's counsel, on the basis of which the bail plea has been approved?
Well, certainly it was Abhishek Manu Singhvi who was representing Sanjay Singh in the Supreme Court, and the Enforcement Directorate did not even argue on whether the bail should not be given or not. They did not oppose the bail of Sanjay Singh. It was stated by the counsel of Sanjay Singh in the court that it was never that the name had appeared in the CBI charge sheet too during several of the investigations till now in the ongoing liquor policy case. Sanjay Singh had been very responsive of whatever the interrogation so far is, and in the supplementary charge sheet as well, there was no name of Sanjay Singh as far as CBI is concerned. He was arrested 6 months back. He was kept in the jail, to which the Supreme Court later asked that on what grounds do you want further custody of Sanjay Singh. He is there in the jail for 6 months, to which ED did not oppose his bail, and therefore the reason perhaps the bail had been given. Of course, Aam Aadmi Party taking it as a big win for them. They clearly are rejoiced of the fact that Sanjay Singh will walk out after 6 months who was spending time in Tihar jail. They had also stated that this is a complete illegal and bogus case. No cash recovery was done from Sanjay Singh's residence as well, and it was just Aam Aadmi Party, which the Enforcement Directorate and different agencies who were probing the case wanted to derail it because of the upcoming elections. Now, when the orders have come out, we have been told that Aam Aadmi Party will be doing a press conference up at around 3 p.m. Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj, senior leaders who have made claims early in the morning that they would be the next ones who will be arresting, now doing a press conference at 3 p.m. certainly talking about the facts that there was nothing wrong on the part of Sanjay Singh, as mentioned by the Aam Aadmi Party time and again, that these arrests of the senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders are completely illegal and bogus, and therefore the reason perhaps today it is a win for the Aam Aadmi Party, as Sanjay Singh will be walking out of the jail. Now, as far as rules are concerned, the detailed order of the Supreme Court will come out soon. That order needs to reach the Tihar prison where Sanjay Singh is placed under arrest, and after doing all the formalities by this evening, Sanjay Singh might come out of the jail.
Okay, so we do understand in the court it was said that without going into the merits of the case, the bail matter of Sanjay Singh is being dealt with. So the court really did not actually go into the merits of the case, but for the very fact that Sanjay Singh has been languishing in jail since the last 6 months. October 2023 was when he was arrested by the ED and taken into custody and then put into jail. For the next 6 months, he wasn't granted bail, and it's today that he's been given a regular bail by the court in the case. And some really strong arguments also that had been made by Mr. Singhvi here in the court today in connection with the case. So without going into the merits of the case, the bail matter of Sanjay Singh has been dealt with. Aishwarya, we do understand that it was on the basis of statements made by Dinesh Arora and other people as well who've been taken into custody linked to the Aam Aadmi Party by the ED, that Sanjay Singh was arrested by the ED. Help us understand that. Recap that for us for the benefit of our viewers. What prompted the ED to take action against Sanjay Singh, one of the biggest leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, who was taken into custody by the ED in October 2023. Then it was Manish Sisodia and, of course, Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, it was Dinesh Arora's statements, which was recorded by the Enforcement Directorate back in July 2023 when he was arrested. Now, if we talk about today's hearing in the court, Abhishek Manu Singhvi was representing Mr. Sanjay Singh, categorically asked the Enforcement Directorate that is it fair for the prosecution to put this statement in unrelified? It can't, I can't see or get it. Dinesh Arora is their star witness. They got him pardon, and this practice of relying on someone's statement has been done actively earlier by the Enforcement Directorates. Remember, that's what the argument Abhishek Manu Singhvi gave in terms of Arvind Kejriwal as well and Manish Sisodia, that you know, these people who had been arrested as accused later turns approver, and then according and on the behalf of these statements they get people arrested, and that's what happened with the case of Arvind Kejriwal as well. Later on, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also went on to say that if we look at the overall picture, there is no necessity of the arrest. 10th statement of Dinesh Arora becomes the truth statement on the day of arrest is put them in unrelied documents. Is that the cat or mouse game? Remember, it was Arvind Kejriwal as well who stated before the Sessions Court that after 6 statements of Mr. Sharad Reddy, the 7th statement he gave was against Arvind Kejriwal, and on that statement, on that behalf of the statement, Arvind Kejriwal was arrested, and the same grounds were put forward by Abhishek Manu Singhvi appearing for Sanjay Singh today in the court as well. Later, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also stated that it's a law, anything like this has to have collaborations. Now, please see my second chart of Dinesh Arora. It has exemplary statements, and therefore the reason perhaps there were no evidences that Sanjay Singh had taken a bribe that was alleged earlier by the Enforcement Directorate, to which you know, the court clearly stated that they do not want it to go on the merits as of now. Yes, of course, Sanjay Singh had been jailed for last 6 months, and now if the Enforcement Directorate is not opposing his bail, he should be granted, and therefore the reason perhaps today the bail had been granted to Sanjay Singh after almost 6 months.
Absolutely, and we do understand that ASG Raju, the additional Solicitor General in the case, had said though the ED had an arguable case, it was ready to concede, and thus Singh may be released on bail. Well, a bench of justices Sanjeev Khanna, Dipankar Datta and Prasanna Bivrale have ordered now that Singh be released on bail during the pendency of the trial. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. We'll try and get more in just a bit. That is the latest that we're picking at this point in time on this. With that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
Co-presented by Intelligence Meets Up.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, Brand Director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taygun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taygun, we introduced it on 2-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me, and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus Sport on the Taigun, and also the GT line, which actually brings the GT-ness of our cars into the 1 liter lineup as well with the GT line.
Does this impact pricing?
Yes, of course. If you look at the GT line is now has all the GT elements, including 17-inch wheels, including 6 airbag standard, including the black elements in the exterior and the interior, at a price point which is between the high line and the top line. Yeah, so it's a much more accessible, affordable GT.
The other big announcement is about ID4, and we have seen ID4 earlier as well. But what is the plan now? When do you think it will actually come to India, will get launched in India?
Yeah, I think the ID4 that you saw earlier was a test car, which you saw by accident and not by design. But today we have officially showcased the ID4. So very clearly we are committed to bringing the global electric range into India, starting with the ID4. Our target is to bring this car to India and to start.
Welcome back after the break.
Chief Justice.
With former Maharashtra Chief Minister and Congress leader Prithvi Raj Chavan. He has spoken on contesting polls in the Lok Sabha election. Chavan has said that he will contest on the Congress symbol.
Let's get into the MVA dynamics. So where are the seat sharing talks? Looks like Bhiwandi is yet to be decided. And as far as Sangli is concerned, Sena has come out with and Mumbai South Central as well.
Out of 48 constituencies, as you said, almost 45, 46 seats have been announced. I mean, which party will contest which constituency has been decided. There is an issue about 1 or 2 seats which is likely to be resolved in a day or two. Now, after getting the constituency, the candidate's choice will be based on the party which gets that seat. So that is being separately done. But between us, the allocation of seats issue is more or less resolved. Out of 48, 46, 45, 46 seats have been cleared. Just there is a little bit of difference of opinion in 2 or 3 seats about who would be the best choice to fight that seat.
But among the seats that have been decided by Sena already, there is still difference, right? So will that be reconsidered?
No, I think this is going on. I cannot discuss the details of what's happening. It's a very delicate situation. A lot of people at the ground level are obviously want to contest the seat for their own party. So this will be resolved by the respective coordination committee leaders.
Right. And also about the Akola seat per se. Yesterday, Congress decided its candidate on Akola seat, but Congress had in fact said that it will support VBA, but went ahead and announced its candidate.
The point is, do we have an alliance with VBA or we do not have? If we do not have an alliance with VBA, we are free to declare candidates for all the constituencies. Akola is one of them. But even now at this stage, if Mr. Prakash Ambedkar reconciles and wants to avoid the division of opposition votes and approaches us, we have made a concrete offer to him. Even if he now comes back and wants Akola, we will withdraw a candidate. But there has to be an alliance.
So there has to be an alliance with VBA. Sir, also about the MVA meetings, what is the status? You said just 2 to 3 contentious seats and that will be resolved soon.
Maybe today itself. Today itself it may be resolved. There is likely to be a joint press conference of 3 parties, maybe in a day or two, where the alliance will be formally launched and the respective candidates will be announced.
All the candidates?
Well, I think it's up to the individual parties. Maybe 1 or 2 could be delayed. Many places people are waiting for the opposition candidate to be declared, then they want to declare. That happens in all elections. So I think we're looking for a joint press conference in a day or 2.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
You say, celebrate the ordinary in your child. Celebrate their ordinariness, or at least observe their ordinariness, Because once they are seen by you for who they are, that's going to create a child with better self-worth, and that unconsciously we are looking at the child that we want them to be, or that we're trying to get them to be, or the future that we see before for them, and not who they are. To celebrate the ordinary seems so radical. And why is it so hard, and why is it so important, especially today?
Well, it's so important because it's the fact that we are all ordinary. And I think that is the human plague right now, our refusal to accept that we're ordinary, because we're all searching to be significant on social media, in our worlds today. We're all basically screaming, see me, see me, see me, aren't I important, aren't I significant? Guess what? No, we're no more important than the next being. We are no more extraordinary. We are all ordinary. If we accept that, here's why it's important to accept that. Because then we can let go of the desire to control our children or ourselves to get external validation. And we can learn to settle into our own being and learn to be connected to our inner world, our inner sense of self, and be okay in the enoughness of who we are. The moment we keep saying, oh, we're not, ordinary, but we have to be something very, very special, we are creating a dysfunctional relationship with ourselves and with the outside world, because we're always going to think we're not good enough and use the outside world to get validation. So I always tell parents to tell their children, you can tell them that they are unique. We're all unique. You have long hair, I have short hair, you have green eyes, you have blue eyes, that's fine. But no one is more special. I think it is one of the most harmful things to say to a child that they are special. They should get special treatment, because this leads to entitlement, but it leads to a sense of not good enoughness. In a paradoxical way, it actually leads to lower self-worth versus telling a child, you are who you are without being an athlete, without being a, movie star, without being super amazing. I love you as you are. Now the child is filled with unconditional love without feeling like they had to do something to get it. We think that if we celebrate the peak experiences, that's going to really boost their self-esteem. But when we don't do enough of the ordinary moments, celebrating the ordinary moments,
Welcome back after the break. Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has sought a detailed report from Vistara regarding flight cancellations and major delays. The minister has also asked the airline the steps they are taking to deal with the inconvenience that has been caused to passengers. Remember, at least 38 Vistara flights originating from key cities were cancelled this morning as the airline reeled under non-availability of pilots. As many as 15 flights taking off from Mumbai, 12 from Delhi and 11 from Bengaluru were among those cancelled. Shifting our focus now, consider one to have truly reached a state and sense of peace, salvation and nirvana if one could live a day without their smartphone. That's how used to we are to these personal devices, and so if we ever lose them, it stops us cold in our feet. Here's a short and quick feature that helps by detailing a couple of preemptive measures and what to do if we ever lose a phone. Take a look.
If I ever lose my phone or it gets stolen, I will take a month-long Mauन व्रत. थोड़ा सा of course sadness में and partly in shame for losing a part of my body and being. ये एक internal joke भी है, by the way. I'm trying to embarrass someone यहीं ऑफिस में on public broadcast. And if you write to sharatnair@ndtv.com, वो आपसे ये story share भी कर देगा. फिलहाल तो वो आपको कुछ steps बताएगा on what to do if you lose your mobile phone. Firstly, always have the IMEI number of your device very handy. इसे कहीं लिख के अलग से save भी कर लेना चाहिए. It's a very good idea and practice. ये हर device का unique होता है, उसके box पे mentioned भी होता है. But just type *#06# in your phone to get it. और डिवाइस खोने या चोरी हो जाने के बाद FIR में मेंशन करने पे इट इज सुपर हेल्पफुल। हैव वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड पासवर्ड्स टू प्रोटेक्ट योर डिवाइस एंड छोटे इंटरवल्स पे आपकी स्क्रीन एंड आपका फोन ऑटोमेटिकली लॉक भी हो जाना चाहिए। मेक दीज चेंजेस इन योर सेटिंग्स। Android users, please install the Find My Device app and go through its setup process. iPhone users, please do the same with the Find My app. In your Google and Apple account, always have a recovery email account added as well. दूर संचार विभाग यानी गवर्नमेंट ये डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशंस का एक डेडिकेटेड पोर्टल है फॉर दीज इश्यूज एंड मोर। CEIR की वेबसाइट पे गो टू द ब्लॉक एंड स्टोलन लॉस्ट मोबाइल का सेक्शन, फिल दैट फॉर्म, बी वेरी एक्यूरेट बाय द वे। एंड मैंने खुद काफी स्टोरी सुनी है जहां चुराए हुए फोन वापस ट्रैक होके मिल गए हैं। So be very optimistic about it. If you set up the Find My apps correctly on your phone, log into your account using another device. Now this is where having recovery emails will help you because two-factor authentication can sometimes be a spanner in the system. You can secure, block and even reset your stolen or lost devices from these portals. In fact, newer and updated iPhones में तो inbuilt software features हैं stolen device protection करके, enable those as well. But मेरा golden advice, and इसके लिए techies@ndtv.com पे आपको हमारी तारीफों के पुल बांधने पड़ जाएंगे, which is be very 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 sentient about your devices. इनका ध्यान रखें, ये बहुत नाजुक होते हैं by the way. जितना ये हमारा ध्यान रखते हैं, आपको इनका भी उतना ही ध्यान रखना चाहिए।
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Well guys, did you know कि any such phone is in existence? मतलब एक ही है तो of course आपको पता नहीं होगा। वैसे if in case you did, let me know by using the email, you know the address, it's tg@ndtv.com. But आपको बताने वाला हूँ एक real fact around the same theme of did you know. You know, आप यहाँ बैठे बैठे और I mean how the scientists figure out the distance, or I would say the precise distance between Earth and the Moon. ये यूज करते हैं लेजर्स को, और ये लेजर्स रिफ्लेक्ट होके आते हैं मून सरफेस पे। द मिरर्स दैट वर लेफ्ट बाय द अपोलो एस्ट्रोनॉट्स, वहां से रिफ्लेक्ट होकर जब लेजर लाइट वापस आती है तो दे कैन फिगर आउट प्रिसाइज डिस्टेंस बिटवीन द अर्थ एंड द मून। दे कैन नो अबाउट द ऑर्बिट ऑफ द मून या फिर ग्रेविटेशनल पुल कैसा है। मतलब जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट, इट इज कॉल्ड लूनर लेजर रेंजिंग। मतलब कितना इंटरेस्टिंग है ना कि टेक इज ऑलमोस्ट एवरीवेयर। ऑल दीज गैजेट्स काइंड ऑफ कीप अस कनेक्टेड। फिर चाहे हम एकदम हाई एंड रॉकेट साइंस की बात करें या बेसिक लेवल पे बात करते हैं, आई थिंक ऑल अराउंड अस वी हैव मल्टीपल गैजेट्स जो हमारी लाइफ्स को बहुत ज्यादा आसान बनाते हैं।
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles and it has a lot to offer.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gets bail from Supreme Court, gets bail after 6 months in a liquor case. Supreme Court says that no money trail has been found against the MP. Prime Minister Modi's most scathing attack on Rahul Gandhi in Rudrapur in Uttarakhand. He said some people want to set this country on fire. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had said that the nation will be on fire if the BJP wins again. After Misa Bharti political entry for Lal Coal campaigning in Bihar Saran, Rohini is contesting against BJP's Rajiv Pratap Rudy. Amid Vistara flight disruption, Center has sought a detailed report. Over 36 Vistara flights have been affected since morning today. It's an NDTV Profit exclusive inside track of the Vistara chaos. Three children have been injured in Finland's school shooting. 13-year-old suspect has been held. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahal. We are starting this edition with our top focus. The Supreme Court has granted bail to Aam Aadmi Party's Sanjay Singh in connection with the liquor policy case. The two-judge bench has granted bail to Sanjay Singh today. This comes after he was sent to jail 6 months. For 6 months at least in the case in October 2023. Remember, he was arrested by the ED and sent to prison. The Supreme Court had also posed some tough questions to the ED over the custody of the Aam Aadmi Party MP and said that no money trail had been found on Sanjay Singh. In liquor policy case, Sanjay Singh has been languishing in jail since October 2023. But the Supreme Court said since no money trail has been found on Sanjay Singh, he can be given relief, he can be granted bail. Also, we are learning the ED also did not oppose the bail plea of Sanjay Singh in the Supreme Court today. Supreme Court had questioned the ED over the custody of Aam Aadmi Party since he's been languishing in jail for the last 6 months. Since October 2023, he's been in jail. But now, finally, he's been granted regular bail by the Supreme Court in connection with the liquor policy case. My colleague Sunil Prabhu is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Sunil, this is quite interesting, big development that has taken place today. Sanjay Singh finally has been given relief by the top court. He's been granted bail in the liquor policy case. How do we see this moving forward now?
Well, firstly, I need a small correction because we should not be hauled up for court. It is not a two-judge bench. It is a three-judge bench, which has heard this matter and has given bail to Sanjay Singh. So we must be very clear about this. Secondly, and most importantly, the decision came after the bench very categorically asked the Enforcement Directorate Counsel, in this case the Additional Solicitor General, Mr. Raju, to get specific instructions on 2 to 3 points which they conveyed to him. One, that there was no money trail. Two, that he has already been languishing in jail for the last 6 months. And three, most importantly, they said that if we pass order, then it will have a bearing on the trial court's case. Seeing the writing on the wall, the ED took instructions at 2 o'clock when it resumed the hearing. They said, given the peculiar circumstances of the case and the instructions that we have, is that we will have no objection. And that is how the court has granted bail and asked the trial court to fix the conditions, but there will be no restriction. And I repeat, there will be no restrictions on his political activities. He can continue to be the Aam Aadmi Party leader that he is and allow himself to campaign in the next few days and months, especially during the Lok Sabha election. So it's an important aspect. It's a big breather for the Aam Aadmi Party, a big relief for them. And while the court has made it clear that they're not going into the merits of the case, about, for example, whether it will have an impact on Manish Sisodia or the Delhi Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal. It will definitely, because it's the same related case, we'll have to wait and see how things play out. But definitely, as they say, no merits in the case. But whether it will have an impact or not, you and I cannot really debate, because after the brilliant defense given by Mr. Singhvi today for the Aam Aadmi Party leader, it had become clear, and as I said, the writing was on the wall for the Enforcement Directorate to ensure that they had to give in at this present juncture. As they said, because of the peculiar facts, they are giving no objection to the granting of bail.
Absolutely. All right. Let me also now go across to my colleague Ishwarya Jain here. Ishwarya, the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, is celebrating, saying that this definitely has come as a big breather for the Aam Aadmi Party party MP in the case, which is Sanjay Singh. But the BJP, on the other hand, says that it's only because the ED did not want to oppose his bail plea that he's been given this relief. This definitely doesn't mean that he's been given a clean sheet by the court.
Well, definitely, it's Aam Aadmi Party who is taking it as a big win for them. Aam Aadmi Party supporters have already started celebrations after the order came out from the Supreme Court that Sanjay Singh will be granted bail. It is three of the senior most leaders currently out of Aam Aadmi Party would be doing a press conference, including Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. And as Aam Aadmi Party had claimed earlier as well that this entire case, according to them, is illegal. The arrests that have been made in the past are completely illegal. There has been no recoveries that have been made from different of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. There is no money trail that the Enforcement Directorate had established till now. These are all claims that Aam Aadmi Party is making. And after this decision, as they were awaiting, because till now it was no senior leader who was out for Aam Aadmi Party doing political activities, who would be the face of Aam Aadmi Party in the upcoming elections. It was a big question after Arvind Kejriwal himself got arrested. But now Aam Aadmi Party celebrating. On the other side, it is Bharatiya Janata Party, of course, had reacted to Sanjay Singh's bail. They clearly stated that it is just because Enforcement Directorate who had not opposed in the court, it is Sanjay Singh who got the bail. But it is also to be noted that the court had clearly stated that this case should not be considered as merit, and this should not be precedent in other cases as well. Although the court had entitled Sanjay Singh to do all the political activities, but Sanjay Singh should not make any such remarks in the public on the ongoing case. That's also been clearly stated by the Supreme Court today.
Noted that the concession shall not be cited as a precedent. The Aam Aadmi Party leader, however, is entitled to continue his political activities. Well, there are reactions also coming in from Aam Aadmi Party leader Somnath Bharti, Delhi Minister Atishi Marlena. Atishi has said it's Satyamev Jayate. Somnath Bharti has said that the federal agency has been exposed today. Let me go across to my guest here on the panel, Huda Zariwala, political analyst and a supporter of Aam Aadmi Party, joins us on the broadcast here. Mr. Vineet Goenka, who's also a political analyst and supports the BJP, joins us here on the broadcast here. Let me first go across to Ms. Huda Zariwala. Huda Zariwala, your reaction on this? Well, the Aam Aadmi Party is, of course, celebrating with this big relief that has come in for the Aam Aadmi Party. Sanjay Singh now, with reactions that have been coming in, as I can see. Somnath Bharti is saying that the federal agency has been exposed today, and Atishi Marlena posting on X saying Satyamev Jayate. We do understand some tough questions were posed to the ED today by the Supreme Court, with the Supreme Court asking as to where is the money trail. The money trail has not been established in the case. Your reaction?
Well, obviously, this is a huge big win for Aam Aadmi Party today. This is at a time when, just so close to the general election, the entire senior leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party was, either, called in for questioning, put behind bars, false, fake allegations were put against them, at the behest of the ED, which was obviously acting like the spokesperson of the BJP. At such a time, the courts have taken due cognizance of Sanjay Singh Ji's case. He truly deserves the bail. In fact, the 6 months that have been wasted, for him behind the bars, because clearly the ED could not establish a money trail. There were no proceeds of crime that was established. So, who is to answer for this? This, again, is something that needs to be taken into introspection. But obviously, this is a huge, huge win for the Aam Aadmi Party as of now, because this is the beginning of one such bail. We are very sure that the courts are going to give instant, and quick relief, hopefully, to the Chief Minister of Delhi, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, to Manish Sisodia ji, who's obviously, in jail for way too long now, Dr. Satyendra Jain as well. But then this gives a huge hope to the cadres of Aam Aadmi Party, because there's like a wave of celebration, going on.
All right,
in front of the Saudi
all
Avenue
right. The
Mall
Aam
and
Aadmi
otherwise.
Party is, of course, celebrating this. Let me take a reaction from the BJP here, from BJP supporter Mr. Vineet Goenka here. Mr. Goenka, the Aam Aadmi Party is saying it's a big relief and the federal agency has been exposed today. But I believe the BJP, as we've been speaking to other BJP leaders also earlier, is maintaining that it's only because the ED had not opposed the bail plea of Sanjay Singh. All right, Mr. Goenka, I'll come back to you. Well, we do understand there's a press briefing coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party.
सिंह के एक आदमी को 1-1 करोड़ रुपए 2 बार दिए, सिर्फ ये बयान है। उसका जो आदमी है उसकी कोई गवाही नहीं, संजय सिंह जी का जो आदमी है उसकी कोई गवाही नहीं। 1 करोड़ रुपए कहाँ है किसी को कुछ पता नहीं, कहां पहुंचे कोई पता नहीं, रिकवरी हुई कोई नहीं हुई, अटैचमेंट हुई कोई नहीं हुई, सिर्फ एक आदमी का बयान। एक आदमी का बयान जो 10 बार बयान दे चुका है और संजय सिंह जी के बारे में कुछ नहीं कहता, उसके ऊपर दबाव डाल के 11वां बयान कर लो और आप राज्यसभा का वो सांसद उठा लो जो केंद्र सरकार से सवाल पूछता है एक आदमी के बयान पे। इसका जवाब केंद्र सरकार के पास नहीं था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दूसरा सवाल था, क्या कोई पैसा रिकवर हुआ है, क्या कोई पैसा अटैच किया गया है? जब कोई पैसा रिकवर ही नहीं हुआ, अटैच ही नहीं हुआ, तो पीएमएलए कैसे लगा है? इसका कोई जवाब ईडी के पास नहीं था, केंद्र सरकार के पास नहीं था। अंततः सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह कहा कि यह कैसे मान लिया जाए कि एक गवाह ने 11 बयान दिए, उसमें से 10 आप कूड़े के कचरे के डब्बे में डाल दोगे और एक बयान आप जो उन्होंने संजय सिंह के खिलाफ दिया उसको आप दे दोगे कोर्ट में। ये कैसे फैसला कर सकते हैं आप? बाकी 10 बयान आपने रिकॉर्ड पे क्यों नहीं डाले हैं? इसका जवाब कुछ केंद्र सरकार के पास नहीं था। यह ठीक वही बात है जो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट में बोली कि एक एक आदमी से 7-7 बार बयान लिए गए हैं, 6 बार उसने कुछ नहीं बोला, आपने उनके बच्चों को जेल में डाल दिया, 6-6 महीने जेल में सड़ाया, फिर आपने मेरे खिलाफ बयान ले लिया, उस बयान पे आपने गिरफ्तार कर लिया। ठीक वैसी ही बात आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूछी जिसके बारे में कोई जवाब केंद्र सरकार के पास नहीं था और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने लंच आते आते ईडी को यह कहा, अगर आप कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन लाते हैं तो लेके आइए, वरना हम इनको रिहा करेंगे और रिहाई में जो हम जजमेंट लिखेंगे वो आपके पूरे केस को तहस नहस कर देगा, उसके रिपरकशंस होंगे। और डर के ईडी के पास कोई रास्ता नहीं बचा, बजाय इसके कि संजय सिंह जी को बेल मिल सके। और एक फाइनल बात मैं आपको बता दूं कि जो सेक्शन 45 है पीएमएलए का, जिसकी वजह से अक्सर बेल नहीं मिलती, वो इतना कठिन और क्रूर सेक्शन है। वो सेक्शन में आपको अगर पढ़ के बताऊंगा तो उसके अंदर ये है, द कोर्ट शुड बी सेटिस्फाइड दैट द अक्यूज इज नॉट गिल्टी ऑफ द ऑफेंस। ये ट्विन कंडीशन है। और अगर कोर्ट इसमें जमानत दे रहा है तो इसका मतलब ये है कि कोर्ट को ये लगता है कि संजय सिंह जी बेगुनाह हैं। और ये कोई छोटा मोटा कोर्ट नहीं है, देश की सबसे बड़ी अदालत है जो संजय सिंह जी को आज बेल दे रही है। मुझे लगता है कि आज पूरे देश की लोकतंत्र के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा दिन है, बहुत खुशी का दिन है, बहुत उम्मीद का दिन है कि शायद कुछ लोग अब जेल से बाहर निकल के इस देश के लोकतंत्र को बचा लें। मैं आतिशी जी से कहूंगा कि वो अपनी बात रखें।
आज संजय सिंह जी की जमानत ने साबित कर दिया कि आखिरकार जीत सत्य की ही होती है। आप सत्य को दबा सकते हैं लेकिन आप सत्य को मिटा नहीं सकते हैं। आज संजय सिंह जी की जमानत ने ये दिखा दिया। हमने देखा कि किस तरह से पिछले 2 साल से एक एक करके आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं को झूठे केसों में गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा था, फंसाया जा रहा था। पहले सत्येंद्र जैन जी को जेल में डाला, फिर मनीष सिसोदिया जी को जेल में डाला, फिर संजय सिंह जी को जेल में डाला, फिर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार करके जेल में डाला। लेकिन आज संजय सिंह जी की जमानत ये बताती है कि आखिरकार जीत सत्य की ही होती है। आज संजय सिंह जी की कोर्ट प्रोसीडिंग्स में 2 महत्वपूर्ण बातें इस केस की पूरे देश के सामने आई है। सबसे पहला, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सवाल पूछा जिसका ईडी के पास कोई जवाब नहीं था कि मनी ट्रेल कहां है। आज इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को होते हुए 2 साल हो गए। ईडी ने, सीबीआई ने 500 से ज्यादा अफसर लगाए इस केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, लेकिन 2 साल में भी आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी नेता के पास 1 रुपया भी प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम का नहीं मिला। तो आज जब कोर्ट में पूछा गया कि पैसा कहां है, मनी ट्रेल कहां है, प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम कहां है, तो ईडी का कोई जवाब नहीं था इस सवाल को लेकर। दूसरी महत्वपूर्ण चीज, जो ईडी का सारा केस है जिसके तहत संजय सिंह जी को गिरफ्तार किया, मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार किया, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार किया, सिर्फ और सिर्फ अप्रूवर्स के बयान के आधार पर है। ऐसे अप्रूवर्स जिन्होंने 1 बार, 2 बार, 3 बार, 4 बार पहले बयान दिए जिसमें आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी नेता के खिलाफ कोई एलिगेशन नहीं था, लेकिन उन पे दबाव बनाया गया, उनको धमकाया गया, उनको जेल में डाला गया जब तक उन्होंने आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं के खिलाफ गवाही नहीं दी। और जैसे ही वो आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं के खिलाफ गवाही देते हैं, गवाहियां बंद हो जाती हैं, statements बंद हो जाते हैं।
Delhi Minister Atishi and also Saurabh Bhardwaj here in the press conference after Sanjay Singh was granted bail by the Supreme Court here, saying as to why Sanjay Singh was arrested in the first place on basis of mere statements by people who've turned approvers in the case here, in the liquor policy case that Sanjay Singh was arrested. Those were mere allegations or statements made by people who've turned approvers in the case that Sanjay Singh was arrested, and these are all fabricated evidence that has been placed by the ED in front of the court that the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party have been taken into custody by the agency. Not just Sanjay Singh, but Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, remember, as well, are languishing in jail in the liquor policy case. Let me go back to political analyst and BJP supporter Mr. Vineet Goenka here, who continues to be with us on the broadcast here. Mr. Goenka, some big charge that has been made by the Aam Aadmi Party. Of course, we do understand this is not the first time that the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that, but now that Sanjay Singh has been finally granted bail by the Supreme Court, the Aam Aadmi Party here is asking as to on what basis was Sanjay Singh arrested in the first place. Where is the money trail? Where is the money, the 1 crore rupee sum that was being talked about that Dinesh Arora had given to somebody, a person linked to Sanjay Singh? Where is that money? Where is that person? These are some pertinent questions that the Aam Aadmi Party is asking.
Hidiji, Ram Ram to all my co-panelists and also to the viewers who are watching me right now. A very good question which you have asked. But let me tell you one thing. There is nothing to celebrate in Aam Aadmi Party. This is purely a bail. Bail does not mean that he has been absolved from the crime. The precedents will go on. And I will also like to remind you and your viewers what the judge exactly said. The judge said the concession shall not be cited as precedents in any other case. That means this is an out of the way favorment done to him. Number 2, also what the judge says, and I'm verbatim telling you, quoting the live law which has been there. We must record that the concession made on behalf of ED has been made before commencement of the argument. We clarify we have not made any comments on the merits, which means that because ED has not opposed, we are granting him bail. Bail does not mean that he has been absolved from the crime. Two, at least now this Aam Aadmi Party and their stooge will not continue the narrative that ED is acting on behalf of some establishment or some party. Number three, if bail was the criteria that bail has been given, so he is clean. So the bail has come to him not immediately, but after 6 months after multiple denial of bail. Number three, Mr. Shishodia, he is his boss, former Deputy Chief Minister, has yet to get the bail. Multiple times he has been denied. So it clearly shows that there has been involvement. Yes, they are educated people. Let me complete.
Could you also not see it from this prism?
Let me complete.
Okay, all right.
Let me
go
complete.
on.
See, I've been waiting for 23 minutes before you have come to me.
All right,
so let
please
me
go
complete. They are so smart, educated. They think that today an uneducated mother whose child has taken to liquor because of this people is asking that कि इतने शातिरता से इन्होंने एक गेम किया कि पैसे अभी तक नहीं मिले. They are so sharp that they have done the crime knowingly, very deliberately, in a way that the money cannot be seen. And the last line, even if the entire Aam Aadmi Party cadre is happy, three people I can see are worried. Sunita Kejriwal ji, Atishi ji, and Saurabh ji. अब ये कहाँ चौथा आ गया? हमको सीट मिलने वाली थी CM की. So these three people, their internal conflict is been seen now. Till date, have you ever seen Atishi ji and Saurabh ji taking a joint conference? Till yesterday, they were taking conferences, claim over the next CM-ship. So today, probably they're together. But as a citizen of this country, my belief in judiciary has gone up. Congratulations to him that at least he has got his bail. But he should tell the people, where is the money? Why have they done this? Isn't it true that concessions were extended to those people who defaulted in the tender? Let me cite you one example. A tender was floated by state government of Delhi. 30 crore rupees earnest deposit money was taken. The tenderer failed, yet that money went back. Who would give this concession without taking a consideration of bribe? And that they have to answer, not to the court.
Okay, you're saying that the Aam Aadmi Party has to answer as to where the money has gone, but it's on the
One
ED
more
now
thing,
to
through your
prove
channel,
whether
through your rightful
this
channel, I would
100
like to
crore
ask them,
rupees,
why did they
the
increase the number
nexus
of
between
shops?
the South Group and the Aam Aadmi Party actually existed. This is on the ED now, which has to prove that the money trail has to is something that the ED now has to prove. But the court is saying that it has not been able to do that so far. All right, I understand that Ms. Zariwala also wants to reply to that.
You know, it's very interesting that the BJP, obviously is rattled right now that they were expecting, Sanjay Singh ji to be behind bars till the elections and perhaps even after that. So it's very interesting how the BJP, is not able to accept the fact that justice, in fact, is on the way, and momentarily relief and momentarily justice has been served as far as the bail case of Sanjay Singh ji is concerned. I mean, this only goes on to show that, yes, we have faith in the courts of law, we have faith in the courts of India, and also at the same time, since there was absolutely nothing for the ED to prove, to establish, is why this bail has been granted. There is obviously no money trail that has been established, no proceeds of crime that have been recovered, and obviously not just Sanjay Singh ji, but even the remaining leaders, which is Arvind Kejriwal ji, Manish Sisodia ji, Dr. Satyendra Jain, all will be released on not just on bail, but they'll be free from the clutches of the ED, from the draconian of the PMLA, which has been acting nothing.
Okay, the Supreme Court has said during the hearing that nothing has been recovered, but of course this is not a clean chit for Sanjay Singh. All right, Mr. Goenka wants to say something here.
See, what an irony. Today, honesty died its own death. Those who had come into politics with promise of clean politics, today are celebrating their bail. Madam, you should feel ashamed. You had come in 2013.
Sir, आजादी भी मिल जाएगी, sir.
And all these corruption charges.
पूरी तरीके से आपकी ED से आजादी मिल जाएगी, sir. We'll be granted complete freedom.
Miss Kitty, you have to tell your guests not to speak.
What he is saying is here maintaining that this is a witch hunt, this is a political conspiracy by the BJP, by the BJP-led central government. All right, we've heard your argument here, Mr. Goenka. I don't have much time here on the panel, and Ms. Zariwala also. Meanwhile, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV and sharing your views. Well, this standoff between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP continues. In connection with the liquor policy case, we do do understand today now big relief has come for Aam Aadmi Party. Sanjay Singh, he's been granted bail by the Supreme Court, and reactions coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party BJP as well. We'll get to more on that. Meanwhile, we are learning Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have met Delhi Chief Minister's wife Sunita Kejriwal. Sources have said that MLAs say that the government should run from jail. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal is lodged in Tihar jail, and sources have also told NDTV that 2 crore people are with the Delhi Chief Minister. This is what Sunita Kejriwal has said. Well, MLAs have said that the government should run from jail, and they are with Arvind Kejriwal. The Aam Aadmi Party here maintains that.
लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले वो आम आदमी पार्टी के 4 और नेताओं को गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं। वो मुझे गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो सौरभ भारद्वाज को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो दुर्गेश पाठक को गिरफ्तार करेंगे और वो राघव चड्ढा को गिरफ्तार करेंगे।
अब कल केजरीवाल जी ने आतिशी जी का नाम क्या ले लिया, आज आतिशी जी ने ऑपरेशन लोटस की बात कर ली। इतने महीने से चुप क्यों थे? अगर यदि किसी ने बात किया था तो इनसे प्रश्न, इसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा ना। घबरा गए होंगे, उनके नेता ने खुद उनका नाम लिया है, जो मीडिया कह रही है, तो अब उनको लग रहा होगा कि मैं भी फंस जाऊंगी। तो ऐसा है, बीजेपी के ऊपर में एक आरोप लगा दो, गलत ही सही।
All right, let me now go across to my colleague Aishwarya Jain here. Aishwarya, we do understand Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have met Delhi Chief Minister's wife, Sunita Kejriwal, and they insist that Arvind Kejriwal remains the Chief Minister and he runs the government from jail.
Well, certainly 55 MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party met Arvind Kejriwal's wife, Sunita Kejriwal, today. They clearly had stated that Arvind Kejriwal should not resign and he should remain our Chief Minister for the upcoming days as well. He should run the government from Tihar prison, and that's how we can go ahead in the Lok Sabha polls. They also stated to Sunita Kejriwal that 2 crore public of Delhi is with Arvind Kejriwal, and as Arvind Kejriwal stated earlier that this is a political conspiracy and public will give a befitting reply. That's what clearly had been stated to Sunita Kejriwal by the MLAs as well. 55 MLAs were present at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, although 4 were outside Delhi. But on the other side, if we talk about Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj and Durgesh Pathak claiming that they will be arrested in the upcoming few days. Remember yesterday's hearing in the Rouse Avenue Court, where ED stated that it is Arvind Kejriwal himself who has named Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj, that it was Vijay Nair who used to report to Atishi and Saurabh and not to Arvind Kejriwal, and therefore the reason perhaps Atishi clearly had stated that it could be in upcoming days enforcement directorate summon these leaders who had been named by their own leader, and therefore Bharatiya Janata Party clearly now had been stating that it is Atishi, Saurabh, Durgesh, Raghav Chadda who are now afraid of being arrested. They are under fear, and therefore now they are claiming that Operation Lotus is something Bharatiya Janata Party is doing, and they had been contacted. Although Atishi made big claims that it is Bharatiya Janata Party close associates who reached out to her and stated that if not they join Bharatiya Janata Party, then their political career will be ruined.
All right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Can you give us a few, like say, three of your strongest takeaways of not to do's or to do's? Because it's a map. You have to parenting. You have to. It's a slow process. But the three things one can keep in mind even today in this very pressure-driven world, goal-driven world for our kids.
Well, I think the main takeaway is that parents.
Welcome back after the break. Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani on Tuesday shared a picture of himself with his 14-month-old granddaughter Kaveri in a post on X. Kaveri, the billionaire's youngest grandchild, is the daughter of his son Karun Adani and his wife Paridhi. The photo, which was taken at the new Adani Green Energy Gallery at the Science Museum in London, shows him smiling with his granddaughter in his arms. Mr. Adani's wife and Kaveri's parents are also seen smiling in the background of the photo. The Adani Group chairman said that his granddaughters are the biggest stress relievers in his life.
I love to spend time with my granddaughters. They are my biggest stress reliever. I have only two worlds, work and a family. And for me, family is a great source of strength.
All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gets bail from Supreme Court, bail after 6 months in liquor case. Supreme Court says no money trail has been found against the MP. Prime Minister Modi's most scathing attack on Rahul Gandhi says some people want to set this country on fire. This after Rahul Gandhi had said that the nation will be on fire if the BJP wins again. After Misa Bharti, political entry for Lalu Yadav's daughter Rohini Acharya started poll campaigning in Bihar Saran today. Rohini will be contesting against BJP's Rajiv Pratap. Amit, the Vistara Flight Disruption Center has sought a detailed report. Over 36 Vistara flights have been affected since morning.
Go
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now to move towards the last section, by far my favorite section of this episode, क्योंकि यहाँ पे I get to answer your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं. Let's see kind of questions we have this week और क्या मेरे पास उन सभी के जवाब हैं भी या नहीं. Okay, so you want to have a speaker system for your MacBook giving you pure...
Baramati in Maharashtra is witnessing a family battle. It's Pawar versus Pawar, with women in the family fighting it out. Joining us now is a National Working President of NCP, Sharat Chandra Pawar faction, Supriya Sule. Supriya Sule is joining me from Baramati. Ma'am, really appreciate your time. You have been a member of parliament from Baramati since 2009. This is a Pawar family bastion since 1960. You are in the middle of campaigning, so really it is an honor that you could give us time in the middle of that. What, according to you, is this battle going to be? Because the challenger is also coming from within your family.
Well, at one level, it's unfortunate that Mr. Chandrakant Patil came to Baramati and has made it a personal vindictive fight. Because Chandrakant Patil ji came to Baramati last week and said that this battle is only about finishing Sharad Pawar. These are not my words, these are his words. And I can get his quote and a video for you. So rather than making it about policy, about development, for the progress of this state and the nation, they have, unfortunately, people like Sri Chandrakant Patil ji have made it a personal vindictive election.
And Supriya Sule, how are you looking at the fact that you, as a member of Parliament of Baramati, is seeking re-election? On the other side is Sunetra Pawar, wife of your elder brother, and who you consider your mother, like your mother, you know, your sister-in-law, and you are very close.
Well, the point is that for me, I do my job very, very dedicatedly and professionally. I have to make sure my stakeholder is the center of every action or word that I speak. So I have to protect and support and raise every issue concerning my stakeholder, which is every section of society in my constituency, in my state and in the nation. Because I'm fighting a Lok Sabha. I'm not fighting anybody individually ever. As you are aware, I have good relationships across party lines in Delhi and across India because I believe in a vibrant democracy. So I think we have to make sure that we are heard and we must hear others as well. So I think in a vibrant democracy, it's about an ideological fight and a policy fight, not a personal fight, for me at least.
I'm going to come to the point that you have made about ideological fight in just a bit, but Baramati is one of the 48 Lok Sabha seats of Maharashtra. But it is the same constituency which has been nurtured by your family for over 6 decades. What makes Pawars so dedicated to Baramati?
Not dedicated to Baramati. Of course, we are completely committed to Baramati because Baramati is me and I am Baramati. I'm born, brought up, raised here. Everything that I am today, or the family today, is because of Baramati. So we owe it to every person in the last 60 years. Mr. Pawar has been in active politics and elective legislative politics since 1967. He started his political journey 5 years before that as a youth leader. So I think whatever we are, is all Baramati. We exist, eat, breathe, think Baramati is because we belong to this soil. We are a part of this soil. We are obligated to every human being's life who we have been able to touch and vice versa. So I have only gratitude in my mind for where we are today, and we owe it to every Indian citizen and Maharashtra citizens were stood by us in our good and bad.
Supriya Sule, in the last few elections that you've contested, your elder brother, Ajit Pawar, who is now the president of NCP and also the deputy chief minister of Maharashtra, used to campaign for you. You know, visibly also, it used to be almost like a strong pillar of support for you through and through. In his absence, how are you navigating your own campaigning?
I mean, since February, since I think almost November, there were murmurs about who's going to contest against me. And I think time is the biggest healer, man. So if somebody moves away, of course, I value relationships and people immensely. But so, of course, that personal pain will always remain. But I am here to serve the people. It's not about my family that is even, I think anybody should consider, because my job is to serve the nation, not just my family.
And let me come to the question about ideological battle. Why are you saying this, that this 2024 battle, be it for Baramati or 2024 India battle, is going to be an ideological battle?
Well, ideological and policy. Because we have a different ideology than what our opponents do, point number one. And I'm very respectful about it because I believe in democracy. So if there, like I repeat and reiterate what I said, that if I like to be heard, I have to also have the capacity to hear. That's why we are a vibrant democracy. I have a lot of problems with the power and bullying that is happening in this country. I have a problem with this authoritarian. I mean, it's almost like an, you know, most people now even say that openly, that it's an unsaid emergency in this country, the way things are handled. Plus the biggest agrarian crisis. Please, every time I step out, the biggest challenge is look at our onion farmer. Look at the milk producing farmers. Look at the soya bean issue. Look at the big farmers issue that is happening right where you are in Delhi. So there's a huge agrarian crisis, which is even if you see the big companies, it reflects in the economy that the rural economy of India has slowed down. And I never make allegations, Maria. I'm going purely by data. So let's go by data, what data is telling us. And the government of India data tells me that in the last year and a half, the highest number of farmers suicide. It's very painful for me to say that because I feel that even if one farmer commits suicide, I think it's very painful for each one of us. But in the last 1.5 years, that the highest farmer suicide is in Maharashtra, which is not my data, Maria, it's the government of India. So there are a lot of these challenges which are very alarming and worrisome. It's like these electoral bonds. We were deeply pained. I myself spoken against the bond.
Yes.
On the floor of the House. So we are deeply pained by what is happening. And please understand, we are committed to the progress of this nation. The way parties are broken, families are broken with the use of ice. Ice is not the ice which you are putting in your lemonade, but ice as in income tax, CBI and ED. And now I'm not saying this alone. Even the Honorable Supreme Court, in many of their verdicts, mentioning this. So it's clearly very, very alarming for the citizens of India.
Ma'am, my last question to you, as a woman leader and also as a woman heading one of the political parties of India, how do you look at women participation in politics in general and their battles in this election?
50% women are citizens of this country. So I think we need the reservation bill to come through, which we have all fought for. As a matter of fact, this government even brought it. They wrote the check, they signed it, they put our name on it. They forgot to put the date.
All right, Supriya Sule, pleasure speaking to you. Hope to see you in the 18th Lok Sabha. Thank you so much for your time. That was our big newsmaker, Supriya Sule, who's contesting from Baramati. On the other side, news and updates will continue with Kitty.
Well, we have more coming in from Maharashtra. It's an NDTV exclusive with the former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan. Chavan, in an exclusive to NDTV, has spoken about him contesting Lok Sabha polls and has expressed his willingness to fight the polls. He said he will contest on Congress symbol. Listen in.
Mr. Chavan, lot of murmurs happening. Looks like you will be in the fray, and we're hearing that you might be contesting from Satara.
Well, there is just a possibility that the Satara constituency, which is with Rashtrawadi, NCP, Sharad Pawar group, they have to find a candidate. I think we want to make sure that just very strong candidate is put up against likely to be former MP who has been with NCP earlier and now with BJP. He is likely to be the BJP candidate. Udayan Bhosle. So we just are trying to make sure that the strongest person is fielded. That's discussions are going on. Nothing is final yet.
So at a time when a lot of veteran leaders are not ready to contest, looks like you could be in the fray. And we are also hearing that you may be contesting in NCP symbol. Is that true?
No, that is not true at all.
Okay.
If at all I contest, I'll be contesting on my Congress party's hand symbol only.
Okay.
There's absolutely no confusion in that.
Okay.
But, well, it's up to the NCP, Sharad Pawar group's leadership to decide what is in the best interest of the overall alliance.
And also, let's get into the MVA dynamics. So where are the seat sharing talks? Looks like Bhiwandi is yet to be decided. And as far as Sangli is concerned, Sena has come out with and Mumbai South Central as well.
Out of 48 constituencies, as you said, almost 45, 46 seats have been announced. I mean, which party will contest which constituency has been decided. There is an issue about 1 or 2 seats which is likely to be resolved in a day or two. Now, after getting the constituency, the candidate's choice will be based on the party which gets the seat. So that is being separately done. But between us, the allocation of seats issue is more or less resolved. Out of 48, 46, 45, 46 seats have been cleared. Just there is a little bit of difference of opinion in 2 or 3 seats about who would be the best choice to fight that seat.
All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on 2-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus.
Welcome back after the break. Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has sought a detailed report from Vistara regarding flight cancellations and major delays. The minister has also asked the airline about the steps they are taking to deal with the inconvenience that has been caused to passengers. At least 52 Vistara flights originating from key cities were cancelled this morning as the airline reeled under non-availability of pilots. As many as 15 flights taking off from Mumbai, 12 from Delhi and 11 from Bengaluru were among those that were cancelled. This comes after 50 Vistara flights were cancelled yesterday and about 160 were delayed. Speaking to NDTV, passengers had yesterday complained of poor communication and hour-long wait at the airport and slammed the airline for harassing passengers.
Sir, my first question to you, sir. So this survey has now come out, which shows that in 1 year, there are out of 10, 7 passengers have faced such kind of issue. Have you also faced any kind of issue?
Yeah, I have not faced. My friend has faced that because he was going to check his mother, but unfortunately the flight has cancelled. So he has big problems. What to do now? So he was little bit crying. What to do? I think government will take a very serious action against this. Otherwise, it is the problem. The government has not taken any action on this type of flights cancelled in the last moment. So I request to the government and the central aviation which is handling, so to be take action immediately, and that should be penalized to the airlines because they said any reason and we reach their airport and spend the time, and after that we have a very urgent work. Sometimes we'll catch the flight, sometimes we are gone to some urgent work. So our meetings will be cancelled, our flights will be cancelled, and our relationship which we are waiting and outside, they will cancelled. So it is a very big problem. So I think airlines should be understand this type of problem to be not to be repeated again and again. And you are saying it is 10 of 7 flights. It is a very, very dangerous. I can say that it's very dangerous for now if it is going that, because my friend has also faced this problem on Vistara Airlines.
So I want to ask you that, now if we look at the Vistara crisis scenario, there are mass delays, mass cancellation that are happening across the country. Now, the Vistara says that they have given this option. उन्होंने दे दिया है passengers को ये option कि either आप alternate flight लो या फिर हम refund वाला भी option दे रहे हैं. The government has also now stepped in saying कि आप हम उनसे report लेंगे. We are monitoring the situation. Do you think that this kind, this time it will show results, or more action needs to be taken?
A lot of words has gone now. I think it's better to be action to be taken. It is better the government will take the action. And you see, if the flight is delayed or flight is cancelled, so people will face big problem. It's like my friend had said his mother was not well, and after that he was waiting for 3 hours and has not been informed. There is no SMS, there is no people has come, and there is no snacks and things are to be delivered. So it is a big problem for the passengers. I think words has gone big. Now action must be taken on that. This is my request to the airlines. It must action must be taken then, and it is better to, if we go to the other airlines, maybe the airlines will be full, and we can't go on change of the airlines. It is not easy to go for the passengers to shift that airlines. So that is very tough for the passengers.
All right, we'll try and get more reports on that in just a bit. That is the latest on the ground situation in relation with the Vistara situation that is being reported here. Well, shifting our focus now, today, April 2nd is World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness and acceptance for individuals with autism spectrum disorder. This year's theme is color, highlighting the possibilities of a vibrant life that those on the autism spectrum can lead. Today, as part of an initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, we try to understand what it means to be on the spectrum and see how the right tools and direction can help those on the autism spectrum live an enriched life.
If I can't learn the way you teach me, then teach me the way I can learn. This single line sums up the philosophy at Muskan, a Delhi-based training and employment center for individuals with intellectual disabilities. Many of the students training here across various skill development programs such as food and beverages, bakery products, candle making, hospitality and more are on the autism spectrum disorder. Autism spectrum disorder looks different for everyone, and each person with autism has a distinct set of strengths and challenges. Pritender Singh Soin, also known as Preet, is an alumnus of Muskan. He has come over to meet his classmates and his teachers. He trained at Muskan in this cafe and later was placed at Microsoft's Gurgaon office, in whose cafe he has been working for the past 6 years.
For a long time, we did not even understand what he has, till he was almost 14. You know, we changed institutions for him. One institution just sent me some journals on autism. So once I started looking at those journals, I realized that there's so many things. Dawned on me that he has to be handled in a different way.
And that different way is different for every single individual who is on the autism spectrum. To understand neurodiversity and customize skills for individuals on the spectrum, it's crucial to understand where that individual is on the spectrum and what the nuances of their specific condition are.
Every individual with autism can be a unique individual. Now, somebody can have high IQ but very low in social communication. But somebody can be a bit more social but low on IQ. So these parameters change. So that is why it is called that there is a spectrum in this particular disability.
Mridula Sakle has been a teacher at Muskan for the last 20 years. She has been instrumental in creating assembly lines for each vocational course based on the individual's capacity and strength. The constant goal is to equip these individuals with their varying intellectual disabilities with employable skills.
हम उनकी स्ट्रेंथ्स पर ही काम करते हैं. कॉपिंग उनकी स्ट्रेंथ है और वो बहुत अच्छा कर पाते हैं. हम करते हैं कि अगर उनको बता दिया कि ये टेबल की एज पर रखकर आपको फोल्ड करना है, वो एग्जैक्ट उसी एज पर जाएगा और फोल्ड होगा. We have also been placing our students after training in mainstream employment. So they are working in many hotels, they are working in corporates, they are working on petrol pumps. We believe that every organization has such kind of jobs which can be identified and they can be trained for that.
Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, seeks to build a world that is inclusive and accessible for those with disabilities. But the best lesson in inclusion and how to make individuals who are neurodivergent feel safe comes from Preet himself.
कैमरा मैं काम करता हूँ, नॉट ही काम करता हूँ, नॉट नॉट तो बच्चे.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gets bail from the Supreme Court after 6 months when he was jailed in the liquor policy case. The Supreme Court says no money trail is found against the MP. Hitting out at the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, the Prime Minister says a prince of the opposition party's royal family declared that the country will be on fire if the BJP returns to power. Says, is this the language of democracy? In an interview to NDTV, Prithviraj Chavan says all seat-sharing issues within the MBA being sorted out. He also expresses willingness to contest, says will contest on the Congress symbol. After Vistara flights were disrupted, the union minister asks a detailed report from Vistara after over 36 flights were affected since the morning. An NDTV Profit exclusive brings you an inside track on the Vistara chaos. And the Supreme Court puts Ramdev and the centre in the dock, asks why did the government choose to keep its eyes shut? Patanjali's misleading ads case, Ramdev apologizes, but the Supreme Court says we don't accept apology, will be initiating action. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our top story: the Supreme Court has granted bail to Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh in the Delhi excise policy case. And with this, Sanjay Singh has become the first senior AAP leader to be granted regular bail in the money laundering case linked to the now scrapped liquor policy. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, his former deputy Manish Sisodия and former Health Minister Satyendra Jain are all under judicial custody currently. Now, the Enforcement Directorate opted not to oppose the bail plea. The Enforcement Directorate said it has no objection if the Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh is given bail in the case, though the Supreme Court did say that no money trail has been found in this case. And soon after this announcement was made, Aam Aadmi Party held a press conference.
सीबीआई ने 500 से ज्यादा अफसर लगाए इस केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, लेकिन 2 साल में भी आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी नेता के पास 1 रुपया भी प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम का नहीं मिला। तो आज जब कोर्ट में पूछा गया कि पैसा कहां है, मनी ट्रेल कहां है, प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम कहां है, तो ईडी का कोई जवाब नहीं था इस सवाल को लेकर।
पहले तो बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको, बेटे को जमानत मिल गई है।
बहुत बहुत बधाई सबको, बहुत हमारे तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ।
जिस दिन 4 अक्टूबर के दिन शाम के समय उनको गिरफ्तार करके ले जा रहे थे, तो आपका आंखों से आंसू दिखाई दे रहे थे और वो दृश्य हमें याद है जब वो आपके पैर छूने आए और आप आशीर्वाद देना भी भूल गई, इतने ज़्यादा आप पीड़ा में थी उस दिन।
हम समझे कि बैठने आ रहा, हमको क्या पता कि जा रहा है। अच्छा। अरे जब गया तो हमको ऐसा धक्का लगा है कि हम बस खाली रोए, बस हम उस दिन खाली रोए हम कि अरे ऐसे अचानक में। हम तो समझे भाई कुछ पाए नहीं, कोई सबूत तो पाए नहीं। हाँ। ऐसे कैसे हो गया, ऐसा धक्का लगा हमको कि हम
Well, Sanjay Singh's wife Anita ji is with me. Anita ji, आपका लंबा संघर्ष देखा, हमने आपसे पार्लियामेंट में भी घंटों तक खड़े होकर बात करी थी जब आप वो चिट्ठियां लेकर पार्लियामेंट के बाहर खड़ी होती थी, लेकिन वोट टेकिंग के लिए आपको टाइम नहीं मिल रहा था। कितनी बड़ी जीत मानती हैं आप? क्या ये आम आदमी पार्टी को एक नया जोश देगा?
देखिए, अभी ये संघर्ष बहुत लंबी है और जब तक हमारे बड़े भाई अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया, सत्येंद्र जैन जब तक बाहर नहीं आ जाते हैं तब तक कोई जश्न नहीं मनाया जाएगा। और ये एक बहुत बड़ी राहत न्यायपालिका से मिली है जो कि संजय जी आज बाहर आए हैं, तो इसके लिए सत्यमेव जयते, क्योंकि ये बहुत ही बड़ा काम हुआ है।
अनिता जी, जैसा आपने हमें कई बार पार्लियामेंट के बाहर भी बोला था कि किसी भी तरीके की मनी ट्रेल नहीं मिल पा रही है, इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट एक झूठे केसेस कर रही है, किस तरीके से आप देखते हैं? आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी यही कहा, मनी ट्रेल नहीं मिली है।
नहीं, कोई मनी ट्रेल नहीं है, कोई सबूत नहीं है उनके पास, तो इसीलिए सत्यमेव जयते, इसलिए सत्य की जीत।
कोर्ट से कब तक उनको घर लेकर आया जाएगा?
कल दोपहर तक।
कल दोपहर तक। So that was Anita Singh speaking to us, Sanjay Singh's wife. Currently, what we can share to our viewers is that Sanjay Singh was admitted in hospital because he had some problems with the stomach, and therefore he was referred to the hospital. Now the orders from the Supreme Court will go to Rouse Avenue Court, and later the bail orders will go to the Tihar prison as well. And we have been told that after the orders will be sent to Tihar prison, after signing signing that register, Sanjay Singh will come out, and there Anita Singh also stated that he can come back to his residence by tomorrow. It will take some time, but a lot of supporters over here at Sanjay Singh's residence also gathered, and they are clearly rejoiced. They are clearly stating that this is a big victory from the Aam Aadmi Party, but still Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodiya and Satyendra Jain had to come out from the jail as well. So clearly today it was, of course, the Enforcement Directorate stated that they do not want to oppose the bail of Sanjay Singh. On one side, Sanjay Singh is entitled to do all the political activities, but he should not publicly speak about the case. The court also mentioned that it should be, it is Sanjay Singh which should continue, and this order perhaps should not be set as precedent for the other orders in this particular case, and therefore the reason perhaps now what we are hearing is Sanjay Singh will come out will come out from the jail now, and he could be walking out free by tomorrow.
All right. Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us there and also getting us a reaction from Sanjay Singh's wife. But let's go across to Sunil now. And Sunil, so, big relief for Aam Aadmi Party. One of its leaders at least coming out on bail. And interesting, it said the ED did not oppose his bail, but also the Supreme Court pointing out that they didn't prove any money trail.
Pointed and clear directions to the ED Council, the Additional Solicitor General. One, of course, as you rightly said, that they haven't been able to trace the money. And this money that is being alleged is from that approver, Dinesh Arora, who you are well aware about the electoral bonds he gave. The rest, of course, is in the public domain. So that's one. The second question that they said was that he's already been 6 months in jail. And third, most importantly, Justice Dipankar said that if we hear your matter and then we pass an order, it will have a bearing on the trial court case. After hearing this, the council, after speaking to the powers that be, which is supposedly the ED is an autonomous organization, saw the writing on the wall. They had no other option and said, given the peculiar facts of this case, we are giving a no objection to the bail plea of Mr. Sanjay Singh. And that's how he has been released. Of course, they have said that this should not be a precedent for example, Arvind Kejriwal or Manish Sisodiya or anybody else. But definitely, this is, as you rightly said, a huge relief, a big reprieve, and definitely will send the message loud and clear to all concerned that you have to go into the facts and the merits of the case and not give a blanket approval. So it's in that context that they have taken this very important decision.
All right. Thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. So that's the big breaking news right now. Relief for Aam Aadmi Party, and Sanjay Singh has been granted bail in the excise policy case. All right, moving on now to other news, and news coming in concerning the two football players who had accused an official of mistreating them, and news coming in that in an emergency committee meeting of the AIFF, that's the Football Federation, that Mr. Deepak Sharma has now been suspended. This is after two football players had claimed that Deepak Sharma had come into their room, that he was inebriated and that he had misbehaved with them. So the AIFF suspends Deepak Sharma until further notice. This incident had taken place in Goa, where the team had gone to play matches, and it was during that time that one of the women who in fact had spoken to NDTV, one of the footballers, had said that she was in the kitchen at the time. She had been boiling eggs as she had missed the dinner, and that Mr. Deepak Sharma came in an inebriated condition, that he had blasted her at the time, that she had gone to her room, and he had come into the room as well and had misbehaved with her, and that was the allegation, that there was some sort of physical altercation. Now, After this issue was, there was a complaint made to the police as well as an internal committee was, the complaint was filed with them over the manner in which Mr. Deepak Sharma had behaved, the fact that he had gone into the room of the woman football player. So two of these football players had accused Mr. Deepak Sharma of assault. He was also the owner of this football club that had come from Himachal Pradesh to play in Goa, and two women footballers complained of physical assault by AIFF Executive Committee member Deepak Sharma at the time in their hotel room in Goa. This incident took place on the 28th of March, and it is on Friday that a complaint was finally made, and then on Saturday this issue had been picked up as well, and action had been promised. So now the news are coming in that Mr. Deepak Sharma has now been suspended. Let's go across to Rika for more. And Rika, we'd spoken to you at the time when this incident took place. You had spoken to one of the footballers who had made this complaint, and there were so many, things that had gone wrong. The fact that it was clear Mr. Deepak Sharma was inebriated constantly with the players there, the fact that he went into their room, the fact there was no female coach, it seems, at the time. Just take us through this case and now this action by the AIFF suspending him.
That's right, Gargi. Well, the All India Football Federation had an emergency meeting yesterday, during which they decided to suspend this errant football official, Deepak Sharma, who had allegedly manhandled. He had thrashed one of the girls when she complained of lack of enough food in the hostel that they were staying in. And the incident was escalated by the girls, even though some of the officials within the team and outside had urged the girls not to complain. The girls from Himachal, they went ahead with their complaint. There were about 6 of them who had registered the complaint, following which Deepak Sharma that night, the next day, was arrested by the police. He was called for 2 rounds of questioning at the Mapusa police station. Remember, our story was tweeted by Sports Minister Anurag Thakur, after which the wheel rolled very fast, and he connected with the government in Goa, and the Goa government immediately took action against this errant official. What is surprising, though, Gargi, is that it took the All India Football Federation 4 or 5 days to ring into action and suspend this official. He is a part of the competition committee, but let me tell our viewers, even though he was a part of the team with the girls, with the Himachal girls in Goa, he isn't actually he wasn't a part of the competition. As an owner of the club, he was there. He traveled with the team, but while they were traveling, there was no female official, which was also a violation, which was a breach. Later on, his wife had joined the team, and she had insisted the girls take back their complaint. The whole incident really exposes how women players in various leagues, in various competitions, are being treated even across the country. While we celebrate women in sports,
right,
while we talk about the power that the women have brought about in the field, on the field, in the ring, on the mat.
No, absolutely. Rika, just stay on with us. We're now joined on the phone line by Coach Rituraj Khat joining us. Your reaction to the news now? AIFF has suspended the accused official Deepak Sharma, but some questions of why it took so long to take this action.
Ma'am, actually, as soon as AIFF processed the request of Palak Verma, so it went according to the procedure. So I guess that's why it took some long, because then AIFF carried it forward from them, and they informed the state association as well as the police.
Rituraj, just wanted to know, have you heard from the girls? We understand they have reached home. Are they being given the assurance that they can get back to football and they will not be harassed anymore?
Yes, ma'am. The All Indian Football Federation and the Goa Football Association has ensured their safe return to their respective homes, and they have personally came to drop them from the airport back to the residence. And also they have been assured that in future there won't be any harm to their careers or wherever they wish to play, and no one can harm them regarding their football career as well.
Rituraj, you've been a coach in the team for very long. Typically, when we have seen when such incidents happen and the girls do not complain. The girls who have the courage to complain and come out that they are being misused, they are being manhandled, they face consequences. What is the guarantee that these girls will not face any consequences? They will continue to play football.
Ma'am, those girls are mentally strong and they have a good fighting ability. That's why they have played nationals and reached at this level. And also, they've gotten surety from the All Indian Football Federation as well, that there won't be any harm to their career and no one can stop them from playing the football. So with that assurance and the protection which they have got from them, they can continue their career and prosper.
So we understand that this case is closed here. Deepak Sharma, the errant football official, has been suspended by the All India Football Federation. He was in the police lockup for one night, but on the Easter Saturday, he got a bail, and perhaps there was a lot of help from within the federation also to get him this bail because he's a part of the competitions.
Rika, this case also showed the importance of the media because, without that media spotlight, the first journalist who reported it from TOI there in Goa, and then, we took it up quite extensively and we spoke to the footballer, etc. But yes, you're right, this fear of speaking out, and also the fact that these girls should not face any sort of, informal punishment, as it were, from the association, from their football club, where Mr. Deepak Sharma is very influential.
That's right. So it's not just about these girls who have now got the assurance from the AIFF that they can go ahead and pursue their careers. Worry is also for those girls who continue to play for Deepak Sharma's club and the way that they are treated, because it's now exposed as to how Deepak Sharma treats or has been continuing to treat this lot of women footballers. So, if Khadev FC continues to be in action, if they continue to function, there is a worry if Deepak Sharma is the owner and he continues to wield power and influence.
That's right. And, if we go back to the time that this incident took place, and the way the girl said that very often he would, drink in front of them when they were traveling from Himachal to Goa. He was drinking throughout. There was no woman coach that was traveling with this team of women. She only joined later, and that too, she was the wife of Deepak Sharma. If you can just, explain, it was very shocking after all these facts are revealed, the fact that there are no protocols as such that were followed.
Well, Gargi, we talk about protocol, and probably it is for us sitting here, it is easy to talk about protocol. You will be amazed to know that All India Football Federation doesn't have a posh committee. There are many associations, there are many federations across the country who doesn't have a posh committee. Where do the girls go and register their complaint? There is a complaints committee. But that complaints committee takes time to get into action, to ring into action once a complaint is registered. It happened in this case, but it took a very long time. And Gargi, I can assure you, it wouldn't have happened had there been no government interference in this case, because the officials from within the federation had asked the girls to take back their complaint.
That's right.
So in a federation where there is no posh committee, there is no guarantee that their complaints will be taken up and addressed in the future.
All right, Rika, thanks so much for joining us. With all these developments, the AIFF has suspended the coach Deepak Sharma, who was accused of manhandling two women football players. But returning to election news now, and the Prime Minister is in Rajasthan, where he's addressing a rally in Kotputli. Let's listen in.
एनडीए को 25 की 25 सीटें दी थी, और अब 2024 में भी राजस्थान 25 की 25 सीटें देने का फैसला कर चुका है। पूरा राजस्थान कह रहा है 4 जून 4 जून 4 जून 4 जून साथियों 2024 का ये लोकसभा चुनाव कोई सामान्य चुनाव नहीं है। ये चुनाव विकसित राजस्थान और विकसित भारत के संकल्प का चुनाव है। ये चुनाव भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनाने के लिए है। ये चुनाव भ्रष्टाचार को जड़ से उखाड़ फेंकने के लिए है। ये चुनाव आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सपने को पूरा करने के लिए है। ये चुनाव किसानों की समृद्धि के संकल्प का चुनाव है। ये चुनाव घर घर नल से जल पहुंचाने का चुनाव है। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, कांग्रेस और उसका इंडी गठबंधन देश के लिए नहीं बल्कि अपने स्वार्थ के लिए चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। ये पहला ऐसा चुनाव है जिसमें परिवारवादी पार्टियां अपने परिवार को बचाने के लिए रैली पर रैली करते जा रहे हैं। ये पहला ऐसा चुनाव है जिसमें सारे भ्रष्टाचारी मिलकर भ्रष्टाचार पर कार्रवाई रोकने के लिए रैली कर रहे हैं। मैं कहता हूं भ्रष्टाचार हटाओ। वो कहते हैं भ्रष्टाचारी बचाओ। आप मुझे बताइए, भ्रष्टाचार जाना चाहिए कि नहीं जाना चाहिए? भ्रष्टाचार खत्म होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? भ्रष्टाचारियों को सजा मिलनी चाहिए कि नहीं मिलनी चाहिए? वो कहते हैं भ्रष्टाचारियों को बचाओ, मोदी कहता है भ्रष्टाचार हटाओ। निर्णय आपको करना है। इतना ही नहीं साथियों, जनता के दरबार में हार चुका इंडी अलायंस अब कैसे मंसूबे पाल चुका है, इसकी भी झलक लगातार देखने को मिल रही है। ये पहला ऐसा चुनाव है जिसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी के बड़े नेता खुद के चुनाव जीतने की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। वो जीतेंगे कि नहीं जीतेंगे इस पर मौन रहते हैं, लेकिन वो देश को धमकी दे रहे हैं कि अगर बीजेपी जीती तो देश में आग लग जाएगी। भाइयों बहनों, मोदी 10 साल से बैठा है, तुम्हारी लगाई हुई आग को बुझा रहा है। कांग्रेस के लोग अपने खतरनाक इरादे जताना शुरू कर दिए हैं और इसलिए देश को बचाने के लिए, देश का भविष्य बनाने के लिए, आपकी आने वाली पीढ़ी की जिंदगी सुखी और समृद्ध हो, इसके लिए ये चुनाव बहुत अहम है। आज देश में बीजेपी की मजबूत और निर्णायक सरकार की जरूरत और ज्यादा बढ़ गई है। साथियों, मैं परिवारवादी पार्टियां और उनके भ्रष्टाचार पर सवाल उठाता हूं और इसलिए मैं उनके निशाने पर हूं। मैं जनता जनार्दन से पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या मुझे ऐसे सवाल उठाने चाहिए कि नहीं उठाने चाहिए? भ्रष्टाचारियों को देश में उजागर करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? उनके भ्रष्टाचार को खोल करके रखना चाहिए कि नहीं रखना चाहिए? वो मुझे गालियां देते हैं और यहां तक कह देते हैं, अरे मोदी का कोई परिवार नहीं है, उसको भ्रष्टाचार की जरूरत नहीं है। तो क्या परिवार है तो आपको भ्रष्टाचार करने का लाइसेंस मिल जाता है क्या? वो कुछ भी कहे, मेरे लिए तो आप ही मेरा परिवार है। मेरा भारत मेरा परिवार है और मैं राजस्थान की धरती पर, ये वीरों की धरती है, ये जुबान के पक्के लोगों की धरती है। उस धरती पर कहना चाहता हूं, आपका सपना ही मोदी का संकल्प है। साथियों, पिछली सरकारों ने जिसे पूछा तक नहीं, मोदी ने उसे पूजा है। कांग्रेस ने देश के करोड़ों छोटे किसानों को कभी नहीं पूछा। मोदी ने राजस्थान के 85 लाख से ज्यादा किसानों के बैंक खातों में पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के करीब करीब 20,000 करोड़ रुपए भेजे हैं। कांग्रेस ने कभी श्रमिकों, मजदूरों को पूछने के लिए उनको फुर्सत नहीं मिली। मोदी ने उन्हें वन नेशन, वन राशन कार्ड की सुविधा दी। उनके लिए पेंशन योजनाएं बनाई। कांग्रेस ने देश के गरीबों को कभी नहीं पूछा। भाजपा सरकार देश के 80 करोड़ जरूरतमंदों को मुफ्त राशन दे रही है। और इतना ही नहीं, मेरी सरकार बहुत पहले निर्णय कर चुकी है, आने वाले 5 साल भी मुफ्त राशन मिलता रहेगा। मैं गरीब के घर का चूल्हा बुझने नहीं दूंगा। मैं भूखे पेट किसी बच्चे को सोने की नौबत आए, ये मुझे मंजूर नहीं है दोस्तों। भाजपा ने करोड़ों गरीबों को पीएम आवास के जरिए पक्का घर दिया। और जब पक्का घर मिलता है तो सिर्फ 4 दीवारें मिलती है, ऐसा नहीं है। जिंदगी में पहली बार इसका एक एड्रेस तय होता है। जिंदगी में पहली बार वो स्वाभिमान की जिंदगी जीने की शुरुआत करता है। पहली बार वो जिंदगी में उस नए घर में, नए आशियाने में नए सपने बुनना शुरू कर देता है। भाजपा ने गरीब माताओं बहनों के लिए करोड़ों शौचालय बनाए। ये शौचालय ये सिर्फ कोई कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम है, इतना नहीं है। ये इज्जत घर है। वो लोग गरीबी से निकले हैं ना, उनको पता है कि माताओं बहनों को शौचालय न होने से कितना दर्द झेलना पड़ता था। या तो सुबह सूरज निकलने से पहले जाओ, या तो शाम को सूरज ढलने के बाद जाओ। दिन में जाना है तो पीड़ा सहन करती थी माताएं बहनें, जा नहीं सकती। ये दर्द गरीब मां का बेटा समझ सकता है। औरों के लिए शौचालय मजाक होगा, मेरे लिए शौचालय के पीछे मिशन मोड पर काम करना माताओं बहनों की इज्जत के साथ जुड़ा हुआ मेरा भावनात्मक नाता रहा हुआ है। भाजपा ने 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा गरीबों के जनधन खाते खुलवाए। भाजपा ने गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज के लिए आयुष्मान कार्ड दिए। और जयपुर का कोई व्यक्ति अगर चेन्नई गया और बीमार हो गया तो उसको भी वहां सिर्फ कार्ड काफी होता है। चेन्नई में भी उसको हॉस्पिटल में पूरी मदद मिल जाएगी। साथियों, कांग्रेस सरकारों की उपेक्षा के कारण हमारा तोरावाटी भी विकास के मामले में पीछे छूटता चला गया था। लेकिन कोटपुतली बड़ौदा मेव हाईवे से ये इलाका दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे से जुड़ने जा रहा है। पूर्वी राजस्थान कैनाल प्रोजेक्ट ईआरसीपी परियोजना को कांग्रेस ने दशकों से लटका कर रखा था। भाजपा सरकार ने हरियाणा से आने वाले यमुना के पानी के मुद्दे को भी हल कर दिया है। इन फैसलों से, इन परियोजनाओं से यहां के लोगों और किसानों को बहुत बड़ा फायदा होगा। ये सारे काम हम इसलिए कर पाए क्योंकि हमारी नीयत सही है। हम ईमानदारी से आपकी सेवा का प्रयास करते हैं। और इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, नीयत सही तो नतीजे सही। साथियों, आज देश में बीजेपी का मतलब है विकास और समाधान, लेकिन कांग्रेस का मतलब है देश की हर बीमारी की जड़। आप देश की कोई भी बड़ी समस्या देखेंगे तो उसकी जड़ में कांग्रेस पार्टी ही नजर आएगी। आजादी के 7 दशकों तक देश में गरीबी रही कांग्रेस की वजह से। भारत को नई टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए, रक्षा सामान के लिए दूसरे देशों की ओर देखना पड़ता था कांग्रेस की वजह से। कांग्रेस ने कभी हमारी सेना को आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होने दिया। कांग्रेस के समय में भारत की पहचान दुनिया के सबसे बड़े हथियार इंपोर्ट करने वाले, हथियार आयात करने वाले देश की थी। आज भाजपा सरकार के समय भारत की पहचान भारत के हथियार का निर्यात करने वाले देश के तौर पर बन रही है। कल ही भारत ने डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट में नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। आजादी के बाद पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है जब भारत ने 21,000 करोड़ रुपए का रक्षा सामान निर्यात किया है, एक्सपोर्ट किया है। भारत आज 80 से ज्यादा देशों को मेड इन इंडिया हथियार बेचता है। और इसलिए मैं फिर कहूंगा, नीयत सही तो नतीजे सही। साथियों, भारत की सफलता के बीच मैंने कभी, हर देशवासी इस बात को भली भांति जानता है, मैंने कभी ये दावा नहीं किया कि 10 साल में हमने सब कुछ पूरा कर दिया। मैंने ऐसा दावा कभी नहीं किया। लेकिन ये भी सच है कि जो काम आजादी के बाद 5-6 दशकों में नहीं हो पाए, वो काम हमने करके दिखाए हैं। देश को जिस गति की जरूरत थी, हमने उस गति से काम किया है। 2014 तक देश में 20,000 किलोमीटर रेल लाइन बिजली से जुड़ी थी। आपको आंकड़ा याद रहेगा, 2014 तक 20,000 किलोमीटर रेल लाइन बिजली से जुड़ी थी। कितनी, जरा बताएंगे? कितने किलोमीटर? 20,000 किलोमीटर। कितने किलोमीटर? इतने आजादी के बाद इतने सालों में 20,000 किलोमीटर।
There's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer.
Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in two variants.
बना के नहीं बना, दिए जले, आग नहीं लगी। 3 तलाक के खिलाफ हमने सख्त कानून बनाकर मुस्लिम बेटियों की जिंदगी बचाने का काम किया। 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन लटका के रखे थे। मेरे वीर जवानों की वो मांग को भी बड़ी नम्रता के साथ आपके इस सेवक ने पूरी कर दी। दशकों से जिन फैसलों का इंतजार था, वो मोदी ने पूरा करके दिखाए हैं। साथियों, और इसलिए कुछ लोग कहने लगे हैं, अरे मोदी जी इतना कुछ हो गया, अब क्या बाकी बचा है? अरे जरा अब तो आराम करो। लेकिन ऐसे लोग भूल जाते हैं, मोदी मौज करने के लिए पैदा नहीं हुआ है। मोदी मेहनत करने के लिए पैदा हुआ है। बहुत कुछ हुआ होगा, लेकिन साथियों 10 साल में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर। अभी तो बहुत कुछ करना है। अभी तो हमें देश को बहुत आगे लेकर जाना है। हमें राजस्थान को आगे लेकर जाना है। बीजेपी सरकार का तीसरा कार्यकाल ऐतिहासिक और निर्णायक फैसलों का कार्यकाल होने वाला है। साथियों, मैं जब विकसित भारत की बात करता हूं, जब भ्रष्टाचार पर कार्रवाई करता हूं, तो कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस के लोग जम करके, जी भर करके मोदी को गाली देते रहते हैं। लेकिन राजस्थान के लोग जानते ही हैं, राजस्थान के लोग भली भांति जानते हैं, दाल बाटी चूरमा, वोटर मारा सुरमा। मोदी तो देश के वोटर की ताकत से, जनता जनार्दन की ताकत से दिन रात दौड़ता है, आपके लिए दौड़ता है, आपके सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए दौड़ता है। और इसलिए मैं आपसे अपील करने आया हूं, प्रार्थना करने आया हूं। 19 अप्रैल को जयपुर ग्रामीण से राव राजेंद्र सिंह जी और पूरे राजस्थान से भाजपा के सारे उम्मीदवार, इनको दिया आपका एक एक वोट मोदी की ताकत बढ़ाएगा। मेरा एक काम जरूर करना होगा आपको, करेंगे। देखिए, गर्मी बहुत बढ़ती चली जा रही है। हम तो वीरों की भूमि है, कितनी ही गर्मी क्यों न हो, कितनी ही बर्फबारी क्यों न होती हो, रेगिस्तान में कितनी ही आंधी चलती हो, लेकिन हमारा राजस्थान का वीर बिना डगे, बिना थके खड़ा रहता है। अगर मेरे देश का वीर जवान अगर किसी भी मौसम में मेरे देश के लिए तैनात रहता है, तो हमें तो देश के लिए गर्मी कितनी ही क्यों न हो, घर से निकल करके वोट जरूर करना है। मेरी ये बात घर घर पहुंचाएंगे, कितनी ही गर्मी है वोट करवाएंगे। पहले मतदान फिर जलपान, ये बात पहुंचाएंगे। और एक बात मेरी पर्सनल जरूर कह देना, अब तो मैं सब दूर जा नहीं पाता हूं, लेकिन आज मैं जब आपके बीच आया हूं तो आप बताना कि मोदी जी आए थे, आपको प्रणाम भेजा है। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, Prime Minister Narendra Modi there speaking in Rajasthan, addressing a rally in Kotputli. They're asking people to come out in huge numbers to cast their vote. Also talking about the work that he's done for the people of India in the last 10 years. But let's talk about the seat sharing issues that persist in Maharashtra. And according to sources, the dispute remains in a few Mumbai seats, and the BJP is likely to get Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg and Palghar. Remember, talks have been taking place in the NDA, in the Mahayuti there in Maharashtra for some time, and some of the seats remain the disputed seats, the sticking points. And sources say the BJP to get Satara being claimed by the NCP, that's the Ajit Pawar NCP, and sources say Shinde Sena to get Aurangabad and Thane, and Ajit Pawar's NCP to get Osmanabad and Nasik. So these talks are still underway, though some sticking points there remaining. And speaking of the MVA in Maharashtra, NDTV interviewed former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan, who said that he is willing to contest these elections and he will be contesting on a Congress ticket, on a Congress symbol if he does. He also said that all seat sharing issues within the MVA are being sorted.
Mr. Chavan, lot of murmurs happening. Looks like you will be in the fray, and we're hearing that you might be contesting from Satara.
Well, there is just a possibility that the Vistara constituency, which is with Rashtrabadi, NCP, Sharad Pawar group, they have to find a candidate. I think we want to make sure that just very strong candidate is put up against likely to be former MP who has been with NCP earlier and now with BJP. He is likely to be the BJP candidate. Udayan Bhosle. So we just are trying to make sure that the strongest person is fielded. That's discussions are going on. Nothing is final yet.
So at a time when a lot of veteran leaders are not ready to contest, looks like you could be in the fray. And we are also hearing that you may be contesting in NCP symbol. Is that true?
No, that is not true at all.
Okay.
If at all I contest, I'll be contesting on my Congress party's hand symbol only.
Okay.
There's absolutely no confusion in that.
Okay.
But, well, it's up to the NCP, Sharad Pawar group's leadership to decide what is in the best interest of the overall alliance.
And also, let's get into the MVA dynamics. So where are the seat sharing talks? Looks like Bhiwandi is yet to be decided. And as far as Sangli is concerned, Sena has come out with and Mumbai South Central as well.
Out of 48 constituencies, as you said, almost 45, 46 seats have been announced. I mean, which party will contest which constituency has been decided. There is an issue about 1 or 2 seats which is likely to be resolved in a day or two. Now, after getting the constituency, the candidate's choice will be based on the party which gets that seat. So that is being separately done. But between us, the allocation of seats issue is more or less resolved. Out of 48, 46, 45, 46 seats have been cleared. Just there is a little bit of difference of opinion in 2 or 3 seats about who would be the best choice to fight that seat.
News now from West Bengal, where 3 women students of the Vishwa Bharati University have complained about sexual harassment by a guest professor. The students allege that the professor sought sexual favors for passing them in the semester exams. The students have even filed a complaint with the police and an FIR has been registered. The students also complained to an internal complaints committee, but the professor, who teaches Arabic, has denied these allegations against him, and he's claimed that he's a strict invigilator and said it is a conspiracy against him.
নাম এগুলো লিখিনি, এগুলো পুরো ভিত্তিহীন।
আমরা দপ্তরার তালা মেরে বিক্ষোভ দেখাচ্ছি কেন?
সেটা বলতে পারবো না ওরা কেন বিক্ষোভ দেখাচ্ছে, বাট ওরা জোর করে এগুলোকে সাজিয়ে একটা চক্রান্ত করে এগুলোকে জাস্ট করার চেষ্টা করে। এটা ওদের রাগ একটাই, আমি ওদের এক্সাম ডিউটিতে গার্ড দিই, গার্ডের জন্য ওরা কম্পালসারি যে পেপারগুলো যেগুলো আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্ট